Alrighty. Believe it or not, we are actually live. Alright? It is February 3rd, not the 22nd for people who watched my video last night. February 3rd, 2022. And we have a significant winter storm that is surging on through much of the United States. So, usually I would just live stream severe weather. There are some instances to where I live stream winter weather. And in this instance, we're doing both. We are live streaming both the winter weather, the significant icing that is ongoing, as well as the severe weather that is going to occur later on today. Now, I just want to say real quickly, all right? Just based off of, what I've seen so far, the prediction for what I had for the severe weather, all right? Let's just first off say, I don't think I have any rust for severe weather. So when we get into severe weather season, I'm probably going to be coming off firing on all cylinders. So far, those predictions have been proving somewhat correct. You can see a massive 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale right within here, this yellow area. Let's see if I can find, where is my epic pen? That's the real question, because I can't find it. There it is. Boom. Look at this massive 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, and this does include a 5% chance for tornadoes right here. Look at this. You can see the brown areas here that include north of New Orleans, near the Biloxi areas, Pensacola. It extends all the way up towards Birmingham and Tuscaloosa. Even areas near Meridian. Meridian, Hattiesburg, Montgomery, Mobile. You guys are all in a 5% chance for tornadoes. And so far, this is looking to be a decent little severe weather event. So on top of that, we also have the major amounts of wintry precipitation that are actually ongoing right now. You can see the colors that are not in green, yellow, and red. These pinks, these oranges, and then these blues and whites. You have some significant amounts of wintry precipitation across the board. And, we've had a couple of pictures that have been sent in on Twitter. On Twitter, there's been a lot of people who's sent in quite a bit of stuff. Let's show you here. Unfortunately, I don't know where this is from. No clue where it's from. It seems to be in probably the Dallas-Fort Worth area, just based off of what they've actually texted this towards. But you can see all the freezing rain and the snow within this area. A lot of freezing rain within this general vicinity. And then we also have some more activity over here. This is in central Texas, and they're seeing the same thing. You can even see the ice over here. Look at the ice over on the bushes. You already got some freezing rain in this area. Now, believe it or not, areas to the north and east of that, all right, where there are current ice storm warnings, is expected to see not only just more than this, but literal NHL-sized ice rink amounts of freezing rain. Because you only need about 3/4 of an inch of freezing rain in order for you to have an actual NHL ice rink. And they're expected to get that, and maybe even some even afterwards in some localized areas. So it is really one of those things to where it is a pretty significant event. Very significant event on all cylinders, actually. And so that is exactly what we're going to be covering here today. So the interesting thing here, if we take a look at our GR2 analyst, I've been doing a lot of research here as of late, all right? I've been trying to get better at interpreting radar with winter weather specifically. Radar is usually my forte in general, but winter weather I haven't really been looking at a whole lot. And I actually found some really interesting videos that has helped me determine as to what to look for, as well as to what to point out if it is necessary. So I am going to want to open up a couple of more GR2 analyst tabs, but I want to start out over here towards the Memphis area. All right, this is Memphis, Tennessee, and this is also towards areas of eastern Arkansas, of course, western Tennessee, southwestern portions of Kentucky, as well as extreme southeastern portions of Missouri. And you can see this massive band of pink precipitation. And as my GR2 analyst tabs open right now to kind of halt our little explanation here for a second. There we go. This massive band here of pink precipitation, all of that is freezing rain. All right, so the freezing rain is consistent throughout much of these areas. And this is not just any small amounts of freezing rain. I mean, you can see some of the smaller amounts indicated in the kind of lighter pinks, but then as you get towards the, darker pinks over here, you can start to see how more significant amounts of freezing rain start to show up across the board. And areas here from Memphis all the way on through to I-40, even up to I-55 as you start to head towards the border of Missouri, Kentucky, Arkansas, Tennessee, that general vicinity right there. You're getting a lot of freezing rain, and not just freezing rain too, you guys are getting sleet within this freezing rain as well. And we've already had reports, all right, believe it or not, of 2 inches in total of sleet. It's not snow, it's sleet. So literal ice pellets that have fallen from the sky and has resided along the ground somewhere within that. That is where some significant amounts of sleet has been actually recorded. And that right there, in my opinion, when you get significant amounts of sleet like that, travel is very hazardous. It's on top of the freezing rain that you are getting, it's almost impossible in some instances. And that's the major concern here for much of these areas. And I want to take a look at a couple of things. First off, we're going to take a look at the correlation coefficient. All right. Now, you guys might be looking at me and thinking, all right, Nate, why are you using correlation coefficient for winter? There's no reason for you to do so. There actually is, believe it or not. It doesn't just look up debris signatures. So it's not like I'm looking at it just to find, a snow tornado or anything like that, a snow-nado. Believe me, if we got something like that, I might actually flip a table or something like that. But no, this is actually a good way to determine as to what the melting layer is in the atmosphere. And what that basically is that's basically when your precipitation either melts or refreezes. And in this instance, this is where it actually, I believe it melts. This is where you have your frozen precipitation. No, I'm sorry, it freezes. It freezes. So you have your frozen precipitation in the higher portions of the atmosphere. You have to remember that you have your radar here. So here is your makeshift radar, and that it sends these beams at different heights of the atmosphere. And so what it's doing is that as it gets further and further away from the radar, it looks higher and higher up in the sky, and it actually can find where that precipitation starts to either freeze or melt. And in this instance, it's starting to freeze. And so what we have here is we have rain that's falling from the sky. And because we have the rain that is starting to freeze back into like snow, or, well, not snow, but like ice pellets, or starting to freeze into freezing rain, it's starting to create different shapes that are similar to hail. And hail has a relatively low correlation coefficient. And in this instance, because we are also seeing stuff that is very similar to hail, we can also see that in the atmosphere as well. So what this is basically telling me here, and we can even look at higher tilts, what this is telling me is that throughout much of this area, we can anticipate some significant amounts of freezing rain and sleet because of what the environment is like. And I'm looking at a bunch of the temperatures here. If we go back to GR Earth, we go over to METAR's stations, which is just weather stations, and we take a look at the current temperatures across the board. You can see throughout much of these areas, these light blue and dark blue numbers indicating freezing temperatures. All right, these are freezing temperatures over the areas that we just talked about. And we're getting a lot of freezing rain across that general vicinity because of the environment that it is in right now. Now, on the other hand, if we take a look down towards Texas, all right, so if we, let's try and put a radar over here, if we can. Shit, a Sharknado is coming one day. That sounds about right, doesn't it? The Sharknado is coming on through. All right, so hopefully we now have our radar over into Dallas-Fort Worth. And there it is. So by the way, I've changed my color table to Radar Scope's color table now. So that way it's a lot easier for you guys to kind of, you know, attribute as to what I'm seeing compared to what you could be seeing on your mobile app that you're hopefully tracking this with. If you're not, that's fine too. It's not that big of a deal, but it's still something interesting that I wanted to make a note of. So you can see here over to the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area all the way down towards Austin. We're actually going to have to move our radar over towards Austin here in a second. But you can see how the freezing line has actually moved off very far towards the east. And what's also happening here, all right, this is really interesting because I just pulled up correlation coefficient. I'm going to go to ZDR, and wow. So that is showing quite a lot of stuff that is tells me a whole lot of stuff. I just learned this morning, so I'm kind of geeking out over here. But we are seeing, I mean, you could take a look at the radar and see for yourself, but heavy snowfall totals over here, according to ZDR and correlation coefficient. We can see some relatively deep correlation coefficients over here, and then some very strong ZDRs, not very strong, negative ZDRs, I should say, which is indicating that there is a lot of significant heavy snow that is ongoing here from Granbury all the way up towards Boyd, Decatur. Denton is getting into the action. This is going to eventually head off towards Dallas-Fort Worth, and that is going to be really intense. So I want to see here if we can actually get a sky camera over here in Dallas-Fort Worth. Dallas-Fort Worth sky cameras. I know we can. I just can't remember where exactly. I might have to take a look at my sky cameras here in a second. But this is Fort Worth, Dallas Lake Cliff Tower, and you're gonna eventually see here in a second this massive line of snow that's gonna move on through, and visibility is going to be, you know, almost zero in some spots. So Dallas Skyline, Dallas Fort Worth Air, Arlington Globe Life Park. Yeah, so there's general precipitation. Denton is not online right now, so that's unfortunate, but we'll be able to see this massive wave here move on through. Oh my goodness.
The Fort Worth
No, we're not doing that. That scared me for a second. So let's go to live camera collections. Let's see if I can find something here, because I know I probably saved it. Probably did. If I didn't, that'll be pretty funny, but I'm positive I have saved it here somewhere. And I really should organize this. That's the main issue with my ineptitude at the moment, is that I have not saved or organized, I should say, any of these cameras. So good morning to you all while I will look out for this, try and figure out what cameras I can use, what I can't use. How's everyone doing so far this morning? Assuming that everyone who's watching this is over in the United States. If you're not from the United States, that's fine too. I actually welcome that. Yeah, we're just gonna, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna mute that. And then we're just going to have this up here, and we're going to come back to this when we can. But yeah, we got some significant snow, as I said, moving on through into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. This is going to be really interesting. And then on the other hand, if we take a look at our ZDR again, we're getting some big building here of big snowflakes. Big snowflakes, especially that's going to head towards the Louisville and McKinney areas. There's going to be some big fluffy snowflakes too, or at least from what I can assume from what I learned this morning. Yeah, that's basically there. So big fluffy snowflakes there. Same thing over here towards Cleburne, heading towards the Waxahachie areas. Maybe even Fort Worth, but we're pretty close to the radar, so I can't really tell all too much. And then, of course, the freezing line here, too. The mixing layer. Man, oh man. But we got some heavy snowfall amounts within some of these areas. Now, what I want to do as well is I want to put another radar over here in Paducah. Because I was looking at this earlier when I was testing out a couple theories. And I actually saw some, believe it or not, convective bands that could potentially produce thunder snow within some of these areas. All right? I actually saw them. You can literally see it here on radar. No joke. All right, some people are like, oh, you can't find thunder snow and stuff like that. No joke, I literally found areas that could potentially produce thunder snow. And that right there, in my honest opinion, is something pretty cool to try and look out for. So I'm going to try and see if I can find that again. But for the most part, I don't see any convective bands down towards portions of Texas besides the stuff that's over near Dallas-Fort Worth. There could potentially be something like that all the way down towards Hico. Hico, there could potentially be something there, and Stephenville, but that's over towards the east of Stephenville as well. So basically, this is all moving off towards I-35, and if you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area all the way down towards Waco and Killeen, Matt is actually over in Killeen. He needs to go watch out. Yeah, I appreciate everyone who's popped up to the stream so far. 17 minutes in. And feel free to share this with as many people as possible. As I said, I'm going to be doing coverage all day long. It'll be about the freezing rain, the sleet, the snow, the severe weather, the tornado threat that is expected to happen, which we did forecast here on the channel. So if you want to stick with us, feel free to do so. But as I said, please, if you can, share this information with as many people as possible. Whether you take the link, copy the link of the actual stream and you share it with friends and family on Facebook and on Twitter. Facebook's a big place to where you can actually share it on towards. But Twitter is good too. And then if you also want to help me share this information on YouTube, please be sure to like the video, or it's not a video anymore, it's a live stream. But like the live stream so that we can get this information out to as many people as possible on YouTube, because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. And I really would appreciate it if you guys would help me spread the information. But yeah, we're looking down here. I mean, you can see a massive swath of precipitation here. You can see Dallas exists right here. I'm actually going to take the current temperatures off. And then you got your frozen precipitation, which is extending all the way down towards San Antonio. So Austin, Killeen, Waco is getting into the activity there. Getting a lot of activity with that. And then on the backside of this, all right, so you guys could get your freezing rain and your sleet, but eventually on the backside of this, it could start transitioning into snow as well. It could start transitioning into snow as well. So areas that are as far south as possibly even San Antonio, you guys could potentially even see a flurry or two from this stuff, but that might be a little bit of a stretch. I'd say probably Austin and further north, you guys might see a flurry or two, but I would definitely say freezing rain and sleet. I mean, you guys are currently experiencing that yourselves. At minimum is what you guys could get. But on the other hand, if we take a look over here towards Little Rock and Memphis, I mean, oh man. Oh man. I mean, they are getting significant amounts of frozen precipitation across the board. And I actually want to pull this up here on the radar. All right, so here we are we're taking a look at Paducah, Kentucky's radar, KPAH. And I want to take a look at the precipitation type. And the one thing that I want to mention here real quickly, all right, before we get into the in-depth analysis of what all is happening with this winter storm, I want to mention here real quickly that this is going right over the areas, all right, the areas that are being impacted the most with the freezing rain is right over where the Quad State supercell was, or the Mayfield Dawson Springs tornado went over. You can see Mayfield is right here. There's Mayfield. There's Madisonville, which the tornado passed just to the south of. And it is right in the crosshairs of all of this frozen precipitation. All of it. Now, we also have some convective bands that are moving on through as a part of the freezing rain. And you can see that here on the ZDR, right within these areas. But the other thing here to look out for as well is if we go over to the correlation coefficient, all right, this is something really interesting as well. You can look out for this on the correlation coefficient as well. If you see a line right here, a line of correlation coefficient that forms, that is your freezing line, all right? So that is where you can start to assume that anything north of that line is where snow is going to be, and anything south of that is where freezing rain, sleet, maybe even just general rain could actually reside as well. So you can actually see that there with the precipitation type as well. The reason why the algorithm of this radar program is saying that it's all snow is because it's relatively close to that correlation coefficient line right there, that freezing boundary right within there. So this is one of those things so where if you are near Mount Vernon, Farmington, Chester, north of that, the freezing portion of, the icing portion of this event, it's already past you guys. So you guys are now getting the snow aspect of this. And even then, it's starting to, get to the latter stage of that as well. So I would continue to be mindful, especially if you are traveling, especially up towards St. Louis. I mean, St. Louis has had an abundance amount of snow over there, 3 to 5 inches, with higher amounts could be in upwards of 8 inches in some spots as well. But on the other hand, if you are south of that line, Paducah, Mayfield, Dyersburg, Memphis, as I've mentioned, Memphis is going to continue to get hammered. Princeton, Madisonville in Kentucky, Owensboro, Evansville, that general vicinity over there, you guys need to watch out big time. It's starting right now as to when the most significant winter weather is starting to move on through. And I am not anticipating this to change anytime soon whatsoever. Now, the good news is here, all right, the good news is here is that I don't see any major snow bands that are going to move on through in this portion of the winter storm. So Cape Girardeau, I know it looks like it has some significant amounts of precipitation right here of snow. It's not going to be very significant. It's just going to be short bursts and not really super big flakes. It's going to be like a bunch of small flakes. So just something to keep in mind as you move on through. But according to the different products I have here, that is kind of the case. Now, the one thing I will say over here, all right, Princeton. All right, so Princeton, Kentucky. This is right near Interstate 24 and Interstate 69. You guys are about to get hammered by some significant amounts of freezing rain. Now, according to the temperatures right now that are in the general vicinity, the temperatures are on the border of freezing. So it's about 32, 33, 34 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's right on the border of that rain to potentially start to freeze. And if that is the case, then all this significant amounts of rain that you are getting will eventually start to freeze significantly. And I mentioned, it only takes about 3/4 of an inch of ice in order for you to get an actual NHL ice rink. That's how thick the ice is. In this instance, you guys could potentially be getting that NHL ice sheet here relatively soon. So you need to watch out for the significant amounts of ice that is about to hammer on through you guys. Let's actually see. I think there might be... there is a camera over here It's south of Princeton, so it's right over the significant amounts of rain. I'm not sure if this is, no, it actually is a bit live. This is what you guys could see, all right? First things first, look at all the ice that's on all the different tree branches, and just the trees in general. You can even see, all right, if you look over here, you can actually see some of the branches that has actually fallen off of the trees already. This is expected to continue all the way into the afternoon and evening hours of tonight, and you already have branches falling from trees. All right, that right there is pretty significant. Now, the other thing that you could probably counter-argue with what I just said is, well, maybe that tree branch stayed there, you know, it was there before this entire ice storm. Fair enough. So let's remember what this picture is. All right, let's remember what this picture is so that when we come back to it in about 30 minutes to maybe even an hour, we can try and see as to if anything has changed. All right, so just try and remember this current imagery here if you're going to stay with me for the majority of the day. And we're going to come back to this video. All right, we're going to come back to it. When we come back to it, we'll see if any of the stuff has fallen. But I remembered looking at that earlier this morning, and I didn't see that tree there that has fallen over. So I'm positive that is something that is relatively new. This is over here in Jackson, Tennessee. So this is another sky camera here provided by Radar Omega. And you can see the precipitation that's falling through the sky, but the thing that I want to draw attention to is that you can already see on the trees, notice those white tips on there. That is all ice. That is all freezing rain that is all fallen within this area. And this rain here that you can see, this precipitation that's falling throughout much of our view here, this is all rain. I mean, usually snowflakes, they would take their time waltzing down towards the ground. In this instance, we have pure freezing rain that is moving on through. This is all rain, and as soon as it gets to the ground, it freezes. Flash freezing is the case in this instance, and so we definitely have that across the board, and we also have evidence of that there on the trees across the board as well. So just something to make a note of as well. Diane Dills with the $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate your support to the channel. That is amazing, so thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And then if we go over here to Memphis, all right, I want to take a look over here at Olive Branch, Mississippi. I mean, this is even worse. Look at the trees over here. Now, the trees are not actually fallen over completely, although I will mention that I haven't seen this camera until now. I haven't looked at it at all today. But these trees over here are kind of tilted on its edge, all right? I'm not sure if that's natural. I'm not sure if that was there before, but if it wasn't, that ice is starting to tip over those trees. It's starting to topple them over. And the other thing that I want to draw attention to is that if that happens, notice all the power lines here. Notice all the power lines across the board. That right there is, it could be very significant if those trees fall over on those power lines, and it can create widespread power outages. But I mean, look at the ice on these trees, man. Look at the ice on these trees. And it's only expected to continue to grow. It's only expected to continue to grow. This was sent in over here from Bloomington, Indiana. This is from Christina. And she's showing us here quite a lot of snow and even a little bit of sleet as well. Look at the sleet here. You can see the sleet pellets that are across the board. Still saying about under an inch of accumulation, though. But man, oh man. I mean, that is quite vast. Let's actually take a look for Bloomington, Indiana here real quickly. What's the best way to do this here? So Bloomington's over there. What radar should I use? Probably KIND. Probably KIND. And let's see what the precipitation could look like in the future for Bloomington. So Bloomington right now is starting to get the bits of snow, all right? There's going to be some sleet mixed into it. I'm positive with that. I mean, I'm looking at ZDR, and I can see that that is the case here for the most part. And even with the correlation coefficient, Yeah, I'm seeing that right there. You're definitely about to get hit with a combination of both ice and snow. You know, just the sleet falling from the sky and the snow falling from the sky, and we have that here according to our correlation coefficient as well. But on the other hand, this is also the freezing line right here. All right, so this is the freezing line that is marching on through. So anywhere north of that is going to be getting snow consistently. All right, there isn't going to be any sort of sleet or freezing rain associated with anything north of this, but south of this, all right, south of this, especially as you get towards Louisville, basically the areas of Interstate 71, that general vicinity along the border of Indiana and Kentucky as well as Ohio, you guys need to watch out because this freezing rain is going to start to march on through into your general vicinity. All right, it's getting pretty close. So we have a lot of activity here so far. I hope you guys are enjoying the content so far. The big thing here that I ask of everyone is that if you guys could please share this information with as many people as possible. We have about 370 people watching at the moment. And so if you can imagine, you know, how many people we could get if all 370 of you, you know, I'm not asking for every single person to do this, but it would be cool if all 370 people went on to like Twitter and Facebook and shared the live stream and stuff like that. We could reach this information to as many people as possible, especially in the impacted areas. That's the big thing there for me, is that I'm trying to get the information out to people who are in these areas and to try and provide some, at least some crucial information. How's Syracuse, New York looking? You're about an hour away from Syracuse. So with Syracuse, you guys are actually just getting some general snow showers, all right? But what's going to happen after? Excuse me. I need to drink some water here in a second. What's going to happen afterwards, after all that is said and done, is your snow is going to start to increase in rates. The snowfall rate is going to start to increase once you get towards the noon hours, all right? So after that, it's going to stay at a pretty steady pace all the way up until about 6 to 7, to where much of New York can really start to get some significant amounts of snow within a short period of time. And that's going to be relatively consistent throughout much of the evening here tonight, all the way into the overnight hours, and it won't start to really recede until about 6 to 7 in the morning. So you'll have to continue to watch out for it as much as possible, if you can. Had to push your storm door open. Your dog is loving it, though. Yeah, there's a lot of snow. The one thing I will say is that I'm here in southern Pennsylvania, all right? So I constantly forecast for my area to try and figure out as to whether or not I could get anything. And so far, the trends have been, you know, moving it a bit further to the south and east. But I still don't think I'm going to get anything here. Anywhere within southern to southeastern Pennsylvania, southern New Jersey, heading off towards the mid-Atlantic, probably not going to get a whole lot. You might get a lot of rain, you know. You might get a little bit of freezing rain, but I don't foresee a whole lot of activity. I think this relative area is going to be relatively moist. Vivian with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, thanks for your dedication, Nate. Excellent coverage. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting my channel. It really means a lot to me. Thank you. How did Mr. Ryan Hall, y'all, blow up? Well, he's got a really, and I'm sure other people have watched him. He's got an amazing personality, and amazing communication skills, too. Now, the other thing, too, is that he also has another social media base around him as well. So he's got like 2 big social medias that are, you know, smacking together. And they're all just kind of subscribing and following to each other. So not only is his relatability on par, but he's got 2 massive social media accounts that are basically combining together. And he's pretty efficient with his weather forecasts too, and that's the reason why he's blown up so quickly as of late, is that, you know, He's just constantly getting a lot of activity. So good for him. Good for Mr. Ryan Hall, y'all. You know, I remember when I hit 10,000 subscribers the first time, you know, he sent me a little donation saying congratulations. You know, I might send him a congratulations at like 500,000 subscribers or something like that, because he's been getting up there pretty quickly. But yeah, he's really on fire right now with the amount of popularity he's getting, and good for him. Good for him. Let's go and take a look at that sky camera over towards Dallas Fort Worth. I want to see if we can start to find anything here. Fort Worth. All right, so the visibility, it looks like, has actually depleted here. The visibility is starting to deplete, and that heavy snow is starting to move on through into portions of the Fort Worth metro area. Really starting to push on through. Let's move my Twitter thing over to the side, which, by the way, if you guys want to share what you guys are seeing right now, feel free to do so. All right, whether you want to send it to me on Twitter, whether you want to send it to me from my my email. My email is hockeyboyanate@gmail.com. That's the reason why way back when I said my name is also hockeyboyanate, because that was the original name of my channel. But if you want to send stuff in like other people have before, feel free to do so, and I really do appreciate it. This was sent in here from Weather Sir Service. All right, this is in Columbus, Ohio. Love their hockey team, by the way. Love their hockey team. And you can already see, or you can actually hear. Hold up, let me turn this up here for you all. Listen to all that. It's really hard to tell, but you got some freezing rain and sleet that is currently dumping on through in that general portion, and that's what you guys can anticipate for another probably hour or two as this moves about before it officially shifts off into snow. Is Georgetown, Kentucky getting freezing rain right now? Let me go take a look real quickly as to where that is, because I'm not too familiar with specific geography. I'm familiar with general areas, but let's look it up here. This is north of Lexington, and I think you guys are on the border of getting rain to freezing rain, if I remember correctly. Let's take a look. What radar are we using for this? Let's actually go back, and let's start placing our radars all across the board. Cape Girardeau, yeah, you guys are, so right now you guys are right on the border of sleet and freezing rain as well as snow. So like you're on the ice and the snow line right now, and that'll start to transition here within the next, I'd say, 10 to 15 minutes, just based off of how the current progression of this all has been moving on through. 10 to 15 minutes at minimum. But it's like you guys are right along the border. If I could actually pull up my radar without it, you know, messing up like 5 or 10 times, that would be amazing. But yeah, I'll pull that up here in a second. Here is Lexington and here is Georgetown. And you guys, according to the radar so far, it looks like you guys are getting a massive band of just general rain, all right? But based off of what I'm seeing at the surface here, all right, so we got some surface weather stations that are currently saying that you have temperatures around 32 degrees to 34 degrees. I would not be surprised if it starts to freeze up, but I don't think that's going to be the case as of right now. I think it's a little bit too far south of the freezing line in order for it to really start to freeze up. So I think you guys are getting general rain right now, but it could start to freeze up here soon, especially since that precipitation really isn't going to, you know, it's not really anticipated to go anywhere within the time being. What is happening in Cincinnati? You guys are currently getting a lot of frozen precipitation at the moment, whether it is freezing rain, sleet, maybe a little bit of snow. It's something within there, but yeah, you guys are getting a lot of frozen precipitation within your general vicinity. And the temperatures in that area is below freezing as well, so it's pretty consistent with what's been holding up with the actual ground truth, as I like to say, or other people like to say. So yeah, areas from Cincinnati, Wilmington, further north towards Columbus, you guys could anticipate some freezing rain into your general vicinity. But if you're north of that, so if you're north of that general area of, and I have to remind myself as to what interstate this is, Interstate 70. Wow. How did I not know that was not Interstate, or that was Interstate 70? Jeez. If you're north of Interstate 70 from Columbus and westward, all right, you guys are probably either getting sleet or snow. All right, specifically areas from Columbus and Dayton, you guys are getting sleet. Areas that are north of those areas, you're getting snow. And I mean, of course, you can see here along this massive area here. Let's actually zoom out. And I'll show you guys what exactly is happening here. The white and blue areas across the board right here, this is all snow. Now, once you get towards the orange and pink areas, that all is freezing rain. As well as sleet. I'm actually gonna put this down to like 1. I'm gonna actually put this down to 120 minutes. Make it easier for us. And then, of course, all the green, yellow, even reds in some spots. That is all some big ol' rain. How long before it changes to ice in Wheeling, West Virginia? So, luckily enough, I actually made I made the bottom bar at the bottom, and it actually will tell you when it actually starts to become really significant. So, I would say sometime between the late afternoon, or like sometime around midday here into the late afternoon, all the way up into early tomorrow morning. So I would say that's when you guys could start to get your significant stuff. But in regards to you guys getting it, you know, here within a certain time frame, it could be here within the next, I'd say, oh, you guys are already at freezing in some spots. About 30 minutes to an hour is when you guys can start getting some freezing rain. That is from what it looks like here according to radar. Of course, my radar is going to continue to jitter like the jitterbug until Kingdom Come. But yeah, this is a significant amount of precipitation that is moving on through. And the other thing here, guys, as well, that I want to mention is that it's not just the winter weather that is expected to move on through as well, all right? We have a severe weather threat that is on top of all of this a little bit further to the south. You can see these dark green blobs right within here, and then the yellow blob. This is actually your risk for severe weather in specific spots. So you have your 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale indicated in the dark green, and the 2 out of 5 in yellow. And inside that yellow area is where I am watching for the threat of a couple of tornadoes that could be possible. So I'm just going to have to continue to watch out for how this thing continues to move on through. But the threat for severe weather does exist, and it will happen sometime this afternoon into this evening. So I will be covering this for quite some time. All right, I'm going to be on YouTube here for quite a while. So I'm not going to be moving. Hopefully some other people in the impacted areas won't be moving either. But I'm going to be here trying to provide information to as many people as possible. And if you guys would love to help my channel and spreading this information, that would be greatly appreciated. Whether you're sharing this with friends and family and on social media, like Facebook and Twitter, that would be greatly appreciated. You know, just by getting the link and sending it to like someone like on a text message or something like that, that's even really helpful as well. So I would greatly appreciate it if you guys would help spread this information. And by also hitting the like button down below, that's a good way to help spread information, specifically on YouTube, because that is how YouTube's algorithm works. It actually looks at how many likes a person has or how many likes they get within a certain time period. And if they get a lot of likes, YouTube then shares it with more and more people, thinking that it's content that people would need to see. April rain, sunshine. Oh my goodness. I am stuttering over my words this morning. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Thank you so much. Let's go over, look at this. Dallas-Fort Worth, visibility gone. Visibility gone. So there's your big storm that, your big heavy amounts of snowfall that's moving on through now. We were talking about this earlier. We were saying this big band of snow is going to start to surge on through here in Dallas-Fort Worth. And it's already here in Fort Worth. Look at all this massive amounts of very low ZDR values. And you have some significant amounts of snow that is surging on through now into portions of Fort Worth. And I mean, look at this. I mean, the visibility is gone. The visibility is gone. So man, oh man. And this is all from what we can see there as well on radar. It's not just, you know, us looking at precipitation. We can actually see this all with the different products and stuff like that. So now, of course, I'm going to have to study up on it a lot more, because winter weather, when I'm looking at radar, you know, it's still all relatively new to me, but it's still, you know, radar analysis. That's something that I love to do. And so we got some significant amounts of precipitation moving about. Supercell really starting to ramp in Mississippi already? Already? Oh, Meridian. Possibly Meridian, I'd say, at least. Waiting for Ryan Hawley all to go live. Well, send him a good word from me, alright? Tell him Nate said hi. It doesn't look like Meridian. It probably would be a little bit further south then. Actually, Louisiana. Alright, so yeah. The Weather Channel, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the live stream, by the way, guys. How are you all doing here this morning? Presuming that everyone lives in the United States for the most part. So we also got our severe weather that's moving on through, and yeah, we do have a storm that is trying to wrap up here towards the areas of Independence, Louisiana, north of Hammond. So this is north of the I-12 areas. And this is well off to the north of New Orleans. But we do have a storm here that is starting to produce some rotation right within there. Yep, you can clearly see that. You got your reds moving away from the radar. Your greens are moving towards right in the middle is where your tornadic rotation would be. If we take a look at the spectrum width to see if there is any turbulence, yeah, there is quite a bit of turbulence. And of course, tornadoes do create turbulence. That is a good indication that there could be something that is trying to form there. If we take a look at the correlation coefficient to see if there is a debris signature, I do not see any lowering of the correlation coefficient, so I can't say that this is on the ground right now. But I can say that this storm is really trying to fire off here. And it is trying to tighten. So if I was over in Husser and Loranger, all the way up towards the Franklinton areas, I would start getting into your safe space right now. All right, I would start getting into some form of sturdy structure if you can. I know you guys don't have basements down there, so if you guys could get into the lowest innermost part of your building, that would be greatly appreciated, because this storm could potentially produce a tornado. And if you don't, if you're in like if you're in a mobile home, I keep saying mobile homes won't protect you from tornadoes, and it's true. We've seen multiple times in previous live streams that mobile homes have been completely destroyed by even the weakest of tornadoes. So if you get into a sturdy structure, you could potentially be helping yourself stay safe from these storms. So we do have a bit of rotation here that is near Lamarck. So my goodness. Let's go back over. I want to take a look at the camera again for Fort Worth. And yeah, the visibility just keeps dropping here. Visibility just keeps dropping here. Once again, this is Fort Worth, Texas. Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. So watch out for that. Niagara Falls, what's up? I've been to Niagara Falls like once or twice before. It's an amazing place up there. I-81 corridor, Shenandoah Valley of Virginia, input on ice weather. If you're near Front Royal, you guys could potentially get some ice if you're near the higher elevations. So basically that mountain range around there, that's near, was it 66 or 68 is what it is. I live here. I should know what these areas are. 66. I keep thinking of like Route 68 from something else, but yeah, 66 from Front Royal, Strasburg. That general vicinity. You guys can get some freezing rain. And even towards Charlottesville, honestly. Would not be surprised if Charlottesville got some activity. I mean, it's pretty mountainous across the areas near 64 as well. How's Austin doing? Austin's currently getting quite a lot of frozen precipitation as well. If we go to the Dallas-Fort Worth radar, we can see that Austin's just out of view, so we're going to have to take a look at another radar here. Let's go from radar scope, and let's go take a look here. And Austin is currently situated right here. So this is Austin, and you have some frozen precipitation that's moving on through the general vicinity, indicated in the either blues or the kind of weirdish orangish reddish color. I don't know how to describe that. But you guys are getting some frozen precipitation. There are gaps in the precipitation though. All right, I will say that it is one of those things to where it looks more and more like your event for winter precipitation is starting to kind of seed a little bit. But you guys could still get some precipitation across the board for another couple of hours, so I would not be surprised if you had some more and more activity. Let's see. Whew! That's some crazy icicles right there. This is in western Travis in Texas. Crazy icicles on that tree right there. Weird looking icicles too, honestly. Pretty crazy there. Look at this here from Andrew. My good friend Andrew here. This is a couple of pictures of the snowstorms when it was happening yesterday morning. That was in Illinois, central Illinois to be specific. And I mean, you can see there's quite a bit of snow there. Quite a bit of snow across the board. And just for reference, I mean, you can put the dumpster right here, or even the mailbox, and you can see that there's a good bit of amount of snow. Probably, I'd say, you know, maybe a little bit under a foot to about a foot of snow within the area. But there's definitely a lot of activity. Appreciate it, Katie, for sharing the information on Twitter. I really do. And that's exactly what we got to continue to do, guys. We got to continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible. Because this storm is not stopping anytime soon. And it's looking to be pretty significant. Madisonville is now starting to get into the thick of things. Power outages are now reported. That reminds me here. I want to pull up the power outages. Trixie Cat with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says, great work. Thank you so much for the support to the channel. I really do appreciate it. That means a lot to my channel, so thank you so much. Quite a bit of power outages here so far. We don't have a whole lot in Kentucky quite yet. But Texas, we have 60,000 people without power. And that's more specific towards places near Hunt and Delta counties. Now, there are more people without power into places like Gillespie County. Collin County has about almost 9,000 people without power. Rockwall with 1,500. So this is going to be one of those things where we're going to have to continue to watch out for the amounts of power outages that are possible with this. Arkansas here. I mean, look at the areas that are closer towards the Mississippi River. We have Poinsett County that has about 6,600 people without power. Phillips with 4,800. And if you get towards Cleveland and Lincoln, I mean, between the two, that's almost 4,000 people without power as well. There's quite a few people without power, actually. About 41,000 people that have been tracked by this, by the power outage map without power. So quite a lot of activity over there. And then 42,000 people over here. All right, we have alone 36,000 people in Shelby County. That's in Memphis. All right, they're without power already. So we're expecting that number to potentially rise. That actually probably will rise more than likely. So we're going to continue to watch out as to how this all moves on through as well. Let's go over to Memphis's radar here. And let's take a look and see what's currently happening there with their current conditions. Jonesboro's getting slammed by a bunch of sleet. A lot of sleet, actually. And the freezing line over there is actually quite vast. If we had, you know, a radar in northern Arkansas, southern Missouri, that would be amazing, but unfortunately we don't. So we're kind of just stuck with whatever radar is closest. But we do have quite a lot of freezing rain and sleet that is marching on through. And areas here, basically from Memphis all the way up towards the intersection of I-55 and I-155. There is a significant band of precipitation that is starting to march on through. And whether that's freezing rain or sleet, it doesn't really matter all too much because it's all ice. All of that is ice that is surging on through. So we do have a big, you know, band of precipitation that is starting to march. And we're just hoping that it doesn't get any worse down there. Now, what I want to do here real quickly. Yeah, those trees are continuing to bend that way. That's not good. I want to take a look at the cameras again. I want to see if anything different has appeared from this. Let's take a look at that camera that I said that we should probably come back to in the future. There is definitely a lot more ice than we saw before. Definitely a lot more ice. I still see that big tree branch that's fallen on through, but I haven't seen anything more. I'm not sure if that's new. If that is, then that's all freezing rain. But I think that's actually a part of the tree. But my goodness, I mean, look at all this ice that is across the board here. This is in southwestern portions of Kentucky. You're outside of Memphis and we are losing power? Yeah, I mean, that's to be completely honest with you, that's going to be pretty consistent here sooner rather than later. And I'm just hoping you guys stay warm throughout all of this if you do lose power. Because it's more than likely that some areas are going to do so. Quite a lot of snow over here in Bell City, Missouri. We have a bunch of cameras over here in southeastern Missouri. Do we have any that can give us an idea as to what's happening on the ground? Got a lot of snow that's surging on through here in Puxico. But other than that, it doesn't look that big from that standpoint. It just seems to be more it just seems to be more of a snow event over here towards Poplar Bluff and Cape Girardeau. And I know we have I remember correctly, and if they're still here and they're over into Cape Girardeau still, I think it's now starting to transition to that snow. Now I'm not sure what it's looking like on your end, but that's what it looks like to me. So we'll have to consider that. Let's go back to the storm that's over here that was near Husser and Laranger. And I'm trying to see if this thing did produce a tornado within the time period of us talking about other things. It doesn't look like it did. If it did, it produced a weak tornado, but it looks like it gusted out a lot more. So what happened here is you can see how before there was a little bit of a kink in the system. So you can see a little bit of a hook right within here near Husser. But then as this has progressed on, you can see how this is actually gusted out into a bit more of a line. So you can see the line now start to take shape. This arching part of the storm kind of lost its shape more and more. And it's actually indicated that on the velocities as well, that you have a bit more of a gust front with this. But there's still a little bit of rotation on the northern end of that. So we're going to have to continue to see if that actually does recycle anytime soon. But these storms are now starting to really fire off across portions of the severe watched area. I mean, it's not officially a severe thunderstorm watch quite yet, nor a tornado watch quite yet, but we're still watching for the potential for some severe weather that could surge on through in that general vicinity, and we're just going to have to continue to monitor this. Now, this is a loop of the past 2 hours. And I'm not sure about you guys, but this pink line really hasn't moved anywhere. All right, within the past 2 hours, that pink line hasn't really moved anywhere. And that's not good. That's not good. Especially since, if that freezing rain continues to sit there, freezing rain and or sleet, that is going to continuously dump significant amounts of ice over that area. And the thing of it is too, guys, all right, the thing of it is too, is that I mentioned this earlier on in the stream. For people who have seen, you know, or at least heard of ice hockey before, it only takes about 3/4 of an inch of ice in order for you to have an actual ice surface, you know, that's actually playable for ice hockey. And some of these areas could potentially see even more than that. That right there, in my honest opinion, is really crazy. You could see ice rink amounts of ice within some of these spots. So that is really crazy. But yeah, these are all the current radars that are surging on through. They're taking into account all the current temperatures. So if you are 32 degrees or below, you are more than likely seeing some sort of frozen precipitation. But if you're above that, then not so much. That'll be more of a rain thing. Mesoscale discussion that was issued for the general severe weather area. Watch issuance, probability of watch issuance, 80%. 80% chance for some sort of watch to be issued over there, whether it's a severe watch or a tornado watch. Still likely to be determined, or still going to be determined later on, but definitely something to watch out for. So they're going to say they're going to issue it in about the early afternoon hours, which is about right. I'd say it's about right. Let's see. This is a new picture that was just sent in here from Hartford, Tennessee. And there's a rainbow here on top of what appears to be, you know, there might be a little bit of ice here, but a lot of precipitation has fallen across much of the area. So, my oh my, that is something that I didn't really think I'd see, a rainbow in all of this event. That is, we love to see those. We love to see those. Gloria with the $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Says thank you for the weather information. Thank you so much for tuning into the channel. As I said, I really do appreciate that. I really do. And then Lee Ansty, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really do appreciate that as well. I really do. I really do appreciate the support, guys. Like, I really do. It helps out my channel tremendously. So, you know, thank you so much. We're now getting reports of 3/10 of an inch of freezing rain into portions of northwestern Mississippi and southwestern Tennessee. That is some significant amounts of freezing rain that is now starting to fall. And that's not good. That's not good at all. Let's go back to the radar that's over here in Dallas-Fort Worth. All right, I want to take a look over here again. And, oh yeah, we have still that significant snow that is ongoing here. You can see the very low ZDR values. I believe they are in the negatives, actually. No, they are right at zero. Right at zero. And so we do have some significant amounts of snow that is currently falling at this time. Or heavy amounts of snow, I should say. And this will be only for a short time period, more than likely. I'd say for about an hour. Of course, that's, not exactly short in some people's standards, but, you get what I mean here from this, in regards to what's happening elsewhere in the storm, it's relatively short compared to other areas, so it'll be interesting to say the least. Picayune or Picayune, or I believe it's Picayune. That's how it's pronounced. Mississippi, how bad is the severe weather going to be for you all? You guys could probably get some strong severe storms. I'd expect them sometime within the afternoon to evening hours. We have this massive line that's going to be moving on through here soon. So I would not be surprised if that was the case, to where you guys can get that activity. This doesn't even look to be the main cold front here. That's the funny thing here. This line. This might be a prefrontal line that's moving on through. That could be an issue later on. So we're going to have to watch out for that. Any tornado warnings or touchdowns? Not yet. The severe weather threat has not officially started yet, but it will more than likely start sometime within the next couple of hours. However, we are covering the opposite side of that of the event, I should say. We're covering the winter weather portion of this. Isolated power outages in the Gray Ridge area. Minor ice accumulation on power lines. That is not good. Moderate freezing rain. Trees are rapidly icing up. Several power outages are now reported in the county. This is near Murray, Kentucky. So we have southeastern Missouri that is getting power outages, and southwestern portions of Kentucky that's getting power outages. Oh boy. Newest report just came in. Or not exactly new, but it's still a relatively recent report. Over an inch of freezing rain has been reported. Over an inch of freezing rain has been reported. Oh boy. And this is in southern Missouri, southeastern Missouri, actually. And on top of that, there's been reports around the area of about 1.5 inches of sleet as well. And just a reminder, guys, all right? It only takes 3/4 of an inch of ice in order for you to have a NHL ice surface, all right? That's for ice hockey and stuff, all right? So the fact that these guys are getting larger amounts of ice than an NHL ice surface is more than insane. That is very strong, can bring down structures. That's not good. That's not good. That can cause some significant stress on structures. Significant stress. Let's try and look back at our cameras here to try and see if we can find any sort of damage that has occurred. We haven't seen all too much here, although there's significant amounts of ice here. Yeah, Bell City continues to get a lot of frozen precipitation. It looks like now the areas near Cape Girardeau and Poplar Bluff, they're now starting to get snow. So they're getting like a mix of sleet and snow within the area. Smashville Viking with the 10 says it's the rain in Nashville isn't just rain, it's a mix. It's 35 degrees. Yeah, so that's actually pretty close. They could be getting potentially some freezing rain within the area. So I'd watch out for that too. Now they are in a winter weather advisory, so they're not exactly in the main portion of this risk. But if you're like, you know, if you are a bit further to the north and west, so like Clarksville down to Jackson, you guys are actually in the ice storm warnings, and you guys could get in the main brute force of this. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Nashville actually maybe got a touch of that freezing rain within that area. But thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really do appreciate the support. I really do. Icing still continues. This is rain. All right, so this is freezing rain. But you can see the precipitation that's falling. I mean, that's clearly rain. You know, snow would just kind of like waltz around as it flutters to the ground. This is precipitation that's falling directly down to the ground. That right there is freezing rain. Any good updates for the Dayton, Ohio areas? You guys are now starting to get into the sleet and stuff. My goodness, my ears is dead. My ears are dead, I should say. But my goodness, yeah, you guys are getting some frozen precipitation. I will say this, all right? I'm going to go back over to the radar over there. I think the closest one I have here is Indianapolis. You guys are right on the border of the sleet and snow. All right, so you can see you have the white and blues, and then you have the oranges down below that. So the oranges is sleet, and the white and blues is snow. So I would say you guys are now starting to transition into that phase. And now, because you are in that phase, I don't think you guys will get anywhere near the significant amounts of ice anymore. I think you guys will be done in regards to that threat. Evansville, Indiana. You guys are kind of in a similar situation as well as with Dayton. So I think we might use Paducah's radar for that, actually. Yeah, it's a little bit better. I could use the radar that's right next to Evansville, but it is what it is. You guys are getting quite a bit of freezing rain and sleet at the moment. That is very consistent right now. And that's going to continue to be consistent as this moves on through, so I would watch out for that. But you guys are right on the border of getting snow as well. You can see the freezing line right here that's moving about. And if I switch over to the correlation coefficient, the freezing line is actually a little bit further to the west than I originally drew. So it's still marching on. It's still marching on through, but until this freezing line officially marches on about, you guys are anticipated to still get a lot of icing within that area. We're getting a lot of reports now. Reports in Mullensburg, Kentucky, of glaze developing. Northern Todd counties over the last 30 minutes, tree branches and elevated surfaces are now getting ice. Over here, 4 miles northwest of Masonville, well south of Owensboro, Kentucky. Ice on power lines, tree limbs falling. Quite a lot of activity over there. Princeton, there are now trees down and power outages across the board. That is from social media. And then ice is now starting to build rather quickly in towards areas near Eddyville. And we mentioned earlier, in the beginning of the stream, we said Princeton, Madisonville, you guys are now about to get hammered by some significant amounts of freezing rain. And that is very consistent here. I mean, we've got some reports, as I said, of that, of the effects, I should say, of the cause. And here we go. This is continuing to be the case. So if you guys were to continue, as I said, to get this information out to as many people as possible, we're trying to spread the information with as many people as we can. That would be greatly appreciated. Because there could be some people who are in, say like mobile homes. And with significant amounts of freezing rain that we, saw from the report earlier, I mean, over an inch of freezing rain in some areas, that could, start to really do damage to infrastructures. And so if you can imagine that in some of the other areas as well, I mean, that is a huge cause for concern. So as I said, share this information if you can. Like on Facebook, Twitter, social media, Instagram, we have about 700 people in here. So, and this is just a hypothetical, but if you can imagine all 700 people going on to like Facebook and Twitter, and slapping a link to my stream, or even, you know, other people's streams, trying to spread the information that way. I mean, we can reach a lot of people that way, so if you guys could, please share the information. Let's go over to ZDR. It appears we have a lot of bands that are moving on through. A huge band that just surged on into portions of Paducah and Golconda. That's going to be a lot of freezing rain here. That's going to be a lot of freezing rain and sleet that's going to start to surge on through here. So Paducah, Golconda, this is going to head off towards the Morganfield and Sturgis areas, basically along the border of Illinois, Kentucky, heading off towards Evansville. Evansville, you actually might get some activity here. I would say within the next 30 to 45 minutes. I'd say about 45 minutes is when you guys can actually start to get your activity. I would not be surprised, but yeah, we do have a surging band of sleet and freezing rain that is starting to move on through. And I'll have to continue to look out for that as this moves about. But yeah, some significant amounts of that precipitation that is moving on through. And then we also have our band of snow, heavy snow, that is on the opposite side of our freezing layer that is pushing out. And we can actually take a look at this on radar. You can see a little bit of that band right there. All right, look at this. This extends over from I-64 all the way down towards the Oak Ridge and Greenville areas. Right within here, that is your big band of heavy snow that's going to move on through. And so we're going to have to continue to watch out as for how this is going to move about. But yeah, it's a big outbreak of significant ice. We already have some significant ice amounts that could cripple infrastructure. It's definitely a crippling ice storm if we haven't seen one before. So my, oh my. Let's take a look at the power outages again. Let's try and see. Wow, so Tennessee is now starting to climb. Shelby County, over 43,000 people without power now. Fayette, 2,000. Haywood, about... that county's actually relatively small, about 700. Tipton, 2,000 people without power. There's a lot of people without power in this general vicinity. A lot of people without power. So my goodness. Jasmine, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. And on top of all the winter weather that we are anticipating, we also have a severe weather threat that's going to end up developing here towards portions of the deep south as well. So we're going to have to continue to watch out as to how that develops. But there is a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale for some of these areas. And this does include portions of Birmingham all the way down towards Meridian and Hattiesburg, Gulfport, Pensacola, Montgomery. So there is a real threat for tornadoes within this general vicinity. And there is a decent amount of energy as well. I'm taking a look at the convective available potential energy here, or the CAPE. The CAPE amounts, which basically tells us as to how much energy there is for thunderstorms to either form or sustain. And we do have a bit of it. It's already starting to kind of reach into some of these areas. And these areas of the dark green and yellows is where we should really watch out, especially since those are some relatively high amounts of CAPE that is starting to surge on through. And we're only expected to get more even after this point. So we're going to have to continue to watch out for how this continues to unfold. Let's go back here. Let's go back. Where is... here's Fort Worth again. All right, let's take a look at the sky cam from Fort Worth. And visibility is gone, my friends. I mean, it's even worse than what it was before. Go back to the radar real quickly before we go over to the sky camera again. Look at this massive band of snow that's surging on through now. Massive band. The ZDR, I mean, that shows some very significant amounts of snow that could be possible here within this. All within this gray area. That indicates some very, very heavy snowfall. And we do have some very strong banding. So let's go back over to that sky camera here. And yeah, visibility is completely gone, my friends. Visibility is completely gone. Well, you are a moderator on my Discord server, so there you go. But yeah, visibility. I mean, just look at this. If you go back, you know, I think what, 30 minutes? 30 minutes ago? I mean, we could see a building that was over here. Now we can't see the building anymore. And we can barely see these buildings. We can barely see these buildings. So things have definitely progressed. Very quickly. Greater Cincinnati, ice. Oh yeah. I mean, that's going to be really consistent here. You're going to see a lot of that. Let's actually move our radar over here towards Wilmington, Ohio. All right, let's see if we can get our precipitation over there. Turn off our mesofill. And while that is loading, let's go and take a look at the severe weather that's already starting to kind of pile up in multiple bands here. Multiple bands here into portions of extreme eastern Louisiana, central to southern portions of Mississippi. We have quite a lot of strong storms that are moving on through now. I don't see any that have rotation at the moment, so that is the good news. But they are starting to develop. There could be potentially one that's over near Zona and Folsom. So I would watch out for that. And then this line out in front over here from Bogalusa down towards Bush and Sun, as well as Covington, that is an area that I'm watching out for. So basically, if you're along I-59 from Slidell and even to New Orleans, I'll say even, well, I mean, you can't go down to New Orleans with 59, but if you're from Slidell and you live all the way up to Laurel, Mississippi, so that includes Hattiesburg, Lumberton, you guys need to watch out for some severe weather that's going to be moving on through within your general vicinity relatively soon. You know, it's going to be moving off pretty quickly as well. Sandra with the $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate the support. I really do. Oh boy. I'm looking at this freezing rain again, guys. I mean, I just pulled it back up here. I just pulled it back up just to see if the freezing rain has moved. And the only thing that really has moved is the sleet. I mean, look at this. All of it has stayed in the same exact area. The same exact area. Man. I mean, this is going to continue to be the case here for quite some time. We're going to continue to see this. And especially since some areas have already gotten over an inch of ice. Man. Let's try and see if we can find any other cameras here. Let's go over to the one that's over near Olive Branch, Mississippi. Oh yeah, those trees are starting to bend. They are starting to bend. Yep, if you guys remember, we were looking at this before. Yeah, they're already bending. Look at that. There's a branch right there that is already kind of toppled over. Look at that. We already are seeing some damage of freezing rain right within here. You can see this tree that is buckled right within there. Big buckling. So some significant amounts of freezing rain is ongoing right now, and we're already seeing the byproducts of this. And, you know, even with the trees here, you can see there's already ice on some of these trees. But it's just there's so much ice here on these bigger trees where they have so many branches that it's really starting to topple over. And this tree is now starting to kind of fall down a bit. So Huntington and Parkersburg are now in winter storm warnings from the looks of it. And that kind of makes sense too. But man. I also love how we have a casual blizzard warning that's over into western portions of Texas. What's this blizzard warning for anyways? Wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour with snow accumulations up to 2 to 5 inches. So that kind of makes sense. Yeah, that's blizzard conditions right there. Yeah, I hope there isn't as many power outages over in Texas as there was last year. That was significant. Dude. I came back to this camera just for a second here. All right, this is the Fort Worth camera again, and it's even worse than it once was. It's even worse than it was before. We can barely see these buildings now. The visibility is gone. Travel is going to be almost impossible. Monster storm in Wichita Falls? Sheesh. I hope you guys are okay over there. I hope you guys are okay. 10 inches of snow in St. Louis and still ongoing? My, oh my. St. Louis has been asking for some sort of weather. There you go. You got some snow there. Alma Clark, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. You know, oh, they made the color different on the camera, but yeah, as I said, thank you so much for becoming a member. That's the best way to support my channel, and I really do appreciate that. I really do appreciate it. If you want to become a member to the channel, it's right next to the subscribe button that hopefully you've pressed already. It's that join button right there. It's $5 a month, but you guys get special emotes, you get special badges and stuff like that, special content that I'll upload for you all. But it's basically like sponsoring my channel, and I really do appreciate all the people that have done that. So thank you so much. But yeah, this visibility is pretty gone. Is this coming to Maryland? It depends upon where you live in Maryland. If you live, say, near DC, probably not. If you're in northern Maryland, like right along the Mason-Dixon line, you guys could. And if you're over near Cumberland, you're definitely going to get some activity. But it's going to be harder once you get towards, like, Hagerstown and Frederick to actually get some activity. You're an hour out from Olive Branch. You're holding steady at 40 degrees. Yeah, the rain is holding their branches. Yeah, I hope that it doesn't go any further. If it goes any further south and east, you know, we're going to see a lot more significant impacts than we originally anticipated. Oh, Smithsburg. Yeah, I went to Hagerstown last night. I'm a coach for ice hockey team, so I went to the ice rink last night. Was enjoying my time. But yeah, Smithsburg, once you get towards South Mountain, you guys might actually get something. So Smithsburg's pretty close to South Mountain. You guys might get something. You guys might. But yeah, man, oh man. There is a lot of freezing rain over here in Memphis. I mean, this is really consistent right here. Temperatures are continuing to be at or around 32 degrees, which means that there is definitely still activity ongoing. What is this? Oh, interesting. Come in. Give me a second, chat. All right, so this is something that I was actually trying to look for here. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. I wanted to see this. I wanted to see this, and this is good news. All right, this is really good news. I am currently looking at the ZDR profiles, and we have some very high amounts of ZDR right within here. Now, we also have very high amounts of correlation coefficient, and we have barely any precipitation behind this, especially towards Newport and stuff like that. So what does that tell me? That tells me that we have this rear end of the storm that's over near Searcy, Batesville, Heber Springs, Newport, heading off towards Jonesboro eventually. That is starting to decay. What that means is that this storm, that portion of the event is going to start to lessen and lessen and lessen, and the event is starting to kind of decay for those areas. So that is a good news. That is a really good sign of what I just saw here from this area. We have a decaying snow squall that is ongoing at the moment. So that's pretty cool. I didn't think I would actually see that here today, but I just did. And that is amazing. That is amazing. So some very good news. Very good news. We now have reports inside Mayfield. All right, so we have damage reports now inside Mayfield of a 12-inch diameter limb that have came out of a pine tree. So it's actually snapped. We also have reports in Evansville of a 1/4 of an inch of ice, and it's still freezing rain and or sleeting as of the time the report came through. Man. Wow. All right. Listen to this. This is the other big city that got hit by the quad state supercell, the big tornado that went on through on December 10th. Dawson Springs. The entire city of Dawson Springs is without power. Approximately 1,700 structures without power in Hopkins County. Dawson Springs, the town and or city that got hit by the significant tornado that is still recovering from it, by the way, is without power. That is... man. And that's what I was mentioning earlier on in the stream. This entire area to where the quad state tornado or the quad state supercell moved on through, this is going right over that. All this rain, all this freezing rain, all this ice, it's going right over the exact areas of where the tornado actually went through. Man, oh man. I mean, this is definitely not good. Let's go back to Dallas Fort Worth here. Let's go back to the radar here. We're starting to see an uptick in the amounts of snow that's starting to fall across the board here. But Fort Worth is starting to get towards the end of it. Fort Worth is definitely starting to get towards the end of it. But we have this massive band of snow that's still surging on through. So from Denison all the way down to Sherman, McKinney, Louisville, Fort Worth, Cleburne, Walnut Springs, Meridian. You guys are all in a significant band of snow that's moving on through. Significant band of snow. And areas like Richardson, Dallas, DeSoto, Waxahachie, Leonard, Greenville, Paris, Boswell. You guys are about to get hit by the significant band of snow. And if we go back over here to the live camera of Dallas-Fort Worth, you can see that we do have this here. We do have this here. We just got a picture here. This is from Carbonado. He measured the amount of snow that he has over in Owasso in Oklahoma. And look at that. About 8 inches of snow from the system over there. And that's what I was kind of gunning for. 5 to 8 inches of snow at maximum, but 3 to 5 inches of snow consistently around the area. Not really all too surprised in that, so... But man, oh man. What about Northeastern Oklahoma? Well, you guys are starting to get out of the risk now. So the snow has started to move out of your area. It's been like that for the past couple of hours now. But you guys could see some residual amounts of general snow, snow precipitation. So I'd watch out for that as well. You still could, I'd say, get about an inch or two of extra snow. But the main risk for you guys is now pretty much over. But you guys are still going to get some stuff regardless. I want to take a look over here. Man, that's a lot of significant snow that's surging on through. This line here from basically Princeton all the way down to Marion and Cape Girardeau has some significant amounts of snow right in behind this. And what are you? Oh yeah, it's building. It's building. So the areas over here, Cape Girardeau, Goreville, Vienna, Harrisburg, this area over here in southern Illinois, extreme southeastern Missouri, and extreme western portions of Kentucky near Paducah, you're about to see a massive band of winter precipitation that's about to move on through. Significant band. Based off of, look at the low correlation coefficient values. Now, the thing of it is this is out in front of the storm, all right? So this is out in front of all that massive precipitation. And when you see that in front of that, that means that all the stuff is starting to build and build and build. And you're going to see like this big snowflakes or big sleet pellets. And we can anticipate that for areas even further to the north and east of that. Vienna, Harrisburg, heading off towards the Ohio River along the borders of Indiana and Illinois and southern portions of the states. We can anticipate this to keep going. So we have a lot of frozen precipitation that is really going to start firing off here pretty soon. Now, there might be a little convective band here. There might be a little convective band over here in Benton of snow. There might be. I'm still relatively new in that, but yeah, there might be a little convective band over there in Benton. So I would not be surprised if there was a little bit of precipitation over there. Yeah, it does look like there's a little convective band over there in Benton with some ice. Some sleet within that area. So I would not be surprised. Could potentially be thunder snow within that area. Could definitely be thunder snow. How's Hartford, Kentucky looking? Let me pull that up here real quickly. How about Galveston, Lamarck, Texas for today? Yeah, I'll take a look at that here in a second as well. Hartford, Kentucky is anticipated to be on the border of this event. It's really interesting, but you guys are probably going to start to see a shift into freezing rain here. I'd say within a couple hours from now. All right, I'd say it'll really start to fire off about an hour and a half to 2 hours from now. As for Galveston and Lamarck, Texas, you guys, it's really interesting for them specifically because it's right along the coastline, and usually the coastline has a lot of warm air attributed to that general vicinity. And so if we take a look over here, let's go to what's the best place to do this. Let's go South Central. And as this pushes on through, or is expected to push on through, you can see a band of freezing rain that is potentially possible for portions like Corpus Christi and Houston. But it's not expected to be a whole lot, specifically near Houston and Galveston. You guys could see a little bit, but it'd be more of a threat towards, like, you know, Corpus Christi more than anything. So I'd watch out for that. Georgia's not expected to get a whole lot from this event. You can see, if anything, you guys could get some severe weather from Thursday into Friday. More than likely be an overnight event for you all. Indianapolis, you guys are kind of in a weird position right now. And the reason why I say that is because you guys are about to transition into the phase of the peak of this significant amount of snow for this final wave that's moving on through. Let's see if I can find a good radar here. Yeah, this is good enough. This is good enough. So there is a huge band of snow that's going to start to kind of push on through here really soon. You can see all the dark blues that are going to move about. And this has been slowly creeping a lot further and further to the north, and this is anticipated to touch your guys' area a little bit. So southern portions of Indianapolis could see still some big-time snowfall rates. But I'd say, you know, if we go back to the radar here, once we get to about the 3 to 4 o'clock hours, that is when the peak is going to be, and then it's going to rapidly decline after that. And most of this activity, the main activity, I should say, should be out of your hair by about 8 to 9 p.m. tonight. Now, Central Ohio, however, you guys are expected to continue to get this activity. I mean, you're getting some significant activity right now, but you're going to continue to see that freezing rain, sleet, and snow all the way up through until about midnight tonight. Even then, actually past midnight, honestly, you're going to probably continue to see this all the way up into Friday morning. So I would just continue to stay indoors if you guys can. I wouldn't travel through any of this. But yeah, I mean, we have some pretty significant amounts of that frozen precipitation now. Will Nashville have any problems? They definitely could, but not as significant as some people who are to the west of you, like in Memphis. Speaking of that, let's actually go over to the camera in Olive Branch. And, yep, the trees are definitely starting to fall over there. you remember how the trees were kind of upright, kind of like this almost? And now the branch, you can see how it's arcing more. And I'm not sure. I think this is a part of this tree right here. I thought that maybe something like that fell over, but yeah, you have a tree right here and then a tree right here. And some big time limbs are starting to fall over because of the significant amounts of ice. Let's go over to the other camera. This is over in Cadiz, Kentucky. And it doesn't look like a whole lot has changed so far in regards to any sort of tree limbs that might have fallen over. Maybe this one. Maybe this one's a lot further down towards the bottom. But you can definitely tell the pine tree that was here is completely covered, and all the branches have been kind of, you know, I don't want to say stripped. They've definitely been lowered, and it's not really all too visible anymore. Let's see. This is over in what? Bell City, Missouri. Bell City, Missouri. And they are getting quite a lot of snow and freezing rain as well. This is actually around the areas to where there was reports of over an inch of freezing rain, which, just for perspective for people who don't know how significant freezing rain can actually be. Freezing rain, once you get above a half an inch of freezing rain, that's when it can be really significant to trees and power lines. But to put it into even more perspective, an NHL ice rink only needs 3/4 of an inch of rain, or freezing rain, I should say, or even ice. Not really freezing rain, but ice, if you get what I mean, in order for your ice surface to be sustainable for playing, you know, for your ice hockey game. So the fact that we have areas over an inch of ice. Inch of rice, I almost said that. Sheesh. An inch of ice. People are getting ice rink amounts of ice across the board. And that right there, that's just very significant. Very significant. So we're going to have to continue to watch out for how this continues to play out. But yeah, it looks like the visibility is now starting to increase now. Look, we can now see some of the buildings over here on the side. That band over there in Dallas-Fort Worth is now starting to push on through, and Fort Worth in itself is now starting to get out of that area. Now, I want to go over to the Dallas Skyline camera. I believe this one looks at what I want to, and it does. We're going to pay attention to this now. All right, so we saw how the visibility impacted Fort Worth. What about Dallas? What about Dallas? Well, let's see how this works here. You can see the visibility behind Dallas. I'm assuming we're looking off. What is this? We're looking off to the west, maybe? I can't really tell all too much, but the visibility behind the skyline is really, really low. But the buildings in front of that are really high, so we're just gonna have to continue to see as to what the visibility could be like with this. Let's take a look at the power outages again. There's a lot of people without power in California for whatever reason. But over here, all right, Shelby County. This is the county that we've been talking about for quite some time. 60,000 people without power. 60,000 people without power. Just for reference, that county is where Memphis is. And there is a lot of people without power. That is expected to continue to rise, or that number is expected to continue to rise. And then over in Kentucky, Callaway County only has 450 people in it, but 366 of them are without power as well. And then Hopkins County, which is where Dawson Springs is at. There's a report of how the entire city of Dawson Springs, which got hit by the December 10th, 2021 significant quad state supercell and or large tornado, they are without power again. I was looking east on the Dallas skyline. That sucks. We're going to need a different camera then. We're going to need a different camera. Lake Cliff Tower. It's all frozen. Can't see. Yeah, there's the Dallas skyline again.
Continues our team coverage from Frisco.
No.
I want to show you just how much ice.
Stop. I don't want that anymore. I don't want people to tell me what's going on in that. So I don't know where this is looking. I really don't. But this is actually probably a lot more, it's probably a better reference as to what the visibility could be like as that giant snow squall moves on through Dallas-Fort Worth. And you can see here, once again, look at this massive band that will surge on through here, all in this dark blue. And if we go over to the ZDR, you can see how you have a lot of grays underneath that, indicating that there is a lot of significant amounts of snow within that general vicinity. And then, of course, out in front of it, you have some low amounts of correlation coefficient, which indicate that you have a lot of building within that snow. And so, yeah, you can see crap ton of snow within this area. So watch out for that. Watch out for that. There is going to be very low visibility. Very low visibility. We might actually, hold up. I believe there is actually a camera over here. Globe Life Park. Yeah. So if you were to believe that AT&T Stadium, home of the Dallas Cowboys, was right here, you probably wouldn't. There's Globe Life Park. That's where the Texas Rangers play. And we can barely see any of that. I mean, the camera is what? It appears to be about a quarter of a mile away. And we can barely see anything. So if you can imagine the people driving within some of these areas, yeah, it's not going to be the best of conditions. What about Lawton, Oklahoma, and Wichita Falls? Could they see any more residual snow? I think it's definitely possible. You guys could get some residual snow from the backside of this low pressure system, but otherwise, I think the main threat is practically over. Well, that's good, security guard. Nice to see that. Nice to see that you get the night off for the time being. Usually, whenever I live stream, you always are, you always are working. But now you seem to be all right now. Let's take a look at a little bit of the severe weather down here. We haven't looked at this in a while. And that's the reason. The reason for that is because we haven't really had the need to look down there. Of course, you guys know that if a tornado warning does sound off, we do have a little bit of a notification system that moves on through and tells us that. That won't be an issue. But I do not see any storms here that could potentially be tornadic. Not quite yet, at least. I want to go back to the convective available potential energy numbers. And the amounts of CAPE has risen. Yeah, so there is a larger amounts of CAPE now. That's a storm that I want to look out for. It's right there. Whew. No lightning with that so far, but it does have quite a bit of CAPE. I wish I had more radars here. Or if I wasn't using any radars, I probably could switch it over, but that's not going to be the case. I'm going to need to use another tab here. I'm going to need to have another radar here pretty soon. That's fine, though. So we were talking about how there was some significant amounts of snow that was moving on through Marion, Jonesboro, Harrisburg, and Cape Girardeau. Yeah, it's still here. I mean, look at that. That's probably as deep of blue as you can get. Probably the deepest blue color that you can get with all of that. And man, that ZDR is gone. Heavy amounts. And then the KDP out in front of this indicating that there's still some heavier snow building. Thunder snow in Dallas? Oh boy. So there you go, thunder snow. And actually, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised about that. Let's see if I can find any convective bands. Yeah. I mean, there definitely could be some thunder snow. Let's see if I can go higher up in the atmosphere and see if I can find it. Yeah. There's definitely convective bands. That is definitely thunder snow. That definitely could be thunder snow. So I would not be surprised if that was the case. Let's go back to that sky camera over here. That's right, Denton doesn't have their stuff. Let's go back to Globe Life. The visibility's even worse. How does that even happen? How does the visibility get worse? You're already about a quarter away from Globe Life Park, which is a huge baseball stadium right here. And you can barely now even see that. Before, we could see the roof on that. Man. That is insane. Visibility is gone, and if you can imagine people traveling through that, that is not the best case scenario. Had 3 inches of sleet, and now it's snowing in your neck of the woods in Oklahoma. So cold it makes your butt cheeks clench. Sounds about right. Denton is a much more open area. Dallas has like a bubble over them. Yeah, more than likely. But yeah, massive band, heavy snow, very heavy snow that is surging on through into portions of Dallas-Fort Worth. So we got quite a lot of activity here, and then we just had a report here in Greenville, Texas. A quarter of an inch of freezing rain. A quarter of an inch of freezing rain that is possible. Man, oh man. All right, so let's go full screen here. We have this Renegade Supercell that's up here in Tuscaloosa. What is this? What is this Renegade Supercell right here? Ooh. Ooh. Oh. So this storm right here actually has some tornadic potential, guys. Heading into Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Tuscaloosa, Alabama. there is a thunderstorm that could potentially be tornadic. Wow. I'm gonna go. So right about there. Actually, I'm gonna set my home there. Place home there. Move marker. Storm motion from marker. Move marker. Move home. Let's get timings here. Ooh. Alright, so yeah, it's staying relatively consistent with its track. It's going to be north of Tuscaloosa. It's going to be north of Tuscaloosa from what it looks like. Elrod, Samantha, you guys are going to be impacted. About a half an hour to an hour from now. I'd say about a half an hour if you're near Elrod. So if you are in Elrod, you need to watch out. Because there could potentially be some strong storms moving on through that could potentially be tornadic. If you look at the velocities here, we definitely have that. That is definitely the case. So we're going to have to continue to watch out for how this thing continues to form. But man, oh man. Dude, I want to go back to the stuff that's over here near Paducah. All right, this cell over here, Harrisburg. Oh, so things are now starting to shift now. So Cape Girardeau is now once again back in sleet. Yeah, so it's now sleeting again in Cape Girardeau. Unknown It's a mystery. That doesn't make any sense. What does make sense, though, is how significant some of this precipitation actually is. Because this is some very significant precipitation that is starting to surge on through in Harrisburg. Very significant precipitation. Correlation coefficient is very low within areas near Vienna, Goreville, Dongal. You can anticipate another significant band to move on through here relatively soon. The precipitation type has changed over in Marion, in Williamson, Illinois. It's changed from sleet to very heavy snow. Very heavy snow. So that right there, is really consistent with what we've been saying here on radar. Very consistent. We also what appears to be gravity waves down here too. Either that or these are convective bands. We might have convective bands over here in the portions of Paducah. So you might even see thunder snow over here, guys. Or thunder sleet, I should say. Thunder sleet. But man, oh man. Let's go back over to... Let's go back over to the severe thunderstorm here. Well, not exactly a severe thunderstorm quite yet, but it is about to be. The enhanced echo tops here show the tops of the thunderstorms climbing over 32,000 feet. So this thunderstorm is starting to get taller. A lot taller, actually. And it's starting to become a lot more organized. We have an actual tornadic updraft that is starting to develop here, according to ZDR. So this tells me that this storm is trying to take that next step here. It is starting to take that next step. So guys, we need to share this information with as many people as possible. As I said, we need to try and, get this crucial information to people who live here. Whether it's in Alabama where this potential tornadic storm could be, whether it is over in Kentucky, in Illinois, and Indiana, where they're getting significant amounts of freezing rain, sleet, and snow. That includes Western Tennessee, I should say, not Texas. There is a significant amount of just intense weather, extreme weather. And we need to get this information out to people who could potentially need it. So if you guys could get the link to this stream, and just start sending it to people like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You know, if you start texting people who live in these areas, this information can be crucial to them. Very beneficial to them, too. Yep. Power numbers are still climbing significantly, actually. Let's go back to Globe Life Park here. In Arlington. And we can't see the baseball stadium anymore. Can't see the baseball stadium anymore. It is officially... Well, I mean, I can see a little bit of it, actually. I can see the walls right here. But I could barely see it. I can barely make it out. It is, there is some significant amounts of snow that is falling within the short period of time right in there. Yep, a snow-nado can occur. It actually has happened before. You're probably right, Michael. There's a lot of people, you know, on multiple different streaming platforms that originally said there probably is just going to be regular thunderstorms, no severe weather. You know, and that was, you know, a couple of days out. I mean, everyone who's been watching my videos, you guys know that I've been saying that there is going to be severe weather on top of all the winter weather with all this, so... Only the real ones know that we have been on top of practically everything here. So I'm not gonna lie, winter weather coverage is now starting to get pretty fun. And the reason being is because I'm actually starting to understand here, based off of radar, what exactly is happening. And before, I wasn't able to do that, you know, because snow, originally I thought there was, like, snow was snow, you know? But now, since I realize that you can actually look at specific things, you know, I'm gonna have to study up more and more to try and understand as to what all could potentially be happening. But this is this is really amazing that you can actually tell that this stuff could be happening within specific spots. Let's go to Don Murray. Let's go to his live coverage over here from Radar Omega. And as he's traveling through these neighborhoods here, I mean, you could see quite, you know, quite a bit of stuff that's surging on about. But I don't see any sort of damage quite yet. That's good. How will ice be in Covington? Let me take a look here real quickly. So there's a bunch of Covingtons, first off. I'm assuming you're talking about Covington, Texas? Assuming. And if it is Covington, Texas, then you guys could get a decent amount of snow still, but you're actually in a big snow band right now, actually. Big snow band. So you're on the Cincinnati one. All right, so there's a 50-50 shot there. I mean, there's a bunch of Covingtons, but there's like two big Covingtons that I know. There's one in Texas. And then, of course, if we transition over here to this Covington, you can see that there's a lot of freezing rain around much of your area. You guys are right on the border of actually freezing rain and sleet, actually. So Cincinnati, Covington right here, you guys are getting a lot of frozen precipitation. And that's not expected to go away anytime soon, honestly. I think this is going to continue to be a big threat. There's already been reports of quarters of an inch size hail, or not hail, geez, size ice. Ice and hail is practically the same thing, but I mean, hail just falls from the sky. Ice, in this instance, just freezes on the ground. But, yeah, there's already a quarter of an inch of ice in Louisville. And if we can anticipate that's how much you have over there, then just imagine what you guys could be getting over in Covington and Cincinnati, especially since you guys, you know, even though you guys aren't just getting the activity, you guys are getting into the major bands of this now. All right, you're starting to get into the very strong bands of this. So, and you already see the freezing line right within here too. So anywhere south of that is freezing rain and sleet. And anywhere north of that is pretty much getting snow. But yeah, depending upon where you are in Ohio, you guys could be seeing snow, sleet, or freezing rain. Or even just regular rain. Let's go back to that cell over there near Elrod. And the storm has kind of died out a little bit. The ZDR column has kind of failed. The strong echo tops that were on it has also kind of failed. Now, the main reason for this, from what I can assume, is because there isn't really a whole lot of convective available potential energy within that area. But if we go over to this radar here, all right, so the cell near Meridian, I just saw just for a glimpse on radar, that has a pretty decent looking hook on it. And I do want to take a look at that here for a bit. I appreciate everyone who's came out to the stream so far. Thank you so much. We have quite a bit of people watching here. Over 400, so I really do appreciate that. If you guys would love to help me share this information with as many people as possible on YouTube, please like the live stream, because that is how YouTube's algorithm works. The more the people like the live stream within a short period of time, the stronger the outreach there is to more and more people on YouTube. So if you guys would do that, that would be greatly appreciated. And yeah, we can continue to get this information out to more people who's on YouTube. And even if you don't like the live stream, if you want to share this information with friends and family, send a text message or something like that, that would be greatly appreciated too, because we're spreading it onto other platforms as well. But yeah, this cell over here near Marion and Meridian, I mean, it looks all right. It's not the best thing I've ever seen, though. So I don't know what Reed is exactly looking at there. What about the cell over here near Bogalusa? This is a lot of strong damaging winds with this, actually, from what I can tell. Yeah, there's actually quite a lot of strong damaging winds. I'm actually watching for the potential for something to be tornadic right over here, just to the east of Bogalusa, heading towards the Poplarville and Lumberton areas over here into portions of southern Mississippi. So if you're over there near Interstate 59, near the Poplarville and the Lumberton areas, you guys need to watch out, all right? You guys could definitely see something tornadic that can move on through. Would not be surprised if that is the case, honestly, because there is, from what appears to be a very strong thunderstorm that's moving on through. We even have the cloud tops up here. We take a look at this and we call this the enhanced echo tops. This is in upwards of 40,000 feet up in the sky. That is really high up in the sky, actually, really high. So we're seeing quite a lot of activity from that. Let's go and take a look at the Dallas skyline here. And I want you guys to kind of get a grasp as to what we're looking at before we come back to this here in a bit. All right. So you can see the skyline here in front of us. This is clearly, you know, relatively widespread and is very clear. So we can tell as to what the buildings look like and all. But in a few minutes, that's not going to be the case anymore, because we are about to get some significant amounts of snow that is about to push on through into portions of Dallas. You guys see all of this kind of grayish areas? This is a product that tells me as to where the heavy snow could potentially be, as well as the rates of which it actually comes down onto the ground. And it's heading right for Dallas. It's actually right next to Dallas here. So we're going to have to continue to watch out. But yeah, there's a convective band that just pushed on through. There might be another one that's moving on through south of Dallas. So southern Dallas all the way down to Waxahachie. Might get another shot of thunder snow down there. You might. There's reports of thunder snow over there. And definitely could be the case again here. Yeah, man, there's a lot of snow over there near Dallas. So let's go back over here to the camera. And the the building over on the left-hand side is already starting to lose visibility there now. Visibility is already starting to die out. I just had a picture here from Columbus, Ohio here of a lot of ice. And they're mentioning that power is now out over there in Columbus, Ohio. Power is now out. And I mean, look at that. A lot of sleet. A lot of sleet in that general area as well. We also got this picture here. This is from WREG News Channel 3. And this is in the Memphis area. Look at this. Look at these trees down here because of the ice. I mean, look at that. Big portion of the tree that just chipped out. Carl's Jr.'s is good. Not gonna lie, Alma. Not gonna lie. Carl's Jr.'s is good. Hi from Germany. Used to live in the USA. Love your coverage. Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, just look at that damage there. That's what all this ice can do, guys. That's what we are watching out for the most. The significant amount of ice that can just basically topple these trees. This is in Poplar Bluff, Missouri. It's been sleeting since 1 a.m. Possible 1 to 2 inches of sleet. That's crazy. Here, let's see. See what they got here. I mean, you can clearly hear it. I mean, it's almost like you have pop rocks in your mouth and you're, you know, hearing them snap, crackle, and pop. Or when you pour milk in some Rice Krispie Treat cereal. There you go. Wow. Oh. So, apparently, ice storm warnings have been, or not really extended, but they've been updated for Greenville, Mississippi. And yes, they go as far south as this. They go as far south as Greenville, Mississippi. And just for reference as to where that is, we're going to use GR Earth here with that. Here is Greenville, Mississippi. And this is where all the winter weather is occurring, all towards the north. So they're expecting this southern band that's over near Dallas, Fort Worth, to start to surge on through and push off into that general vicinity. And that's something that we're going to have to watch out for as this push is about. But let's take a look back at the sky cam here for Dallas. We're going to keep, going back to this probably every 5 minutes to try and see if we can find something here. A quarter of an inch of ice creates 15 times the weight of something. The weight something can withstand. Wow. That's crazy. Any updates for North Shore in Louisiana? Let me take a look here in a second. So I think you guys could probably get some severe weather here soon. I think you guys are actually getting impacted by this. Well, not quite yet. Not quite yet. But you guys are going to get hit by these bands of storms. And it's going to be 2 separate waves, too. It's going to be 2 waves of storms that's going to move on through. So I'd watch out for that if you guys can. And in regards to how quickly this is moving off, and when you guys can actually see this, these storms are moving off relatively slow. So I would say probably within the next hour to hour and a half is when you guys could actually start seeing some consistent precipitation. And probably about an hour and a half to 2 hours from now is when you guys could actually see the significant amounts of precipitation. If you guys remember me talking about the cell that was over near Bogalusa in Poplarville, it's starting to do things. It is definitely starting to do things. You can take a look at the rotation here. I'll actually go back a scan to make it easier for not only me, but you guys to see as well. Reds are winds moving away. Greens are winds moving towards. So right in the middle, right about there is where the tornadic rotation would be, which is right along the border of Louisiana, Mississippi, right at that corner. So it's near Angie, Fernando, Sandy Hook, Mississippi, heading towards the Baxter, Taloa, Lumberton vicinity, as well as Purvis. So if you live in those areas there of Mississippi, you need to watch out. All right, there's a storm that could potentially be tornadic that's going to be surging on through, and it already has hail. Let's take a look at the maximum expected hail size here, and look at this. Heavy amounts of hail. You can see some of the greens indicate about 3/4 of an inch of hail that is possible with this. So we're getting all sorts of aspects of ice here from this this storm system. We've got freezing rain, we've got sleet, we got snow, and we've got hail now in the severe weather aspect. So this is just a complete double whammy. A double whammy, if you will, of weather. So my goodness. That is a lot. Just got a report here, north of Princeton. So it's 4 miles northwest of Princeton. About 4/10 of an inch of freezing rain that has been measured. Oh man, oh man. I mean, it's not going to stop. We also have a report over here near Caruthersville in Missouri of 2.5 inches of sleet that has fallen. And that is pretty consistent as well. And then if we go all the way down here towards Memphis, let's actually go to Memphis's radar here. We haven't been to Memphis's radar here in quite some time, but there we go. That's not legit, what I just saw. All right, I got a little bit sidetracked, but I'm going to want to watch that because that is a little bit interesting. I don't know why that's there, but if it does something, that's going to be really interesting. Over here near Cordova and Germantown, I should say. Trees down at Whispering Pines and Farmington. Trees down on a Houston levee near Far Drive. and then tree down on Fox Chase Road over here near Cordova. So trees are now falling. All right, they are now toppling over into portions of Memphis. And if we take a look again over here at our camera over here near Olive Branch, I wish there was the smudge was actually smoothing out, because you'd actually see that there's a little bit of a branch that kind of tips off, kind of like that. There might be a little bit of some significant ice that is over these trees, toppling them. Let's go take a look and see if there's other cameras here that might be of interest. This is over here in Jackson, Tennessee. And I don't see any trees that are down within any of this footage here. Let's go back to some of the areas here in southeastern portions of Missouri. So Essex, Missouri. Relatively nice snowfall that's moving on through. At least it's not as bad as it once was, where there was over an inch of freezing rain. What about Dudley, Missouri? Nice little open view of a farm here, but there's not really all too much that we can say here with that. Puxico, there's decent amounts of sleet and snow from what I can tell. I can tell this is kind of wintry and not rain, because rain would fall more like, you know, kind of a north-south vertical component. These are kind of coming like this, and they're kind of, you know, waltzing about. So I'd say it's probably more sleet more than anything. I've seen snow that has fluttered a lot easier than this, but still. So the snow is starting to kind of pick up a little bit over here in Dallas. Just a little smidge. But it also appears as if the band is starting to shrink in a little bit. So it's not officially in Dallas quite yet. Or at least the significant amounts of snow is not in Dallas quite yet. You can see how the massive gray line is still right on that determining edge. And then compared to what it was before, I mean, you can see how massive that band was. Where it was, you know, almost near Dallas and inside Fort Worth, all the way up further west towards Granbury. And now this line has kind of shrunk a little bit further. And it's only impacting areas like McKinney and Richardson now. I mean, it's still impacting Arlington and Duncanville and Dallas as well. I mean, you still have significant amounts of snow that are falling at this moment, but still. 80,000 customers without power now in Memphis. Jeez, yeah, it keeps climbing. Yep, Arthur, there is a chance for freezing rain over into portions of Corpus Christi. Why is California without power? I don't know. Probably strong damaging winds more than anything. What about Monroe, Louisiana? Freezing rain later? There is the potential for you guys to get some wintry precipitation. But I wouldn't say all too much. I'd say, yeah, freezing rain and sleet. You are in a winter weather advisory, so you guys could get something. They're saying late this afternoon to the evening hours. But they should be less than 1/10 of an inch, according to them. Don Murray, once again, is on Radar Omega. And his live feed kind of cut out there, but you can see a lot of the freezing rain there on the trees across the board. Really is a winter wonderland. But it's not really, you know, a per se wonderland. Severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued. This was the storm that we were looking at. It's for the cell that's heading off towards Lumberton and Talowa. And it's right on the jurisdiction there, but a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Pearl River County in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour here. A 60-mile-per-hour wind gust is more than likely with this. So if you guys are living over there, you guys need to really watch out. But yeah, there is a severe thunderstorm warning. There actually might be 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, there's the new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. And this one is in effect for Hattiesburg now. So Purvis, Taloa, McLaurin, Callum, Hattiesburg. If you guys live over there, you guys now have a severe thunderstorm warning, which will be in effect until 12:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you're in Baxterville, this will be near your area at 1:35. Lumberton at not 1:35, 11:35. Lumberton at 11:40. Purvis at 11:55. Rock Hill at noon. McLaurin at 12:10. Petal and Sunrise at 12:20, and then Macedonia at 12:30. And we do have some tornadic rotation with this storm. No tornado possible from the National Weather Service, but this is a tornadic storm that could be moving on through. So we're going to have to watch out for this. There definitely is a little bit of a curling characteristic with this. The rear flank downdraft is being wrapped around the outside of that hook. The inflow now surging into that little inflow notch right within there. And so right about here, actually I'd move it back a little bit further. Right about here is where the tornadic rotation more than likely will be. And it's just at the edge of where I just drew that circle. You can see it is actually on the top part of that circle right there. So there definitely is a little bit of rotation with this. We're going to continue to monitor that. This storm is, by the way, blowing up. The echotops in this storm, which basically tells you how tall the thunderstorm actually is in upwards of 48,000 feet. All right, that's the tallest we've seen today. And the second tallest was 32,000 feet. So if that gives you any perspective as to how significant this storm is, it's just by looking at how tall the thunderstorm actually was. So definitely something we're going to have to watch out for. It has a lot of energy and a lot of veering in the atmosphere, which is favorable for tornadoes. So we're going to have to continue to watch out for how this thing continues to really form. But otherwise, there is definitely a strong storm on our hands here in southern Mississippi. This is a video I have from Columbus again. This is from Columbus. Just listen to this. The rain and sleet that is hitting the ground, that is quite the storm that's moving on through in Columbus right now. Quite the storm. So, man, oh, man. This is also another picture. This is from Beaver Creek, Ohio. Beaver Creek, Ohio. And looking out the window there, I mean, from the comforts of his, from the warmth of his shelter or home, which that's honestly what I would be doing. I wouldn't be out in the snow when there's freezing rain, at least. Because let's be honest here, guys, all right? Nothing is worse than being cold and wet, except for maybe being cold, wet, and it's windy outside. But yeah, I mean, look at that. Got quite a bit of snow outside here in Beaver Creek. That's expected to continue to be the case. Probably more freezing rain, probably more snow anticipated. So definitely something I would look out for, but thanks for sending that in. Thanks for sending that in. This over here, this is from, this is in Parker County, Texas, I believe. Parker County, Texas. Look at the amounts of snow here. See the big fluffy snowflakes too. Big fluffy snowflakes. Big time stuff moving on through there. The rotation is starting to organize a little bit more, so we're going to have to watch out for that. But now there's a couple flash flood warnings that have been issued over near the Bogalusa areas, as well as Folsom. About 1 to 2 inches of rain has already fallen, and they're anticipating another 1 to 2 to fall here again. What's interesting here is that we can actually take a look at the radar and actually see how much precipitation has actually fallen. So let's take a look at the QPE 12-hour, and yeah, over here near Hammond, there actually has been about 2.5 inches of rain that actually has fallen. So there could even potentially be some flash flood warnings over for those areas as well. But flash flood warnings have been issued for some of these areas with these significant amounts of rain indicated in the kind of blue and purplish areas. So good on them for issuing that. And if you live within these areas, turn around, don't drown. All right, don't drive into flooded roadways, because the actual floods can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. So that's the reason why you see a lot of those cars on the news. They're stuck in the floodwaters. It's because of that. It's because of that. Let's go over to our sky camera over here for Dallas. And it looks like the visibility is still there, so I think the line of snow might be shrinking. It definitely looks like it's shrinking. And or is kind of dissipating a little bit. Might actually be dissipating a little. And I think it actually is. The snow and correlation coefficient is starting to overlap a bit. And that could indicate that there might be a little bit of decay. Yeah, there might be a little bit of decay with some of these snow bands here now. So the Waxahachie to the Red Oak DeSoto general vicinities, which means that there could be less amounts of snow anticipated within your general area. I appreciate everyone who's came out to the channel so far. We have over 500 likes now. So we've had a lot of people that have supported the channel, that has wanted to share the information with a lot of people, or at least this information that I'm providing. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much to all the people who have shared the stream. Whether you've taken a link of the stream and you've shared it to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, shared it with friends and family with a text message. I really do appreciate it. I really do. And I appreciate all the people who have liked the video, as I said, because that's the best way to help me share this with more and more people on YouTube. Believe it or not, that's actually how YouTube's algorithm works. Is that the more people like the video or like a live stream within a short period of time, the more people it will reach. So that's the reason why, you know, if you ever like, you're YouTubers, why are you saying like the video? Why are you saying subscribe? Stuff like that. It's because that's how YouTube's algorithm works, is that if more people subscribe, if more people like it, it'll get out to more and more people. So now there's almost 89,000 people without power in Memphis. And in total, there's over 100,000 people without power in Tennessee. Over 100,000 people without power in Tennessee. Man, oh man. Yeah, someone said subscribe. Yeah, subscribing is free, guys. I do these live streams whenever weather does get bad. So I will be live streaming throughout much of the afternoon into the evening tonight. As well as when severe weather does occur. When severe weather occurs, I will be live streaming as well. So, yeah. I'm usually known on this channel for my severe weather coverage. And speaking of severe weather coverage, amazing transition here to the latest tornado watch that has been issued. New tornado watch that has been issued here for western and central Alabama, as well as southeastern Mississippi. This will be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. The probability is 60-30. That is a surprise. That is a surprise that the probabilities are that high. Man. I mean, I haven't been keeping up with the mesoscale analysis all too much. I thought I would actually do that a lot more frequently until I learned how to actually interpret radar with snow. So, yeah. Now we have our tornado watch that has been issued. Nisha with the $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate all the support that you guys have been giving me here. So thank you guys so much. We've had so many generous people here this stream. We even had a new member. Alma, thank you so much, as I said, for becoming a member. If you want to become a member, that's the best way to support my channel. It's just $5 a month. But you guys get your name shouted out down below me. There's like a scrolling text. Well, not this scrolling text, but scrolling slideshow that puts on people's names and stuff like that. You get emotes, badges, bunch of other stuff. So I really do appreciate all the people who actually support my channel, and because the members, you know, they kind of, you know, give up $5 a month to help support the channel, they get special perks and stuff like that. So I really do appreciate that. But I really do appreciate all of our generous donators too. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone. Let's go over to, I want to update our scroll text here. I want to update our scroll text. What I've named the scroll text shall not be named, shall not be shown. But it's pretty funny. All right. So this is just going to take me a second here. Because all this stuff is all done by hand. All right. All this stuff, this is what basically gets done behind the scenes. I don't have a producer on this channel. So I do it myself. All right, hopefully that's all saved up. I'm gonna change the text here. So now I want 7,000, I think is what I wanted. 7,000 is not enough. Let's try 8,000. And hopefully that's all done there. Hopefully. So yeah, big tornado watch that has been issued. And you can see how far it expands too. It includes portions of Birmingham, Meridian, Tuscaloosa, Hattiesburg, Gulfport, Mobile. Quite a lot of areas here. And once again, this is in effect until 6 Central Daylight Time. 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So we're going to live stream all the way up to even past that. We're going to be live streaming for quite some time here on this channel, actually. So if you guys would like to stick around, feel free to do so. Let's go back to our Skycam of Dallas. Now the visibility depletes, so the line is now officially moved on through into Dallas. Now the visibility is down. So this is what we were anticipating about 10 minutes ago. It just took its time to get there. But man, oh man. Central Texas, not bad so far. Ice and snow, no big accumulations to speak of. Still dangerous as hell. Yep, I agree. I agree. But yeah, visibility is now gone, my friends. It's now relatively low. Look at that. Sheesh. Thank you, Jasmine. Man, oh man. That is that's pretty crazy. Can a tornado be found on radars? It's very difficult, but if you're close enough to the radar, you might be able to. You might be able to. So this is what Dallas is currently experiencing. You can see all the snow that is surging on through. But the only issue now is that the big band of significant amounts of snow is now shrunk significantly. And what this tells me is that there's a lot of decay within a lot of these snow bands. So if we backtrack it here, you can see how much snow there actually was within a short period of time and how wide this actually was, how expansive this was. Now, the snowfall amounts are starting to shrink. So the actual snow bands are actually deteriorating a little bit. And that's pretty consistent here. It is very consistent, so... But yeah. How is St. Louis doing right now? St. Louis is getting some remnant amounts of wintry precipitation over here. Now, pretty soon, they're gonna completely be out of the risk here. Alright, so I know my radar is kind of a little bit slow to load here. There you go. So you can see how kind of the precipitation is right almost near the border of St. Louis and how that snow is starting to move a lot further to the east now, or the line is starting to move a lot further east now. And you also have a little bit of a gap of snow right here in between Springfield and St. Louis as well. So anticipate your snow to start to kind of seed a little bit. What about Memphis? Memphis is currently all over the place right now. There's so much happening with Memphis right now. As I said, multiple trees down. Very heavy amounts of freezing rain. 1/4 inch of ice reported in Evansville. Still a lot of sleet. Let's actually take a look at a live camera over here in Olive Branch, Mississippi. And yeah, now we can start to see, yeah, the little smudges have been kind of released a little bit. You can see the tree that's still hunkered over now. It's actually hunkering over a lot more. You even have another one. Of course, the drizzled now, you know, little drop of water goes right over the thing that we were looking at. Yeah, that's just our luck. But, yeah, we have a lot of frozen precipitation over here still that is accumulating on the trees, and it is toppling it over. What about Jackson, Mississippi? I don't see a whole lot with the sky camera. Really nice, though. And then this is over near Cadiz, Kentucky. Cadiz, Kentucky. This was the sky, or not the sky camera. This was the camera that we were looking at earlier in the beginning of the stream. And I think they've adjusted the camera a little bit, and or it's a little bit tilted. But if we remember earlier, there was this branch that was right here, but I don't believe there was this branch, all right? That means that there probably was... Oh, and there wasn't even that. That and that is all new too. So yeah, the freezing rain is starting to claim some portions of the tree here. It's actually starting to weigh it down. So this right here, this branch right here, that's weighed down. All that is part of the same branch right there. The pine tree is starting to get weighed down. So a lot of frozen precipitation on that. So let's take a look again over here. Let's go to Paducah, Kentucky's radar. And let's see exactly what's happening here now. So, just based off of the looks of it, there seems to be quite a lot of snow, heavy snow over here near West Frankfort, Benton, McLeansboro, that area. But there's an area near kind of like Cape Girardeau and Benton. All right, that storm right there has a lot of sleet and freezing rain with it. And a lot of these areas over here in these low correlation coefficient values, this is both sleet and freezing rain. All right. Now you could see some heavy snow with it as well, intertwined with it. But that's kind of what we're seeing here, especially over here that just went through Cape Girardeau. It's probably a heavy band of sleet and or snow that just marched on through. Do I think the freezing rain will make it down to central Louisiana around Alexandria? Probably not. Probably not. The storm was predicted by the GFS model 2 weeks ago. It was just a little bit further to the north, but yeah. Same thing with the Euro. Once the Euro gets a lock in, gets an idea as to what's happening, it nails its low pressure placements very well. Let's go back down to the severe weather. Let's go see, because we're still going to want to keep up on everything. Still a couple flash flood warnings and still a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. This one is in effect until 12:30 p.m. Central Standard Time for Forest and Lamar County here in Mississippi. So if you live over there, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts is definitely possible. Might be a little bit of rotation down to the south and west of McLaurin, so maybe a cycle, if you will, that has occurred. I don't see anything that could warrant a tornado warning, though, but still, big, strong, damaging winds here with a bookend vortex at the end. Might be a little bit of rotation that starts to develop near Purvis and heads off to the north and east towards McCollum. So watch out for that. McCollum, McLaurin, New Augusta, Runnelstown, Hattiesburg. Hattiesburg, you might be a little bit further north, a little bit too far north of this particular cell, but still something I would want to watch out for. Just got a picture here. This is from Kelly, and this is near the Eufaula, Oklahoma general vicinity. Fame, Stidham. If we pull up the picture here, there is quite a bit of snow. Quite a bit of snow in that general area. Maybe a little bit of sleet intertwined with it, but I definitely see the snow. I mean, you can see the snow here on whatever these appliances are. Definitely got a bit of it. And yeah, man. I'd say what? That's about 3 to 5 inches of snow? 3 to 5 inches? Which is kind of was anticipated. So definitely something interesting that just came there from Kelly. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. This is also, this is from Weather Service again, and in Columbus. See all the sleet that's actually piled up on the ground. Look at that. That's all sleet instead of snow. Or at least it looks like sleet to me. Because you can tell the pellets, you know. With snow, it'd all be pretty consistent. That definitely looks a bit more like sleet. More than snow. And the way the tracks are from his footsteps, they look like sleet too. Man, oh man. Definitely some interesting stuff there. Thank you again. I really do appreciate that. I really do. This is in Paducah. This is in Paducah, Kentucky. And we mentioned before as to how some areas got over an inch of ice. Well, here's another one. This is about 1.5 miles west of Paducah. And we have an inch of ice and sleet. Look at the trees here that are glazed, man. Look at that. That is some gnarly conditions. Sheesh. Appreciate it, Curtis. I appreciate it, Pos. Thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate it. How can I send you a picture of Kentucky ice? You can either send it to me on Twitter. All right, so Twitter at Nate_Snyder right here. If you want to send it to me there. Or you can send it to my email. My email is hockeyboy8@gmail.com. So, there we go. There is my email. So if you want to send it to me there, you can. If you want to send it to me on Twitter, you can. You can even send it to me on other areas as well, but no guarantee I may see it. So yeah, man. And look at that. More and more. Look at this tree. Man. I don't know where this is at, but this is a big time tree that fell over. Big time tree. Look at that. Completely detached. Completely detached. Completely detached. That's pretty insane. Also got another picture here. This is from a person I know, Jessica. This is over at NKU. And this is a lot of sleet here. A lot of sleet. This isn't snow. This is all ice that's fallen down. So, Highland Heights, Kentucky, that is quite a lot of frozen precipitation that has fallen right within that area. For sure. Let's look back over at the sky camera in Dallas. And visibility's gotten better, so that definitely means that band has now officially weakened. We saw the decaying process there of the band from ZDR and correlation coefficient, and that is indeed the case. The only areas that have really significant snow right now is Duncanville, DeSoto, and Grandview, as well as a Midloth. Yeah, I'm not going to pronounce that. I won't be able to. Midlothian. That's probably what it is. It's probably what it is, and I just freaked out over nothing. But Midlothian. Definitely some pretty gnarly stuff there. So someone just sent me this on Twitter. They are while they are, well, I'll actually take a look at that in a second. But while they are playing this this tornado chasing game, storm chasing game, they have me in the top corner. So while they're playing games, they're also watching the weather too. That's pretty cool. That's pretty amazing. And then look at this. This is over in San Antonio. So I mentioned how freezing rain and snow could potentially seep as far south as San Antonio. Look at this. Look at this tree right here. Boom. Lot of ice there. Lot of ice within that area as well. That is that's pretty insane. And then look at this, more damage over here. This is in southwestern Kentucky. This is from Don Murray. Look at that. Heavy amounts of damage here from this tree. And that's snapped too. You can't go through the road unless if you go around it. And even then, that's, you know, a lot of dirt there. Lot of dirt. So that's going to be really hard to get around. Sheesh, man. Sheesh. There's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff that is pushed on through. And we've got still more significant winter weather that is expected to move on through. Not into portions of Texas, although look at these freezing rain amounts over here. Abilene, they got ½ inch. San Angelo, a ½ inch. San Antonio, they've got almost 1/4 inch. A lot of stuff across the board over here. But the main cause for concern, I think we all can agree on, once again, is Mayfield, Princeton, Madisonville, Paducah, Cape Girardeau, and Dyersburg, as well as Memphis. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the power outage map now. And yeah, now 1,700, or not 1,000, geez, 107,500 people without power in Tennessee alone, with almost 96,000 people without power in Shelby County, which is where Memphis resides. And then, of course, you have almost 5,800 people without power in Fayette, about 1,000 people without power in Haywood, and about 3,000 people without power in Tipton. So pretty crazy to say the least as to what this ice storm has done, especially to major populous areas. Here in Kentucky, Callaway County has now finally recovered a little bit. Hopkins County has recovered a little bit as well, with only 1,000 people without power. But Dawson Springs, I mean, there was that big report of how the entire city was without power. And Dawson Springs, if you remember, is one of the cities that got impacted by the significant EF4 tornado that went on through, or preliminary EF4. It could be EF3, EF5. But and then there's also quite a lot of people without power around the surrounding areas as well. But yeah, Hopkins County, Caldwell County, Marshall County, Callaway County. A lot of people without power over there. And then let's take a look at Arkansas. About 25,000 people without power, including 6,400 of them in Phillips County. Look at that. A lot of people without power. And there's only 10,500 people without power. So that's about 60% of people over there without power. Poinsett has about 6,400 people without power as well, out of 14,500. And then, of course, areas near Cleveland, Lincoln, and Arkansas counties, as well as Jefferson County. They have a total sum of, I'd say, about 6,000 to 7,000 people without power over there as well. I mean, this is just a lot of precipitation, and this is anticipated to continue. This is anticipated to continue as we move on through later on this afternoon into the evening. Why is my weather bell not working? I don't know. There we go. Weather bell might be breaking. I've got no clue. If weather bell is broken, I'll just go to pivotal weather. That's fine too. Regional Ohio Valley. There we go. So we can kind of time it out here a little bit with when these things are moving on through. We're going to be using I'd probably use the HRRR with this. This freezing rain is expected to continue to stay in these areas at least for the most part until about, I'd say, 3 to 4 o'clock central. That's when it can really start to move out of the areas like Dyersburg, Memphis, Cape Girardeau, Paducah, probably at around 5, maybe 6 o'clock. I'd say probably 6 o'clock, honestly. But then areas, this is when Cincinnati, Covington, Columbus really start to get into the main threat here. As the time period of 4 to 5 and even 6. Even some heavy snow in the northern portions of that. That'll continue to be the case all the way through past midnight. So probably the early morning hours. And then even places like Wheeling, West Virginia. Parkersburg, West Virginia. You guys get a substantial amount of freezing rain as well as you transition from midnight tonight into the early tomorrow mornings. So quite a lot of activity here. But Lexington, you guys probably are going to get your stuff in about a couple hours. Couple hours is when I'd say you guys could start to really get your activity. If you take a look at the general radar here, here is Lexington. Here is the freezing rain. So anywhere north of that black line that I just drew, the pink and the orange areas, that is where your freezing rain and sleet actually is at. And then, of course, your snow is above that. I appreciate everyone who has been a part of the stream so far. Thank you guys so much for sharing the information. As I said, if you would like to help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, please be sure to copy the link of the stream and just start sending it to social media platforms. Or if you just text message people that you know who live in these areas, that could definitely be helpful, especially since some of this information could be beneficial to those who are impacted. And by hitting that like button, all right, believe it or not, by hitting that like button, you actually help me get this video out to more and more people on YouTube, because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. If YouTube sees that a video or a live stream gets a lot of likes within a certain period of time, it'll want to recommend it to more and more people. And if that's the case, hopefully people can get this information. So I really do appreciate all the people who have supported. We have 25,570 people who have subscribed to the channel in total. All right, that's pretty insane. All right, seems how earlier on this week, in towards the weekend, I'd say earlier on this week, we had about 25,000 subscribers in total. We've gained almost about 600. So subscribing is free, guys. If you want to, feel free to do so. I do these live streams. I'm probably going to do a lot more winter live streams, honestly, because I'm starting to learn a lot more about how to interpret radar with snow and sleet. And of course, for the viewers who know what I'm like with my radar, you know, I dissect everything. I try to make sure that nothing is untouched. I try to be sure to get as much information about what's currently happening as possible out. And so, you know, I just realized, you know, the other day that you can start to really interpret the radar with, you know, all sorts of different products. And now that I know that, oh boy, I'll be able to tell all sorts of things. So, and you guys already know I do that a lot with severe weather. I mean, a lot of stuff. A lot of potential. So, if you guys like those live streams, feel free to subscribe. And I also upload videos every evening. Every evening. I'll try to upload every now and then in the morning if I can, but in the evening. That is when I will mainly upload. So, yeah. Judith with the $50 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. My goodness. Bless you, my friend. Bless you. Thank you so much. Holy, for the $50 super chat. Thank you so much. That supports my channel. Big time. Thank you so much. Just got a bunch of pictures here from Twitter. A lot of people have been sending stuff in. I really do appreciate that. I really do. This here is from 45 Rango. This is in Slaughters, Kentucky. Slaughters, Kentucky. And look at the freezing rain there on the trees too. Look at that. Dude, that's beautiful. That's gorgeous. But that's also, you know, it's also one of those things to where you don't want to see this as well. But man, oh man, look at the ice across the board there. That is pretty amazing to see right there. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for sending that in. This is from Kelly again. Forgot to send this. We just put that up and it fell with all it. Oh, wow. Sheesh. Yeah, it looks to be a board and you got all that snow that just fell over. Yeah. And that could just be because of the wind too, but you know, definitely could be a lot of heavy snow that could have toppled that as well, especially if it was put on an angle. JR Boy with the 2 says 1,000, not 1,000, 106,000 customers without power in Memphis, Tennessee. Are you serious? Weren't we just on the power outage map? And it was like, what, 98,000? Yeah, now it's 103,000 people without power. My goodness. The numbers keep climbing. That is, yep. That is relatively consistent. Those numbers are going to continue to climb, guys. It's going to keep going up. That's the unfortunate thing. As long as the freezing rain continues to exist here in Memphis, which it still is there. Although it's not as consistent as it once was. So that is the good news. All right, that is the good news, that it's not as consistent. As long as there continues to be freezing rain here, there's going to be more and more power outages. That's just going to be the unfortunate reality from this event. So let's hope that people have charged their phones, got batteries, got candles and stuff like that. Warm equipment so that if they do lose power, they don't get frostbite. Because man, oh man. There's a lot of snow. A lot of freezing rain, too.
This is Richmond, Indiana.
Ooh, interesting. All right. Yeah. This is from someone in my DMs, Lukey Pookie Man. We'll listen in on what he has to say.
This is Richmond, Indiana. It is about, let's see here. It's pretty deep. I'm like 5'10", so yeah, it's just it's pretty deep. It's still snowing really hard. It's really windy, and roads are pretty slick. So yeah.
Yeah. And that right there is something that we can consistently see more of, honestly. All right, you know, it's just that entire area to where there's just going to be more and more snow. You know, southern Indiana, southern Illinois, even into portions of central and southern Ohio eventually. You know, you might not get a whole lot of snow, but you're definitely going to get some, to the point where it will affect travel. You know, roads will be slippery. So I appreciate all who have sent in videos to me, and even have shared other people's content as well to share with me. This is another one. This is over here in downtown Memphis. Downtown Memphis here. And I mean, just look at the ice that's covered all the trees. And we'll talk about, oh wow. We'll talk about Ohio here in a second. But man, oh man. Yeah, that tree fell and took out, seems to be these assorted lights that were set up in this park. That's pretty crazy. Man, oh man. trees down everywhere. Yep. Oh, look at this. This was over here in Columbus. So, Weather Service has found, apparently, the tree that came down that made his power go out for about an hour. And I mean, look at that. Doesn't look like exactly a tree, but there is a lot of frozen precipitation that I can definitely tell that is congealed with the actual power lines. Definitely quite a bit of activity there. All right, so a lot of questions here for Southern Ohio. All right, and I get it. So let's go over and take a look at Ohio here. Let's go take a look at Ohio. There you are. And the timing is up here. Timing is up there in Eastern Standard Time, already converted for you all. And you can see that as this plays on through here, through the afternoon and into the evening, significant amounts of sleet and freezing rain is going to continue to be anticipated from Cincinnati all the way up to Columbus, Lancaster, Newark, your general vicinity. Youngstown, you're right along the border, but you're probably going to be more of a snow thing more than anything. Dayton, same thing here as you get from 5 to 6 p.m. But when it really starts to kind of switch on through from the freezing rain into snow is when the things really start to shift off to the east. Now, the only thing about it is that you're not really going to get a whole lot of snow from this. It's going to be more of a freezing rain and sleet event, and that'll continue. I mean, look at this. All the way up to midnight here, you guys continue to get activity. Parkersburg, Wheeling, Pittsburgh even get into the activity as well. But you guys could get some residual amounts of snow here from midnight all the way into about 4 to 5 a.m. Now, it's not heavy snow, but it's just residual snow. Some residual moisture that's cooled in the atmosphere. It falls down. Instead of it as being water droplets, it's now snowflakes. So here you go. This is when your snow, this is when you can actually get your snow here within this general time frame. But yeah, as of right now, Dayton, Cincinnati, you guys are getting a lot of that activity. So, huh? Be quiet. Anyways. It's on the eastern border of Indiana, dead east of Indy, almost into Ohio. Sheesh. You're in Evansville. A lot of sleet and ice. Supposed to be snow on the radar, but it's mixed town to town down here. Honestly, I can understand that too. On the radar, so the big thing here with the radar, once you get over into those areas, is that it's a little bit misleading. So if you take a look and see, you have a lot of these oranges, like right along the border of Evansville, and then you even have the blue right here. What if I actually moved my radar? What's a good radar that can move over? Can I see from Wilmington, actually? No, I cannot, but I still have to cover this area. Don't tell me I'm going to need another radar. Well, the weather has depleted in Dallas, so let's move that one. KFTW. We're going to move it over to Evansville. Where are you at? Well, KFWS, I should say. You're going over to Evansville, and we're going to take a look and see what your precipitation's currently like. And while we're at it here, we'll come back to that here in a second. But let's go down to the severe weather threat down here in southern Mississippi and southern Alabama, where the tornado watch is currently at. And there's a couple storms to watch here. There's this cell over here near Hattiesburg that is trying to rotate. Keyword trying. We have this this bow echo here that's starting to create a lot of strong damaging winds, specifically at the point of this bow echo. Whenever you're at like the tip of the bow echo, that is where you can start to see the most significant damaging winds from that. So I have a big strong windstorm over there that's moving on through. You might even see a little bit of rotation on the northern end of this near Richton and just to the east of Hattiesburg near Runnelstown. So watch out for that. There might actually be some activity there in southeastern portions of Mississippi. And then there might be some activity over here near Meridian as well. Little bit of rotation. You can see greens are moving towards the radar. Reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where some tornadic rotation could reside. And definitely something that people over here near Meridian, Tumsuba, Snell, Cuba, York, you guys need to watch out for that, in my honest opinion. But yeah, that's definitely the cell to watch for here. This one over here near Meridian definitely could have a little bit of rotation with this. Has a good environment too. Decent amounts of energy. Very strong veering with the veering in the atmosphere. Actually, the storm relative helicity from 0 to 1 kilometer for people who've been on my channel for quite some time is about 300 meters squared per second squared. And you guys know that is quite a lot. Quite a lot indeed. So yeah, that's going to be really interesting. But for the most part, the consistency here, I want to take a look at the total radar in general. I don't know why it's doing that now, but okay. I want to see how far the freezing rain has traveled over the time period of us live streaming. We've been live streaming for 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours. And the freezing rain has just kind of climbed a lot further to the north and east. It hasn't really done a whole lot. It's just trampled over areas that have already been impacted. But it is gently moving off towards the east. It is gently. So that is something to consider with that. All right, now let's take a look at Evansville. So we were talking about how the radar could have said that there was a bit of snow, but instead it's a bit of a mix here. And that is indeed the case. If we take a look at the correlation coefficient, we can actually see in the atmosphere, there's actually a lot of these low correlation coefficient values across the board, indicating that there is a lot of different sized objects in the atmosphere, whether it's snow, whether it's ice, whether it's rain, it's all different. And if it's not all consistent, you know, like snow or rain, then you can get basically sleet. And anywhere within this is where you got your sleet. Now this over here looks to be a little bit more like rain and or snow, but I think if I go into like a higher tilt, yeah, there you go. It probably is freezing rain. Freezing rain or sleet within Evansville. Probably sleet more than anything, so. Yeah, not surprised with that. Inch of ice and sleet, as we mentioned in Paducah. So now that's an official report. K Energy reporting's 53 outages, 3,128 people without power across 9 counties. Caldwell, 761. Crittenden, 127. Davies, 528. Henderson, 90. Hopkins, 1,124. Lyon with 300. McLean, only one person's without power, so unfortunate for that guy. The only guy in McLean County who's without power. Union with 69 and Webster with 264 people without power. Speaking of which, let's actually take a look at that here. Let's take a look at the power outage map and see what we got here. We refresh that. Shelby County, that is where Memphis, Tennessee resides. 111,000 people. I keep butchering that every single time. I know I'm going to lose it eventually. 111,000 people without power in Shelby County. That is insane. All right, a total of 121,000 people without power in Tennessee. Sheesh. Callaway County, 861 people without power in Callaway County. That is everyone who lives there, apparently. Marshall County, over 2,000 people. Caldwell, 900 people. Hopkins County now has increased again, so now there's more people without power, about 2,261 people without power over there. And that includes the city of Dawson Springs, which got hit by the major EF4 tornado back in December. So that is pretty significant on that threshold. In Texas, there is 63,000 people without power, all of which are mainly either in central or in northeastern portions. So you can see here like Hunt County, Collin County, Dallas County, areas towards like Tarrant County, Lamar Delta. Runnels County has a lot of people without power. Nolan even a little bit there. And Bexar County. All right, Bexar County is where San Antonio is. 23,000 people are without power down there. That's pretty insane. So, my goodness, my goodness. Yeah, this is gumbo weather at this point. We are also getting a lot of power outages over in northwestern portions of Mississippi as well. So this is right around near where Memphis is. DeSoto County, a little under 8,000 people without power over there. Tunica, about 1,200. And then Coahoma, about 400 people without power over there. So quite a lot of power outages here. A lot of it, actually. I mean, across the board, it's just going to continue to be relatively intense. I don't see it stopping anytime soon. As a matter of fact, if you're in Tennessee or in Kentucky, I actually anticipate your power outages to continue to increase. And then there's even power outages over here in Ohio. Let's go over to Ohio here real quickly before we go back. Hocking and Perry counties, you guys together probably have about, I'd say, 3,000 people without power. Maybe even a little bit more than that, actually. And then across the other areas as well of Ohio, you guys have some regional power outages as well. But those two counties relatively have quite a bit. I want to take a look at southern Indiana, and there you go. Posey County has about 1,600 people without power as well. And Vanderbilt has about 1,500 people without power too. So quite a lot of activity across the board. That is the truth. And it's not anticipated to stop. Not anticipated to stop anytime soon. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Sent stuff on Twitter. More stuff on Twitter for me to see. Everyone's been sending stuff on Twitter. You guys are amazing. This is over. I'd have to see exactly where. Hold up. So it looks like, from the looks of it, I'm having a little bit of difficulties figuring out as to where this is. Man, that's intense. Look at this here, guys. Holy. Look at that tree. Toppled over almost. That's a huge tree. That's two huge trees. That dog did right to get out of the way there. I mean, man, oh man. And that's a lot of weight that these trees have to hold on to with all this ice. That's the reason right here why ice storms are so significant. Videos around Memphis, you believe? Yeah, it probably is around Memphis. This looks, you know, because he's responding to a person from Memphis. So yeah, I'd say so. Man, oh man. I mean, that is just insane. Oh, this is from Max Muller, one of our frequent viewers on the channel. And this is in Beaver County, Pennsylvania. The bamboo over there actually was toppling onto the power lines as well. That's pretty crazy. But man, look at that ice over there. Sheesh. That's pretty crazy. By the way, all this stuff that I'm being sent, I'm sharing on Twitter. Now this was sent into my DMs by Not a Robot. This is in Bartlett, Tennessee, slightly east of Memphis. Here. And look at that. A lot of ice across the board. You can see the ice that's covered over the cars, too. Even the slippery walkways as well. Trees down, or branches down. And look at the ice accumulated there on the branches as well. That's insane. That's the big one right there. Big tree branches down along that tree. That's pretty crazy. So thank you so much for sending that in. I really do appreciate that. And as I said, if you find anything that you want to share with me, all right? I have a Twitter. I have a Twitter right here. It's at Nate_Snyder, all right? If you want to send stuff to me so that I can show everyone here on the stream what exactly is happening on there, please be sure to do so. It actually does help me out a lot. And it also helps me understand as to what's currently happening on the ground there as well. Because if I can figure out what's happening, then I can interpret as to what could potentially happen in the future. Same thing with other people too, if they're in the pathway of this. So if you would like to send some stuff in, feel free to do so. that is it right there, at Nate_Snyder. This is over here near Champaign in Illinois. Quite a lot of snow over there. We haven't actually really seen a whole lot of pictures of big amounts of snow a whole lot, actually. And we got that there. Maybe the plows have plowed the snow onto the cars, so the cars that were already there will have to dig each other out. But man, oh man. Quite a lot of snow over there near Champaign, Illinois. That's pretty crazy. And then there's also other pictures here too. This right here is pretty insane. All right, this is let's see. I'm trying to figure out where this is. This is in Memphis. Okay, so this is in Memphis as well. Look at this huge tree, guys. Look at that huge tree. All this stuff. This is what can happen from freezing rain. And look, this is a huge tree. Huge tree. No doubt about it. So man, oh man. So here's the basic overview right now. Here's the basic overview, all right? I'm going to try and zoom out here on GR Earth so that you all can kind of see what the radar is looking like. We have a lot of snow across portions of southern Illinois, Indiana, and central Ohio. We have a lot of freezing rain along central to southern portions of Ohio, as well as southern portions of Illinois and Indiana, extreme southern portions, I should say, right along the Ohio River, as well as into western portions of Kentucky and western portions of Tennessee. That general vicinity right there is where the most significant freezing rain has been occurring and ongoing. We've had over an inch of freezing rain that has fallen through those areas. And just for reference here, real quickly, just for reference, it only takes 3/4 of an inch of ice in order for you to have a playable NHL ice rink. All right, that's how much ice they actually put in at your NHL games for ice hockey. And so the fact that some areas have gotten more than NHL ice rinks do puts into perspective as to how significant this winter storm actually is. So, we got another picture here. This is from SIUE campus area. The SIUE campus. And we got quite a bit of snow here with this picture too. Look at that. A lot of the cars are kind of covered. It goes up to about halfway up to the tires, so it's definitely going to be hazardous getting out. We'll say that much. But man, oh man, there's been a lot of wintry precipitation across the board. And as my computer bottlenecks, I try and consider the following. But yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, leave it to Nate to use ice hockey examples. But I think people, you know, I think that's still pretty mind-blowing in itself. I mean, to be completely honest with you. Because even for a person who doesn't know a lot about ice hockey, I'm pretty sure they've seen an ice rink before. And it's just, man. Southeastern Michigan looking at more snow? Maybe some localized amounts, but not significantly. Not significantly. What university am I going to? Trying to go to Penn State. Trying to. Keyword trying. I'm currently at another college campus. And I'm planning on transferring eventually. But if not, I might take a break from college. Who knows? I'll keep fighting, though, for right now. I'll keep trying. There you go. Ohio now has over 10,000 people without power now. And that's all located in Perry and Hocking County for the most part. Marion County also has about 1,000 people without power too. But yeah, a lot of people without power over there. And then, of course, Shelby County. That's where Memphis resides, right within there. 112,000 people without power. I finally did not butcher that entire statement. But oh my goodness. And then Fayette with 5,600 people. And then the surrounding areas with, I'd say, about 4,000 to 5,000 people without power. That is just crazy. Could there be some strong tornadoes today by any chance? There is the potential for tornadoes, but strong ones? I wouldn't say so. Or at least I wouldn't be inclined to believe so. But there is a small chance. There is a small chance. Ohio ain't getting snow. What do you think? Depends upon where he is in Ohio, honestly. If he's in, you know, Dayton, they're kind of getting sleet and snow. I'd say they're getting more sleet more than anything, specifically in Dayton. Sleet and freezing rain. But it's like areas that are north of Pequot and Greenville and Troy and Richmond. They're like getting snow. And north of that. But it's like Dayton and then south of Dayton. You know, it's if you go further east on 70 and then go south all the way down to Columbus, you guys are getting freezing rain and sleet. So that's what's been pretty crazy about this event so far, is that there's just so much freezing rain across the board. There's so much. Large pine tree snapped by a weight of ice. That makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense. 2/10 of an inch of ice over there in the city of Murray. No power outages yet. There are scattered outages mainly in the western part of Callaway County. Do I own any NOAA weather radios? I do. I do. Can't remember which model it is, but it's one of the older ones. Yeah, there's a lot of freezing rain and sleet. There actually just was a report. Well, not just a report, but there was a report of sleet over here in downtown Dayton. About an inch of sleet, actually. So it's pretty crazy there. And then, of course, as you get closer and closer towards like Wheeling and Pittsburgh, you guys are getting freezing rain now again. More freezing rain. That's just been the tale of this entire event here so far. It's just freezing rain on top of freezing rain on top of freezing rain. Let's go over here back to Olive Branch. All right, let's see what's happened over there. Oh yeah, that tree is buckling big time. It is continuing to lean harder than Michael Jackson doing the Smooth Criminal dance. It is... Yeah, it's not having fun with all of that ice there. That might actually snap. That probably could snap, honestly. Watching from North Carolina for your hometown of Williamsport, Pennsylvania. One relative is a lineman north of Williamsport, praying for everyone impacted. Yeah. It's basically everyone from that Pittsburgh area, Washington area, all the way up to State College. They need to watch out for some, I'd say, not exactly significant weather, but frozen precipitation. Appreciate it, Das. And man, oh man, that is quite a bit of activity there. Sheesh. I'm going back to this severe weather storm here. There's two storms actually that we need to watch out for. There's one over here near Waynesboro, and then there's one up towards Meridian. I think this one's the one to watch out for a little bit, the Meridian one at least, because this one actually has some pretty strong rotation with this. Could potentially be a tornado at the moment. Very heavy turbulence drop with this. Look at that. That actually, yeah, Doss could be right. That probably could be a tornado. That could be a tornado heading off towards Ward and Lolita. Heading off towards the Demopolis area. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I'm going to pull that up there on the side just to see what he's doing. But yeah, Meridian is definitely looking very close to producing a tornado here. And it probably is producing a tornado. It just consolidated significantly. Just consolidated, jeez, I can't speak, significantly. You can see the reds are the winds moving away and the greens are the winds moving towards. Right within there is where the tornadic rotation could be. Yeah, I mean, this thing could definitely be producing a tornado here. So guys, we need to share this information with as many people as possible if we can. Especially since this is going to head towards Demopolis eventually. If we take a look at the population here, just take off the radar, you can see Demopolis is quite a populous area. Cuba and York, maybe not as much, but it is heading off towards the Ward and the Demopolis areas. So we need to get this information to as many people as possible. If we share this live stream on Facebook and Twitter, we can try and get this word out to people, because there definitely could be a tornado here. And then by hitting the like button, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. So hit the like button down below to try and get this information out to as many people as possible, because there definitely could be a tornado warning here. And I would not be surprised if we heard a ding from GR Earth here in a second. There's also a flash flood warning that just got issued for Hattiesburg and Purvis. There's been reports of heavy rainfall causing flash flooding in the Pine Belt areas. More than 2 inches of rain has already fallen in Baxterville. So let's actually take a look at how much rain has actually fallen within some of these areas here. And we'll pull up the radar. And yeah, there's some significant amounts of rain that has fallen near the Bolagusa areas. Over 4 inches of rain has fallen so far. And they're anticipating another inch or two to fall. And there's the tornado warning. Listen in.
Tornado warning for southern Sumter County in west central Alabama.
There you go. So the new tornado warning there for Sumter County in Alabama, that'll be in effect until I believe 1:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you guys live over here in Ward, Cuba, York, Bellamy, Lolita, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now, because we've been watching this storm for quite some time. This thing is probably producing a tornado at this time. So underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This isn't confirmed quite yet. But you still could potentially be getting something here relatively soon. I honestly would not be surprised if this was on the ground right now. Because this has a very deep turbulence drop. You can see this massive ball here of this orange and red. And the turbulence in upwards of 26 knots. That is well above what we need. It's one step below the maximum level to which we could confirm that this is probably on the ground. We would need to see some yellows to like utmost confirm, but it's still pretty high. It's very high actually for the amount of turbulence that's in this area. So I'm almost positive this thing is on the ground, and that's the reason why we need to get this information out to as many people as possible. So yeah, this is in Alabama now. This is near Cuba, Ward, York, and Bellamy, and this is heading off towards the Lolita area. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead, get underground, or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Reed is indeed right in the path. I think... I'm not sure if I'm able to do this, but if I get in trouble, I get in trouble. Alright? If I get in trouble, I get in trouble. Let's do it. I'm not making money off of him. So let's go see what Mr. Reed Timmer has here. But yeah, this is Storm Chaser Reed Timmer on it. We're gonna watch together to see what he can, what he's got. And I think, let me actually, let me get up to date here. Let's make this a separate, there we go. So yeah, if I get in trouble, I get in trouble. I love Reed Timmer, but if I get copyright claimed, it is what it is at this point. We're trying to get information out to people. I'll pay him if that's the case. But there you go. He's now on his way to intercept this storm. Let's actually put this down here. Boom. Storm Chaser Reed Timmer. Actually, we probably are going to want to do, because he usually refers to himself as Extreme Meteorologist Reed Timmer. Boom. Yeah, just Venmo him $10. Yeah, for real. So he's now kind of situating himself. I think the storm's gonna pass right in front of him, more than likely. So let's go back to the radar here. Let's actually see if we can get the dual screen of this. Hold up. Full screen. Yeah, there you go. That's a little bit better. What if we changed it so that this over here see if I can find it. Boom. So there we go. We got that. And let's go over to our radar down here. Oh, that's fun. Let's exit out. Put this over here. All right, that's fine too. That's okay. So let's see if Reed can go get the tornado here. It more than likely was on the ground for a short period of time. It's more than likely was on the ground for a short period of time. But the rotation is losing a little bit of its structure, more than likely because of how it is became very much so rain wrapped. And you can even see that on Reed's stream that he's getting a lot of rain right there on his feed. So yeah, I mean, this is definitely quite a lot of precipitation here, even for a high precipitation based supercell of this nature, I should say, of this nature. I mean, I've seen storms that have had a lot more rain to where visibility is, you know, not even as far as the sign that's right on the side. So here, let's see if we can go full screen there. There we go. That's a little bit better. Yeah, where is my arrow? There's my red arrow. This little sign over here, all right? I've seen storms where you can't even see that sign right there. So, you know, it's not exactly the most significant storm I've ever seen, but it's still a storm that is continuously, you know, trying to be tornadic. And that's the main thing here that we're trying to get the word out, is that these storms that are moving on through are tornadic. They can produce tornadoes. They will produce tornadoes. And that's the reason why we are live streaming here like we are, so that we can try and get the information out. So Cuba, York, Bellamy, Lolita, this is going to cross over the US Highway 80 area here in a second, as well as the State Highway 17 area here in Alabama. And it's just going to probably wedge itself in between Cuba and Ward. That is where I would anticipate the actual storm to reside. Sheesh. Yeah, you have a huge drop of turbulence here, still indicating more than likely some sort of tornado is surging on through there. Bear? I'll have to remember that. It's currently snowing in Memphis. That makes a lot of sense, honestly. Let's go back over to the Memphis radar. And yeah, you can see the frozen precipitation is starting to actually get out of the area. It's starting to leave the general vicinity. And yeah, there could definitely be some snow or some sleet within the area. I'm going to have to configure my color table for this freezing rain here eventually. Make it look a lot better. But other than that, 1/3 of an inch of freezing rain, moderate sleet and freezing rain falling over in Evansville. Quarter of an inch of freezing rain over in Louisville as well. So, man, this storm is still going crazy on itself, but it's not just the winter weather. Once again, it's the severe weather. If you're just tuning in, we have a tornado warning that is in effect for portions of Sumter County in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 1:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you live in Cuba, York, Livingston, Lolita, Bellamy, and Ward here in Alabama, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. More than likely tornado at this point. Because this tornado is more than likely going to surge on through that area. The other thing here to mention too is that it's also going to cross over US Highway 80, and I think Reed might be on US Highway 80. Reed Timmer, that's his stream right above us. We'll actually go full to Reed's stream here. Actually, real quickly, let me take this status, copy, paste reference, and boom. So there we go. He's actually going in to the actual storm here. He's actually trying to get into the actual system. And yeah, this is heading off across the US Highway 80 now. It looks like Reed is fully intercepting the said circulation now. Definitely, there probably is a tornado on the ground at this point. The spectrum width just increased significantly to about 37 knots. So something is probably reaching the ground. It's definitely rain wrapped, I'll say that much. It is definitely rain wrapped. But it is definitely a decent storm that's surging on through, with the potential of it producing a tornado. So we'll go back to the half and half stream. Reed's stream is on top of us. We have our radar, which is right here. Oh, look, that might actually be the tornado. That might actually be the tornado. That might actually be the tornado right there. He might have just passed it. I'm not exactly sure. It's very hard to tell a little bit, but... he is definitely right into the thick of things right now, isn't he? Yeah, that could definitely be the tornado right there. That could definitely be the tornado that Reed just passed. Now, by any means, it does not look like a significant tornado. Alright, it's not, you know, not a big one. But yeah, that's a, that is a big time storm right there. So that's the reason why we need to get this information out to as many people as possible. All right, if we share the information with friends and family and on social media, we can continue to try and get the information out to as many people as possible. So yeah, he's still a little bit to the east of this storm. He is definitely to the east of it. So he might have to turn around here pretty soon. Unless if he's going to continue to try and get in front of this system. But yeah, we got to share this information with as many people as possible. Friends and family, social media. That way we may be able to get this information out to people who could potentially need it. But yeah, there it is. There is your storm. It looks like the rotation itself has moved a little bit further off towards the north and east. So it has officially crossed over US Highway 80. That might be what Reed was looking at a little bit earlier. So that lowering and how it was on the left side. So he was probably going east. He was going along US Highway 80. And he was looking off to the north at where the tornado potentially was. So for the most part now, as we shift over gears to where this is continuing to go towards. It's already past Ward, and it's already past York. So York and Ward, you guys are in the clear. All right, you guys are done. All right, that's from this storm right here. You are no longer an imminent threat to this supercell, okay? However, Livingston, Lolita, and Bellamy, you guys are still more than likely going to be impacted by this storm. All right, that's without a doubt in my mind. You guys are going to be impacted by the storm, whether it's by the strong damaging winds or the potential tornado, more than likely tornado that went on through. That is going to smurge about. That's going to surge about. So that we gotta continue to watch out for this. All right, very much so. So if you can imagine, you know, all 300 of us shared, you know, this live stream link with as many people as possible, we could be getting the information out to so many people. And once again, by hitting the like button, you actually help me get this information out to as many people as possible, essentially helping me spread the information on YouTube. That is the big thing there. We're trying to spread information here on YouTube. And if you guys would like to do that to help me out, that would be greatly appreciated. Let's go back to 1 and let's play the loop here. Let's play the loop here of how this storm actually is formed here. It did form near Meridian, and it is went off to the north and east towards the Livingston area. So that is where we can assume is where the actual storm is going to go. And if we place our storm tracker here, this is expected to go just a little bit to the south of Livingston, but it'll cross over State Highway 28 over in Alabama, heading off towards the U.S. Highway 43 over in the general vicinity of Forkland, south of Utah, Sawyerville, Greensboro. That's where it's going to head off towards as well. So we need to continue to watch out for that as this moves on through. Yeah, there could be a little debris signature there. More than likely a brief tornado. Reed is sending in a drone now. So Reed is now sending in a drone. He's also getting RFD, heavy RFD right now. So what's happening is that you have a lot of winds that are whirling right into the tornado right within here. Surging heavily right within this. He's probably right next to the tornado right now. And now he's surging on through, and there's the confirmed tornado report. It is now a confirmed tornado. Radar confirmed tornado now. It is a clear tornado now. You can see on the debris signature, if we go over here, we'll actually go to, what is it, 4? Yeah, it is 4. There's the debris signature right within there. And you can see the massive hook on the left-hand side that is with this storm here. And if we place our little indicator as to where the center of the screen actually resides, we'll move that here. There you go. It's right within that hook. Right within that hook. So I'm not at all surprised as to how this is not, you know, well, how this is a tornado, I should say. Not surprised at all. Reed's currently going through some service issues, so it's going to be a little difficult for him to continue to get constant stuff up. But yeah, this was a brief tornado that moved on through, and is still surging about as well. Still surging about. But yeah, Reed is definitely watching this thing like a hawk. The only issue here now, is that we're starting to get into area of the radar to where it's very hard to see what exactly is happening because we're going so far away from it. Going so far away from it now, so It's getting to one of those things to where we're just gonna have to bear with it, try and figure it out that way. But I don't see much from this rotation anymore. It definitely has kind of clustered up. But it still could do something along the line. Don't get me wrong about that. But we've been on this, we've been forecasting this type of event for the severe weather for days now. I mean, for days we've said there could be some severe weather. A lot of other people were like, no, there probably isn't any severe weather that's going to happen. Guess what? It happened. A lot of reports here coming out of Arkansas. 3-inch size, 3 inches of sleet, I should say, not 3-inch size, but 3 inches of sleet has fallen in Little Rock, as well as towards Searcy and McRae. Even in Lamar, Arkansas. Quite a lot of that. And then here's some reports of damage in Memphis. Large tree across the road at the Briarcliff. Jeez, that sentence is losing my mind. Large tree across the road at Briarcliff at Colonial. So, yeah, there definitely is. Definitely some ongoing damage in Memphis. Bill E on Radar Omega is behind Reed. Yeah. And he's getting slammed by a lot of rain, too. So we got two different storm chasers now. We got two different storm chasers. We have Bill E. And then we have Reed Timmer. So Bill E is down here. Reed Timmer is up in the top right-hand corner. They're all trying to get through this tornado here. But man, oh man. Any news on Eastern Kentucky? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. I'll get into Eastern Kentucky here in a bit. Yeah, they call the South the jungle. They also call Eastern Oklahoma the jungle as well. Source, Pecos Hank. And for those who didn't think that he said that, look at his sulfur tornado video, the Katie Winwood sulfur tornado. But man, oh man. Bill E is running through all sorts of rain right now. He's getting slammed, my friends. He's getting slammed. So I'm gonna actually pull up here in a second. Actually, I'm gonna pull it up now. That's not what I wanted. Not in Florida. I want Alabama scanner. No feeds for this area. Well, that's fun. All right. Well, we'll keep that up. We'll keep that in mind as we push this through. Where is Jackson? There is Jackson. So yeah, Livingston, Lolita, and now if this tornado continues to surge on through, Forkland can actually get into the activity here. So if you're near Forkland, you guys could potentially be impacted by this tornado. Maybe even Sawyerville, Greensboro, as I said. Utah. You guys could get impacted by the storm. Yeah, Bill E is still getting slammed heavily. Let's go full to Reed Timmer. Let's go full to Reed Timmer. And he's currently racing off to the north. Don't really have a good idea as to where he's at the moment, but all I gotta say is that he's chasing the storm, and he's I mean, he's Reed Timmer. What else for me to say? Well, for me is there to say? One thing I want to do here. Before we go back to Reed's stream, because it seems to have frozen for a little bit, I want to pull up GR Earth here. All right, this is the 12-hour precipitation. How much rain has fallen within a short period of time? All right. Well, there's a new tornado warning, so never mind.
Tornado warning for southern Greene County in west central Alabama, east central Sumter County in west central Alabama.
Yep. So, what I'm going to do now, actually, is I'm going to move my radar over to Birmingham's. And there's a new tornado warning. New tornado warning here. This includes Forkland and Utah. And areas south of Interstate 20. So if you live over here near Forkland, US Highway 43, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Now, in regards to the actual rotation here, all right, we can't really see a whole lot. But there still is something here. Still could potentially be something tornadic. So we're just going to have to continue to monitor as to how this moves on through. And I think it's the right decision for the National Weather Service to tornado warn this storm. Especially with the history of what it has done. With it, you know, doing damage before. So that's good on him for doing that. And this is, as I said, heading towards the Forkland areas along US Highway 43. So big storm right here. Big hook wrapping around this too. Is heading off into this general vicinity of Forkland. So we got to watch out. Definitely got to watch out for this storm. This is definitely something that no one should want to mess with. Do not be outside. Do not be in a mobile home. You need to be in a sturdy structure, and you need to either be underground or in your lowest innermost part of your building. Now, since it's actually shifted off towards the north and east, I want to see Greene County. I'll turn this down for right now. That's the what's its face, the ad that's played or whatever.
Or shop specials like the perfect
still an ad that's being played in the background.
40 to 50% off. Plus get contact-free curbside pickup.
Let's just play the ad and just
details at Macy's.com.
Tough through it. Tough through it.
And clearance prices, exclusions apply.
You're new from Pennsylvania? Well, I'm from Pennsylvania too, so welcome, welcome. All right, so we've got the Greene County scanner up in the background. The Greene County scanner in the background, so if there's any sort of reports that gets put on through, we'll be able to have that there. I also could put the scanner from Memphis, honestly. That's probably not a bad idea. Let's do that as well. Let's put Shelby County up. And let's put that up too. There we go. That hurts my ears a little. Let's not do that one. Let's do the other one here. And as Reed continues to intercept the tornado, try and figure out what's going on here. There we go. Alright, so now we have two different scanners.
Unit 60 clear headquarters en route to Tube off of you. Unit 60 1323.
There we go.
Dispatch, Thompson Command, may terminate Unit 39 service, you passenger. Thompson Command, terminate Unit 335 and service 1323.
Malcolm Ritchie with the 5 says all the pros are saying 2022 is going to be it's just worse as springtime emerges. Yeah, it probably is just going to go get worse. But the only thing about it for me, I'd say, is that it's probably going to be March and April. All right, so once you start to get into May, the beginning of May, you might get something more intense. But once you start to fan out towards the end of May, I don't really see it happening all too much. So, of course, we're just going to have to see. But that's from what I'm looking at, for the most part. Timmer said that he caught the tornado from the drone. So there you go.
Dispatch 300. What is engine 332 status? 300 engine 332 just cleared their call. Check. Have them rotate with me to 4800 Bateman, 4800 Bateman on a large limb down in the roadway. Assist Public Works.
So more reports of damage in Memphis is what I just heard.
Dispatch engine 332. We're direct. We'll be responding from quarters. Engine 332.
What? Are you serious?
Companies stand by. Unit 62. Assault Bravo override. 8042 Waterford Circle. Cross of Hacks Cross Road. Apartment 106. Map page 297. Charlie.
Huh. It looks like the storm over here in Livingston, heading towards Forkland, is starting to intensify a little bit. It is starting to intensify a little bit more. So I would not be surprised if we had a new rejuvenation of this tornado. I think this thing could potentially continue to stay alive and maybe even produce a tornado a little bit later on. So we got to continue to share the information with as many people as possible. As I said, if you guys are here in the chat, please be sure to share this live stream with as many people as possible.
Unit 6 is at the Duke on here, of course.
Let's actually turn this down a little bit. There we go. But yeah, just copy the link to this stream, share it with as many people as possible if you can.
Unit 67. Abnormal breathing. 8808 Wells Road. Cross of Wilkinsville Road and West Union Road. Map page 9. Charlie.
Why do I keep getting Oh, look at that. So now we have soundings here. Wow. That's actually pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool. So this is what Weatherbell has done now. Yeah, at the moment, at the moment, Matthew. There's currently a tornado. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Alright, I'll keep that in mind whenever I do stuff in the future with that. But yeah, we have a confirmed tornado warning in progress. Not a tornado in progress right now, though, according to radar. And this is over near the Forkland areas of Alabama, well to the south and west of Tuscaloosa, well to the south and west, south of Interstate 22. So, yeah, there is definitely quite a bit of activity here already with the severe weather event. This is the area I said a couple of days ago in my long... No, I said last night. I said last night in my video. I said I'm watching for an area here along the Mississippi-Alabama border for potential tornadic development. And, well, I think we nailed that. Hit that nail on the head. My goodness. But yeah, confirmed tornado right now. Or confirmed tornado warning. With a bit of turbulence again. This storm is starting to gain a lot of traction again. We still have a lot of turbulence here according to spectrum width. And of course, tornadoes do create turbulence. So we do have a lot of activity here still. And this is anticipated to move off towards the Forkland areas. Rotation is starting to intensify here. I think this thing might be trying to actually gain traction completely. Might be a little bit of a drop here. If it starts to align a little bit more, so if you see either this entire area right here become bright green, or if you see this area here become red, that's when you know you have a tornado in progress. And I think we're probably going to have that here within the next couple of seconds. Yeah, I would say within the next couple of seconds and or minutes, we probably will see another tornado in progress. So that's the reason why I keep saying for you guys to share this information with as many people as possible. Because we need to get this crucial information out. What happened to Morgan? Morgan's at school right now. It's, yeah. Confirmed Nader in Livingston 9 minutes ago. Sheesh. But yeah, this is rain wrapped. This is more than likely going to be a tornado here in a second. This is more than likely going to be a tornado here in a second. Latest velocity's just updated. It's getting there. It's not fully condensed, but it's doing something. KBMX is the radar I'm currently looking from. Birmingham's. I'm not sure if Birmingham actually has the best grasp on it. But I decided to go ahead and move over there. Let's actually see. What's the beam height? Yeah, Birmingham has the best grasp on it by far. So yeah, we're going on to this radar here now. And we do have some pretty strong rotation here.
53, Water Leak, 4195, Old Forest Road. Cross of Forest Crest Cove and Black Birch Cove. Map page 296. Charlie.
I do not see a debris signature quite yet. I do not see a debris signature. We go to the rotation here. Circle where the area of rotation in question is. So for people who don't know, you got greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. This counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is where the tornadic rotation would be. That's also indicated by where the spectrum width is centralized, and that is right in the middle of where that rotation is. So if we take a look at the correlation coefficient, we want to take a look and see if we can find any sort of greens or blues within the middle of those arrows. And we don't really have any, so I don't think we have a debris signature right now, unless if we get it here within the next scan. But it definitely could be producing a tornado here relatively soon. These are not chips, actually. This is Sour Patch Kids.
Engine 61 responding on a transformer fire 10530 Century Grove, code 1332.
You got in trouble because you were watching this? That seems legit.
Dispatch 700. We have a tree down.
Aren't you an amazing moderator?
Just north of Highway 64. Road is impassable. Notify them GNW.
More damage in Memphis that I just heard.
700 1333.
Yeah, I think this thing is starting to kind of congeal. Look at that. Spectrum width is now in the yellows. So it went up to level 4. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I went to level 5. Level 5 on the spectrum width. So it went from the grays to the blues to the reds to the oranges and now into the yellows. And the yellows is the maximum level that we can get here with our turbulence. So this more than likely has something, whether it's a funnel cloud, a wall cloud, a tornado. It's somewhere. It's there. The only issue is that it's rain-wrapped. Heavily rain-wrapped. What radar app is that? This is GR2 Analyst, my friend. This is just a different color table that I have now. So I decided to use the radar scope color table here, just to kind of show you guys the things that you'll be seeing, the things that you would be seeing.
Companies stand by. Rescue 66.
I want to see here.
9695.
Let's take a 3D of the storm. All right, so we already know the tornado is in there somewhere. We already know the tornado is in there somewhere.
109 Echo.
So let's go ahead and see if we can see it in 3D. If I can pull up here the spectrum width, we're looking at it in 3D here. This takes a look at all the different turbulence in the atmosphere, the lower amounts of turbulence. And there you go. You have quite a bit of rotation here. We have multiple areas of turbulence, I'd say, around this general vicinity. Let me try and figure out where. Okay, so there's 2 areas of rotation that I'm watching out for. So this one right here, this is not rotation. That's more of a gust front, if you will. A lot of strong surging winds that are right along a boundary. These 2 right here, all right, these 2 little appendages on the backside, this is where the tornadic rotations actually are. You have a little bit of an outflow boundary that's coming in behind it, and then your main rotation, which is right here. You can see it actually is a little bit higher in the sky. It goes up to 20,000 feet up in the sky, I'd say. Something like that. And so we do have quite a bit of rotation. If we take a look at the normalized rotation here, show you guys how high this rotation actually spans up in the atmosphere, it goes up about that high as well. About 20,000 feet. So we do have something here. According to the 3D analysis, we do have something that Reed Timmer is chasing. He already saw a tornado earlier. Of course, we didn't see it, but he said he got it on his drone. So we definitely have something here. And yeah, we probably have a tornado now. It's so what's happened here is that it's actually chopped off, it's consolidated itself, and it let go of its outflow boundary. And now it's starting to kind of consolidate itself on the backside, so that what the outflow boundary is doing is it's channeling all that moisture inside here. Now this is really rain wrapped, so it's kind of hard for it to intensify. But I mean, this is as textbook as it gets. You have your counterclockwise rotation here, or your main rotation to where you can attribute your tornadoes on the northern end. And then on the southern end, you actually have your anticyclonic rotation here towards the bottom. So you have counterclockwise, clockwise, and this is a classic supercell. Believe it or not, it's just really rain wrapped. There's just so much rain here across this area that it's almost choking itself out almost. But this is a this is definitely a bona fide supercell that could produce a tornado. Enhanced Echo Tops. I just wanted to check to see how tall this thunderstorm actually is. It's ranging up to about 35,000 feet, according to the radar here. So there definitely is something interesting with that. But yeah, I would say that we have some sort of tornadic rotation, especially on the backside right here. This is where the tornadic rotation more than likely will be. And yeah, I mean, that's clear and evident to me. Red's moving away, green's moving towards, and then you have a lot of excess moisture that's being wrapped around the outflow boundary right within here. So your inflow is being streamlined in, and right in there is where the tornadic rotation would be. So this storm really isn't expected to stop anytime soon, actually. If I try and put on the convective available potential energy for what's in front of this, what convective available potential energy basically is it's the energy in the atmosphere for thunderstorms to either form or sustain. And if as long as there is a substantial amount of it, then the storms more than likely will not disintegrate. And in this instance, I should say, we do have some of it out in front of the storm. This is where the tornado warning is in the pink polygon, and you can see it's surrounded by convective available potential energy. In regards to how much, though, let me pull that up here real quickly. It's about, at minimum, it appears to be about 900 joules per kilogram to about 1,150 joules per kilogram. And you need about 1,000 in order for you to consistently get decent severe weather. In order to get significant severe weather, that's when you start to get to around 1,500 to 1,800. And of course, you can easily get more than that. But with the amount of wind shear that we have with this event, you only need low amounts of CAPE in order for severe weather to sustain. And so we do have our energy levels present in the atmosphere throughout the storm. As I said, we do have a confirmed tornado warning in progress. This is in western portions of Alabama, and this is near the general vicinity of Forkland, Sawyerville, and Utah. All right, this is gonna head off near the Utah, Sawyerville, and Greensboro areas after it moves past Forkland and US Highway 43. So if you know anyone who lives near those areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I just heard over the radio there's more reports of damage in Memphis because of the ice storm. Let's take a look at the power outages again. Kentucky now has about 11,000 people without power. And then Shelby County, almost 120,000 people without power. A total of 136,585 people without power in Tennessee. That is insane, my friends. There is a lot of power out. In Texas, there's some over here too. If we get towards the the Dallas area, the Hunt area, or Hunt County. There is definitely quite a few people without power. Bear County has about 18,000 people without power over there. So there is quite a lot of activity. Vincent Owens with a 2. Thank you for all you donate. Well, thank you for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate that. It means a lot to me. It really does. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do. And then about Kentucky, Callaway County has 1,093 people without power. Everyone is without power over there in that county, according to this map. Webster, Henderson, Davies, Hopkins County, especially Hopkins County, need to watch out for that because there could potentially be a lot of people without power, including the city of Dawson Springs, which was impacted by the significant tornado earlier.
Dispatch, rescue 60. I have Sunrise Drive, man.
Rescue 66, I was thinking, primary track with 54.
Dispatch, Unit 64, clear hospital inside. Unit 64, clear to service 1343.
But yeah, there's quite a lot of activity there. I just wanted to DM someone who's been talking to me about the tornadoes in the background. I want to go and take a look over to the ice and the sleet here real quickly. We're gonna go back to the winter storm coverage here for a second. And you can see a lot of this orange and pink colors right here across the board. This right here is your freezing rain and your sleet. So freezing rain is pink, sleet is orange, and we've had a lot of reports of significant amounts of freezing rain. Let's actually take a look at some of the... I want to see if I can find some of the pictures, the videos in that general area. I wanted to basically look at that for a second, but that's not working. What about Olive Branch? Yeah, so the tree's still pretty bent over, and it looks like they're without power there. So watch this car, watch this truck here. If he goes, then they're without power. Yeah, they're stopping and then they're going. Yeah, they're without power. I was looking at these traffic lights here. I don't see any lights. Let me go full screen to this so you guys can see. But there aren't any lights there within that traffic light. There aren't any lights on. And they're just approaching every intersection with caution. So yeah, this area is without power, guys. Or at least the traffic lights are without power for the most part. I can see there's like a light over here that's in the a building. I'm not sure if that's battery operated or not. There's a light right here. A lamp post. I'm not sure if that's solar powered. But based off of looking here, I mean, just look at the truck here. He's going to stop. And we almost just watched an accident because that guy just went straight through.
63B, 63C. Go ahead and try turning.
Dude, if we watched an accident, that... Jeez. Yeah, look, he stops, and then he goes. This, those traffic lights are without power. For sure.
D to 63, maybe need the water shut off.
Not yet. We're gonna wait a second.
Will upstate South Carolina get severe weather tomorrow? Depends upon where in upstate. If you're along, well, actually, I'd say no. If you're along coastal South Carolina, yes. This was sent in by Malcolm Ritchie. So we still have people sending in stuff on Twitter. As I said, if you want to send stuff in on Twitter, please feel free to do so. It'll help me get the information out to people who are trying to understand as to what exactly is happening. Same thing with me, too. I can try and understand what's happening as well. But yeah, this is from Malcolm Ritchie in Dover, Ohio. And he's saying that it's 29 degrees with mixed sleet and freezing rain. And that's pretty consistent across much of the areas over in central to southern Ohio as well. Significant amounts of ice, all right? Significant amounts of ice is more than likely possible. Tornado warning now continues. It is now excluded Forkland. So Forkland is no longer in the main part of the tornado warning anymore. However, this thing more than likely is going to produce a tornado here within like the next couple of seconds. More than likely is going to produce a tornado within the next couple of seconds. As a matter of fact, just take a look at the velocities here. Just take a look at the velocities. You have very deep reds, very bright greens. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And then if you take a look at the spectrum width, I think that says it for itself. I mean, pretty significant stuff in that area. Where is... Huh. Did Reed Timmer's stream die out? There it is. Okay, I fixed it. I fixed that. Alright, so my apologies. Mods, can you resolve the issue in the chat, please? Any way you can? Oh. Oh yeah, it's there's no correlation coefficient drop, but it's on the ground. It's on the ground. It is on the ground. It is on the ground. Yeah. This is on the ground right here. Oh yeah. Let's see what the let's see what the thing is. New tornado warning just got issued. It's extension.
Tornado warning for Hale County in west central Alabama.
Yep, Reed stream is up at the top right hand side. Yeah, we got that on there. If I get copyright claimed, I get copyright claimed, alright? And if he sues me, he sues me. I'll pay him whatever he wants. Alright? But at this point, I'm trying to get information out. Alright? That's the main purpose here. I don't purposefully try and make money off of these streams. Because that's not the object of the channel. If they took my monetization away, I'd still do this, so. Yeah, there is a, this storm is definitely starting to kind of uptick significantly.
Companies stand by. Engine 60. Alarm of fire. Tree fire. Austin Key Highway and Egypt Central Road. Map page 110. Echo.
Trust me, if I could, I would, because it's like, alright, so hear me out. I'm actually going to change that eventually. So that's my old one that I have. Alright, all this stuff, by the way, all of this graphics and stuff like that, this is all going to be the old ones. I'm going to have a new one that's going to be coming out. It's not going to be as obnoxious and stuff like that. It's all going to be a lot more organized. And it's going to be custom tailored to me. So, you know, I apologize if you don't like it. I'm gonna change it eventually. Trust me. Here, I might as well. I could even delete it right now. Hold up. Boom. Done. Is it fixed? There we go. Boom. Done. Out. Yeah, the new one that I'm gonna put in there that's custom made is gonna be so much better. So much better. So, oh yeah. Oh yeah, this thing is on the ground more than likely. If you're in Sawyerville, you need to get in your safe space now. If you're in Sawyerville, you need to get in your safe space now. This thing is more than likely on the ground. This thing is more than likely on the ground right now. The velocities are very intense within this area. Spectrum width, and upwards of 31 knots within the area. This thing is more than likely on the ground right now. This thing is more than likely on the ground right now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, Doss. It's a similar path to the 2011 Sawyerville tornado. And you can see the scar from the tornado. It's still, you can still see the scar from 2011 right within there. This is a very similar path to that tornado. If we turn back radar on, boom, it's right in the middle of where it went over before in 2011. That is a very good point, Doss. Very good point. Any idea when snow starts in Cincinnati? This evening, and probably at around 8 or 9. I think that's when it was. Hold up. Want to double check here. Yeah, around 8 or 9 o'clock. That's when it can be like freezing into freezing rain, sleet, and snow. Probably more sleet and snow, more than anything. But yeah, it's right on there. Jeez. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's gone. There you go. Debris signature. Debris signature. Tornado in progress. I mean, we all knew it was a tornado on the ground 3 minutes before it actually showed up on radar. But, I mean, there is the confirmation right there. You have your debris signature right now. This one might be our Siggy. This one might be our significant tornado of the day, even though it's not really all that significant, or that big, I should say. But, yeah, 98 on top of 30. That one's got some strong rotation. Let's actually take a look at the delta velocity here. VROD is 55.8 knots, so that's pretty strong. But delta velocity is 111.7 knots. So that is about a 128 mile per hour velocity. That's how fast the winds are rotating throughout that area. 70 on top of 66. Okay, so now it's starting to get a bit stronger now. Now it's starting to get a bit stronger. So 118 knot delta velocity. That is about a 136 mile per hour delta velocity now. Yeah, this one is still going. Still going. That's the reason why I said we need to share this information with as many people as possible by sharing this live stream, by copying the link, sharing it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all sorts of places. We can try and get the information out to the people who live in these areas like Sawyerville. If you're in Sawyerville right now, you need to get in your safe space now. underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. If you are in a mobile home, then lay flat. Lay flat on the ground and put your hands behind your head. All right? If you stay flat to the ground, you won't be able to, you will more than likely not be able to get picked up by the tornado. It depends upon how significant the tornado actually is. But you need to get into a sturdy structure. That is besides the point. And by hitting the like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. So if you hit that like button down below, we get it out to more and more people on YouTube. And this information could be crucial to people who live in Alabama. All right, we got a significant tornado that could be moving on through. And if people in Sawyerville see this footage, oh yeah, 96 on top of, oh wow, 96 on top of 57, 96 on top of 57, that right there, my friends, is a 153 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are within this tornado here at 5,000 feet. This is a confirmed tornado.
Dispatch unit 60, clear station 66 en route to Millington Steel.
And this is a strong tornado too. This is a relatively strong tornado. You can see here in the velocities, if we pull this up here, similar to radar scopes. You can see how similar this actually is to what some of you are actually seeing on radar scope right now. And clear and obvious rotation right within here. You got your blues and purples moving towards the radar, your reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation is. I mean, this is as clear cut as you can get. This is as clear cut as you can get. And look at that. Look at that. Hold up. Let's go back to 1 here. You can actually see the supercell right within here. Look at how it wraps around. There's your debris ball. There's your debris ball. Your rear flank downdraft here coming along the side just like that. Yeah, you have a full-fledged supercell, embedded supercell right within here. Yep, this is a classic supercell right here. The rotation has weakened quite a bit. It is now 60 or 76 on top of 46. So that is about, it's about 110 to 120 miles per hour, give or take. But this is right next to Sawyerville. And this is right next to where the damage path of the 2011 Sawyerville tornado was. So yeah, this is an ongoing significant tornado, guys. This is an ongoing significant tornado.
Dispatch Wells command is going to be terminated at 335 service unit passenger. Wells command terminated engine 335 service 1400 hours WQB.
So keep getting this information out to as many people as possible if we can, because this is not good. This is not a good situation. There's the debris signature still. There is the debris signature still. Clear cut. Low correlation coefficient. The blue right within there just went right over Sawyerville. It actually went a little bit further to the north of Sawyerville. Oh, yeah. And look at the velocities with that, too. That is a tornado. That is a strong tornado. PDS, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, has just been issued. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. This has been issued for Hale County. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna get my my scanner here. And get the scanner here. I'm gonna try and pull it up so that we can no feeds here for Hale County, so that's unfortunate. We can't hear anything, but at the same time, it's also unfortunate that the people who are over here are getting impacted by this strong tornado. I mean, man, that's a lot of debris that just got spewed from this thing. Mark Mulo, thank you so much for becoming a member for 9 months. 9 months. Thank you so much. Says, keep up the fine work in 2022, Nate. And thank you so much for becoming a member for 9 months. I really do appreciate that, man. That's 9 months of you contributing $5 a month to become a sponsor of the channel. I really do appreciate the constant support. Oh boy. This is the spectrum width here, folks. This is the turbulence indicator that we showed earlier. I mean, look at how much turbulence is in this area. The yellows is level 5 out of 5. That's the highest level you can get here. You got the grays as level 1, you got the blues as level 2, you got the reds as 3, the oranges as 4, and then you got yellow as 5. And you got significant turbulence ongoing within that yellow area right there, indicating that a tornado is in progress still. We still have a significant tornado that is surging on through. And there it is. Man, oh man. So let's take a look a little bit ahead of time here. State Highway 69. If you are on State Highway 69, south of Moundville, north of Greensboro, there is a significant tornado that's heading off in your general vicinity. If I actually pull up, I pull up Google Maps here real quickly. All right, to put up perspective as to where this tornado exactly is. All right, this is going to go near the New Jerusalem Missionary Church, which is north of Greensboro. And it's going to head near the bunch of other churches, actually. There's a bunch of churches in this area. The Hollywood Drive, which is a lodging area. So if you know where the Hollywood Drive is, it's going to go right near that area. It actually might go right over that area. Still significant turbulence ongoing. And you can still see the hook right within this. This is a bona fide supercell right within here. Clear as day supercell that is moving about. With a hook echo and the debris signature still evident here. You can see the lowering of the correlation coefficient. Right there. So we still have a debris signature with this. This is also going to be near the Havana area. So if you live near Havana, south of Akron and Stewart. So there's like a Dollar General near Akron. It's going to be south of you all. So it's going to be more towards the Wedgeworth areas. Actually, it's a little bit further to the east of Wedgeworth. So Wedgeworth is about right here. And this is where the tornado is. Still a significant tornado in progress right now. Although the debris signature has let up a little bit. It might be occluding just a tiny smidge, but... Or, yeah, might have a failed occlusion here, just a tiny smidge. Bit. But this is still a significant tornado in progress. With some significant damaging winds. I mean, look at this. The bright reds moving away from the radar. The bright greens and almost blues in some spots moving towards the radar. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation is. Of course, you still have a little bit of that debris signature still within that area. But the spectrum width here says it all. There still is some significant amounts of turbulence here. 35 knots within that area. And this is still a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for much of these areas. Trying to see if I can find anything here. But yeah, man, some significant amounts. And as I said, this is probably going to be the significant tornado of the day. This is probably the most... I said before this tornado was even a tornado, I said this is probably going to be our significant tornado of the day. I also said last night that we need to be watching along the border of Alabama and Mississippi. Right along that border area is where you could potentially get your tornado. Boom. You also have this system that was originally along the border. It was near the Meridian areas. Man, that's gone. It's still on the ground, folks, and it's strong. It's very strong. This is a very strong tornado that just re-intensified.
Stand by. Engine 335, engine 332, battalion 23, hotel alarm 50, 90.
This is a significant tornado. This is a strong tornado.
2, map page 9, Foxtrot.
70 on top of 70. That's a 140 mile per hour rotational velocity. This is a strong tornado. Strong tornado still in progress. NetDog with the 20. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting my channel. I'll re-thank you here in a bit. I just want to focus a little bit more on the current crisis that is this tornado. I mean, wow. This is a bona fide supercell. How many miles has it traveled? Can I tell? Are you talking about how many miles has it traveled since it's been a confirmed tornado, or are you talking about how many miles it's traveled since it's existed, this supercell? Now, in regards to how long it's traveled since it's been on the ground, about 11 to 12 miles. 11 to 12 miles is how long it's been on the ground for. And how long since it's been alive, the supercell in general? Well, it's been alive since a lot longer than that. It was alive over here near Meridian. So about, I'd say 70 to 75 miles it's been alive since that long ago, just to the south of Meridian. But this is still quite a lot of areas here that is getting impacted by the storm. So now, here, it's going to be passing over the Havana areas here in a couple of seconds. All right, it's below the Hollywood Drive areas. As I said, Hollywood Drive is a lodging area. The Morning Star Cemetery. The Maiden Salon. Maiden Salon. All right, if you know where the Maiden Salon is, that's where the storm is actually going to be. And just to put in perspective as to where that is, all right, so this is the area to watch. There's Greensboro. There's Havana. It's going to be heading over here. You can see the scar of the 2011 tornado right there. And it's going to be heading off into this general vicinity right about here. Right about there is where we're watching out for. So there is the tornado still in progress. Correlation coefficient still shows that it's a tornado in progress as well. Yeah, this thing more than likely still is continuing. Looks like to be a bit more rain-wrapped now. The inflow notch has been kind of cut off a little bit more, so it's very narrow. Very narrow inflow notch. I'm curious as to how high the debris was actually thrown up into the atmosphere at a certain period of time. It goes up to about 10,000 feet, maybe 12,000 feet. Yeah, I'd say 12,000 feet is about right. Yeah, all right. Yeah, it actually went up to about here. We'll circle it on in. Here's where the debris is with the tornado, and it tracked all the way up to about 12,000 feet. So the debris got carried up by the wind shear as it got thrown up into the air. And there's your debris from the tornado. There's also your velocities as well. We'll go storm relative velocities as well to kind of show. There you go. There's your rotation right there. But man, oh man. Getting reports of damage, structural damage to homes and mobile homes shifted off a foundation at Highway 14. Which is honestly not surprising, honestly. It is really not surprising. I mean, I told you, I said mobile homes will not do it. It will not do it for you. Because it is not strong enough. Mobile homes are not strong enough to withstand. That's the reason why we try and get this information out to as many people as possible, because if there is anybody who lives in these mobile homes, we can try and get them to a sturdy structure ahead of time. So that's the reason why I say share this information with friends and family and on social media. You know, if all 375 people here in the chat were to share this video, share this live stream with people on Facebook and Twitter, imagine how many people we can get out to. So please be sure to share this on those social media platforms, and by hitting that like button, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. But yeah, this is still a tornado, more than likely in progress. The rotation in itself is starting to diminish. That's the good news. It's starting to lose a lot of energy in this environment as well. Yeah, from what I can tell, we've had quite a lot of damage over here in Sawyerville. But this is what I was talking about, guys. This is what I was talking about here. So this seems to be the only storm at the moment. Still has the classic hook presentation right within here on reflectivity. You can see the inflow streaming in. Very narrow inflow notch. So the forward flank downdraft is kind of almost cut off the actual inflow, which is the reason why the storm is starting to weaken as much as it is. But it is still a tornado that is in progress nevertheless. Jasmine with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Thank you so much. But yeah. It still has a bit of character to it still. It still has structure. So it's not, you know, it's still more than likely on the ground right now. We have a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Tuscaloosa County in west central Alabama, central Bibb County in central Alabama.
Give me a second here real quickly. Where is New Orleans? There's New Orleans. What radar is the closest to all that? Probably Mobile. House with its second floor gone. Jeez. How much cape is there? Or how much cape is there in this environment? Here's the cape levels. The ones that are up near where the tornado warning currently is about 700 to 900 joules per kilogram. So it's starting to run out of real estate here relatively soon, but it had quite a lot of energy here before. And it still kind of does. Before it had about 1,300 joules per kilogram. Now, because it's shifted off further towards the north and east, it is starting to lose a lot of that energy with it. But yeah, we do have a new tornado warning. We do have a new tornado warning. It's out ahead of this cell, and it's for the Duncanville, Coaling, Woodstock, Eeline, and West Blockton areas. So if you live over there, I highly recommend you start taking your proper precautions now. It's well south of Tuscaloosa, well south of Moundville, but it is a new tornado warning regardless. Tagged a tweet. Heard from a spotter. Let's go see what's up with that. We had a bunch of people who sent stuff in here. Mobile home knocked off of its foundation near Sawyerville. Near Highway 14, and a house with its second level completely gone. And that's according to Brett Adair, too. Sheesh. That's pretty crazy. Brett Adair is a really good chaser. So, man, oh man. But yeah, a lot of damage reported in Sawyerville. Let's go back to that to the radar here. And it does look like the velocities have started to seed, or at least the tornadic velocities have started to seed. We're starting to lose a lot of that signature that made the tornado. And now, in this instance, we thankfully probably don't have a tornado in progress right now. But yeah, this is the area to watch here. Mesoscale discussion. I want to read up on this here from the Storm Prediction Center. Strong to severe storms will continue northwest or northeastward into central Alabama. Some local extension in the watch area may be needed if storms maintain intensity through the afternoon. Interesting. This will primarily be a damaging wind threat, given the strong low-level winds that will remain. They also think that discrete storms ahead of the cold front will remain low, which makes sense in my honest opinion. Probably wouldn't form, more than likely. Running out of juice, thankfully. Yeah, that's the big thing here. Let's go and take a look over at the cell that has the severe thunderstorm warning near Grove Hill and Thomasville. I want to see. I'm not sure if there's anything that's happening over here, but I did want to just check to see if there was anything anyways. Span reports injuries, unfortunately, and that's just unfortunate.
71, commercial alarm. 4900 Milton Wilson Boulevard, cross of Hall Creek Lane and Milton Wilson Road. Map page 120, Alpha.
It might... It still looks like it has a little bit of organization. Just a little bit. It still looks like it's trying. It looks like it's detaching... It looked like it detached its original rotation earlier, so maybe a little bit of a cycle, possibly, but I can't say that to be certain. I really can't. Finisher with the 5 says, excellent coverage as usual, Nate. I appreciate how technical you get with your storm analysis. Well, I appreciate the support to the channel. It really means a lot to me. It really does. So thank you so much for the 5. I really do. Wow. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for helping my channel. It really does mean a lot to me. It really does. Yeah. Yeah, it does look like it's forming a new area. That's why I was like, it looks like it's kind of shedding its old rotation just for a little bit. Let me take a look at the upper levels.
Companies stand by.
I mean, it's primed to recycle, to be completely honest with you.
4900 Milton Wilson
It is primed to recycle.
Cross of Hall Creek Lane and
It's just
Milton
gotta
Wilson
get its
Road.
act together
Map page
in order for it to do so.
120.
Jacob, with the 4 months of becoming a sponsor, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. He says, will Birmingham be impacted later today? I have some family down there and was wondering if they would be okay through the day. Well, we have a storm that's heading towards Birmingham right now. Still quite a ways away at the moment, but it did have a history of producing a tornado. Getting a look at the storm track, I'd say about an hour and a half to 2 hours from now is when the storm will actually push on through. So I would continue to watch out. I would monitor the situation very closely, but thank you so much for becoming a member, man. Dude, thank you to all my members, honestly. All right. You guys know that's the best way to sponsor my channel, to help financially support the channel and stuff like that. Help me get upgrades and stuff. Fun chasers and whatever. So when you guys do that stuff, you know, you guys are amazing. Thank you. Do you know if there will be any ice in Carthage, Tennessee? I can definitely check here. I want to give you guys a sneak peek so badly. I want to do it. Carthage, probably not. You guys might have some residual ice, but probably not. Let's... check here with radar. So you're in between Cookeville and Nashville. And yeah, it doesn't look like you guys are really going to get a whole lot. You might see a little bit of frozen precipitation, maybe some flurries, but nothing too much. All right, you know what? That's it. You ready? You ready, chat? We're going to do it. We're going to give you a sneak peek. A sneak peek as to what you could potentially see in the spring. All right. First off, it's not exactly a sneak peek, but it's a tool that I'm going to be using. All right, we're going to turn this off, turn this back on. And this is what we're going to probably do here as soon as I figure this out.
700 Minutes Command, 1-story non-combustible commercial bank, that's a short switch at Tango 2, 1426.
I can find it. Hold up.
Dispatch Milton Wilson Command. We can see through the building. We don't see anything. You can disregard
Smarty.
72. We notify SO that we're making issue with Knox Box 2.
This is gonna be a pain in my rear, maybe.
See through the building, don't see anything. If I have a sheriff department, you're making entry with the Knox box keys, send it to them, discard.
Ooh, it's not gonna work for me for right now, is it? That's gonna be fun. If that's the case, then I still have some kinks to figure out. It's consolidating again. Yeah, it's not really all too surprising at this point. Yeah, there it goes. We're gonna turn this off. Turn it back on. Hopefully it will work. Hopefully. It's still taking its time to load. Yeah, it's definitely doing some weird stuff right now. I got it. All right, chat. We're moving this over. We're doing our analysis on this side now. Number 4. It is number 4. All right, everyone. Okay, so if we take a look at our storm right along in here, you can see we still have a little bit of rotation, all right? So we've got a lot of reds moving away from the radar. We got a lot of greens moving towards. Let's see if we can actually make the pen thickness. Unfortunately, we can't make it a lot thicker than that. Although I can in the future, so I'll fix that later. Not that big of a deal. But we have a lot of rotation right towards the middle. And this is going to be heading off towards the EO line areas, way south of the Duncanville vicinity. So if you're over there towards EO line, towards the United States Highway 82 general vicinity, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Now, at the same time with all of this here, too, we're going to take a look at the velocities. And you can see you have a lot of reds moving away. You have greens and blues moving towards. So right in the middle is where the tornadic signature actually is at. And this is, as I said, well to the south of Duncanville. It's just to the south and east of Moundville. And it's moving off towards the north and east. All right, so we need to continue to monitor this as much as possible. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out some of the controls with all of this. It's still a prototype. It's still a prototype. But this is definitely some pretty decent rotation that is starting to develop here. Remember, guys, we already had the tornadoes that formed earlier on. We had our tornado that was over near Sawyerville. This tornado could easily form again, all right? So we need to continue to watch out for how this thing continues to progress, I should say. And just for reference here, I zoomed it out a little bit more. I'm going to throw some of my stuff away real quickly. Just for reference here, here is Tuscaloosa, and here is the tornadic rotation. Now, of course, you have your little tick marks here that indicate your 15-minute intervals. So that's how, that's the distance in which the tornadic rotation has traveled within a certain time period. In this instance, it's 15 minutes. So it'll be crossing over US Highway 82 in about 15 minutes, and then getting towards the West Blockton area in about 30 minutes. So if you live near West Blockton along US Highway 9, or not US Highway, State Highway 5, south of I-20, south of US Highway 11, north of Centreville, you guys need to go ahead and start taking your proper precautions now. Evan O'Brien with the 5 says, appreciate the streams during all these events and all the good information you have given, helping me further my meteorology interests. Yeah, well, you know me. I love to I love to show my work and stuff like that. And anytime I can, I'm gonna try and, you know, help someone out and try to help them understand as to why this all is happening. So if I'm helping you, I mean, you guys are helping me too. You guys correct me in the chat as well. And even in Discord as well, you guys help me. But yeah, you guys know me. I love getting into the nitty gritty. And I really do appreciate you guys for sticking around with me. I really do. So thank you, Evan, for the 5. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, West Blockton, Eoline, Duncanville, Coaling, Woodstock. These are the areas that are all going to be impacted by this tornadic rotation. Now, the rotation is not as significant as it once was, but it's still there. It still has evidence of it potentially doing things. So we need to continue to watch out for how this thing continues to move on through. Once again, you have your reds that are moving away from the radar. Actually, let's redo that again, because I forgot I have the different colors here. You have your reds that are moving away from the radar, and then you have your greens that are moving towards the radar. So right in the middle, right about there, is where the tornadic rotation would actually be. Now, as I said, rotation, not exactly the strongest thing in the world right now. But it still has something, and it still has a bit of a spectrum width drop right within there. You can see the spike, the spectrum width here. Hold up. Back there. Boom. Now we're starting to get damage. All right, so now we're starting to see pictures of damage. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Look at this here, folks. Look at that. That is a heck of a storm right there. Holy. Man, that is one heck of a damage shot. I mean, look at that. I don't know what this is. I don't think you need to know what this is. This is a structure. And this is what these tornadoes can do, guys. That's what these tornadoes can do. And when we try and get the information out here, try and spread it to as many people as possible. Yeah, wow. That's insane. So that's the reason why we try to do these live streams, and we try to share it with people. Because these storms right here, you know, are more than likely. Yeah, there's a debris signature again. This thing is on the ground again. This thing is on the ground again. There it is. Man, oh man, this thing is just continuing to go too. And you can clearly see how the actual winds channel into this area too. Confirmed tornado now. Confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service. It's radar indicated, of course. You can see along the outlines right within here, you can see how it's all channeled around. All that moisture being channeled around into the actual area to where the tornado would be. And then, of course, the rear flank downdraft right within here. So this is a clear-cut tornado. I don't think this is going to be... I wouldn't at least think this is a... we were going to get more than this. I think we could get like a couple more storms that could potentially be tornadic down the line. But as I said earlier on in the stream, I think this is going to be our significant tornado for the day. And it's still ongoing. This cell is still going. And yeah, there it is. Once again, debris signature right in there. We go back to the velocities. Yep, it's right there too. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. That is clear cut right there. That is clear cut right there. There's your turbulence. Boom. That right there is another tornado south of Duncanville, Alabama, and heading towards the Eoline areas. So if you live near Eoline, all right, if you live along US Highway 82, you have a tornado that is heading directly in your path. Within the next 5 minutes, it's going to go right over you. Within the next 5 minutes, it's going to go right over you. So you need to get into your safe space now, because this storm is not anything to mess with. It has already produced tornadoes in the past, and they weren't, weak tornadoes. They were strong tornadoes too. There's 2 tornadoes. One of them was a decently strong one. Another one was a very strong one. And so this is another one that could potentially have the potential to be strong. And look at that. My goodness. That right there. Man. Big debris signature. Huge debris signature. That thing is huge. That is not what we wanted to see. That is not what we wanted to see at all. And yeah, it's intensifying again. The velocities are starting to intensify significantly. If you're over in Vance, West Blockton, Woodstock, Caffey Junction, Coaling, you need to get in your safe space now. All right, you need to at least have a plan of action or get into your safe space, because this storm that has had a history of producing not just general tornadoes but strong tornadoes is heading off into your area. This is a very concerning storm that is continuing to produce multiple tornadoes within its lifespan, and this is no different from what we have seen before. So we need to get this information out to as many people as possible. As I said, share this information with friends and family and on social media. Especially if they live in these areas. All right, this is in Alabama. This is south of Interstate 20. Just for reference, all right, up here is Tuscaloosa. All right, up there is Tuscaloosa. So this is well off to the south and east of Tuscaloosa. You can see our track here within this white line and these little tick marks right within here, all right? These little tick marks, that indicates the path of which the track is going to be every 15 minutes. So for every little tick mark, that's 15 minutes. So this right here, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, it'll be over at West Blockton and Woodstock. In about 45 minutes, it'll be off towards the Caffey Junction areas. So we need to get this information out to as many people as possible on YouTube. We need to share this with as many people as possible. Latest velocity scan, wow. 148 mile per hour delta velocity. And that is a massive debris signature. This is a large tornado. 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 Yep. And that's a deep debris signature too. That's very deep. The debris signature, the correlation coefficient, if we go back a scan here, you can see right here. Notice how it gets into the dark blues areas. Notice how it gets to the dark blues areas. That right there. Man, oh man. Jeez. That is a significant debris signature. That is large. It's a large and destructive tornado. It is not PDS yet. I am stalking the National Weather Service tornado right now. But that is a that was a strong tornado that just occurred. I hope to God that there was no one who lived within these areas. It doesn't look like it. I'm seeing a lot of trees. If we go back to like draw a picture of the debris signature. So let's assume that it started a little bit further to the south. All right, let's assume that it started somewhere right within here. All right, so let's assume it started right within there, and then it ended right about here. This is where the current debris signature is at. So if we go forward in time, you can see there's the debris signature. And it doesn't look like it hit a whole lot. I don't know what this thing is. I actually want to go check to see what is that. What is that? That is... Just for reference, I need to take a look at where it is again. So it's south of 82. Well south of 82. It's somewhere along, yeah, right here. Checking station. So that looks like this isn't really a whole lot, honestly. This might be, you know, wildlife. Which is good news if that's the case. There's a little campground over here, though. There's a campground that's right next to all of this. So maybe the campground got impacted by whatever that is. As I try and figure out how to work this thing now. You guys can see my secret. I stalk other weather YouTubers while I'm live. Haha. Exposed. Is it only me and Ryan who's on right now, who's live? Can someone look on YouTube for me? Because I kind of want to know if there's other people covering this. It'd be amazing if we can get information out more than just myself and him. Although he's like, what, got over 100,000 people? Something like that. It looks like Reed's stream is kind of down-ish. So let's see if we can number 4. There we go. Morgan is live? Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is just... You still got debris right within there. I haven't seen the latest scan come up quite yet. News channel covering it, of course. So Span is on it. James Span is on it.
But I want to have it anyway, because...
Looks like the debris signature is fanned out. So you can see how a lot of the debris has fanned out wide.
That's attack.
More off to the north and east more than anything. So whenever you see the fanning of the debris kind of like that, to where it's not consolidated anymore, it's just spread out now. So maybe not this arrow right here. But when it starts to fan out, that's when you know that you don't have a tornado in progress anymore. But man, oh man. There might have been a brief attempt at it trying to recycle down here in the southeastern flank. Might have been an attempt.
700 inside.
Might have been an attempt. but I don't see all too much right now. Look at that debris ball there, chat. Look at that debris ball. My goodness. Clearly had a debris ball right there. You can see the hook that wraps around it. That is... wow. But yeah, on this storm's current trajectory, alright, this is where the tornadic rotation could potentially be, somewhere in here. It was originally up here. Now it's either right here or right here. But the big thing here to notice, you guys, is that this is heading off still towards Woodstock, the Caffey Junction, Lakeview, West Blockton, Vance. Alright, we've already seen multiple tornadoes from this. Multiple tornadoes from this storm. And so now is the time for you guys to start preparing. Alright, I'm going to update my storm track here. Update my storm track.
Dispatch 697941 Rosemark Road, General Assistant, Rosemark Command. Agent 69 Rosemark Command.
What county is this? This is Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties. So this is right when it went into Bibb County. But it's got the NOAA weather radio instead. Geesh. Another CC drop. Is it back behind it? That's on the back side there. So you see, if we circle this right here, and if we go over to the reflectivity, that's along the back side. So there's no debris signature right within there. I want to pull something up. Ooh. There we go. Pyro, thank you for becoming a 2-month member now. So that's 2 months of you becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. But yeah, I don't see anything tornadic with this right now. I don't see it as a tornado. Does not mean it will not become a tornado in the future, though. Alright, that's the one thing that I want to stay consistent here with you all. This storm, at any given time, can start to produce a tornado again. If I were watching out as to where it could potentially do it, I would watch this area right here. That area right there is where I'd watch out for. The only thing about it is that it's got a lot of... it's got to deal with a lot of rain and precipitation here. A lot of precipitation. So... it's not just one area. It's not just all fine and dandy. Just a reminder real quickly, as to what some of the damage looked like. Alright, here you go. This was from Brian Wilson. And I don't think it really matters what type of structure that was. At some point it was a building. Now it's not. That is, Strong tornado. So my goodness. And this is why we stream for all the events here, guys. You know, it's not just the winter weather, it's also the severe weather too. That might be a sleeper cell. This area down here near Clanton, Billingsley. That might be a sleeper cell to watch out for. That thing could potentially be tornadic later along the line. What about the other areas over here? Mobile. Let's move our radar over here as well and see if we can find anything. I don't see anything tornadic. I don't see anything tornadic along the southern end of the line. I think it's better for us to stick with the stuff in Birmingham. I want to also check the stuff that's off towards the north and east, or really north. And that is the winter weather that is heading off towards Paducah now. Because what's happening is that precipitation that was over towards Memphis and Mayfield, actually it's not even in Paducah anymore. It's in Princeton and Hopkinsville. That system right there is now starting to shift off further towards the north and east. So you can see a lot of the main strong precipitation right within here, with a couple bands of precipitation out here in some spots as well. But if we go out to, not the velocities, the ZDR here. All right, if we go to the ZDR, you can clearly see this is where the band is right here. This is where the freezing layer is, or the freezing line is. So anywhere north of that, if there's any precipitation that's up in here, this is all snow. But anything down towards the bottom, south of that line, that is where you could potentially see some freezing rain, or even some sleet. So it's just one of those things where you guys need to really watch out for where you guys are at, as well as how cold it is around you. But man, oh man, this is starting to surge off now towards the north and east, and all that freezing rain is coming with it too. What about Wilmington, Ohio? Ooh. So look at that. All right, this is Wilmington, Ohio now, from their radar. And you can see the massive band of freezing rain here too. Big band of snow as well into portions of Dayton and Columbus. Well, not exactly Columbus, but definitely marching on through into Columbus, to where there could potentially be some sleet and some freezing rain. But anywhere north of this line, all right? So this is the same exact thing here. Same exact thing here. Anywhere within this freezing line, right within here, north of it, you got snow. South of it, you got freezing rain. And then you got sleet. That's a terrible ice drawing, but you get the point there. And so that's what you're currently looking at if you're in those areas. ZDR, big band of snow. Heavy snowfall totals over here in Dayton. You got probably very low visibility for Dayton. Extremely low visibility for Dayton. I mean, that is some relatively low ZDR values there. Heavy amounts of snowfall. that is ongoing over into portions of western Ohio into central Ohio. And that includes portions near Delaware. So Delaware, Marysville. Well, Delaware is actually getting a little bit of sleet too. So they're actually right along the border of this. You can see how the line kind of fans out a little bit this way. So you're right along the border of where there can be sleet and snow. But the heaviest amount of snow is going to be Dayton, Springfield, Urbana, Marysville. All right, that's the area to watch out for the most. If I were trying to figure out as to where the significant freezing rain, sleet, and snow could potentially be. We're going to go back to the, actually, we're not going that. We're going to this. We're going to keep Reed Timmer up at the top right-hand corner. And if I get, as I said, if I get copyright claimed, I get copyright claimed. But it is what it is at this point. At least for this storm system today. Is Zionsville, Indiana gonna be good? Let's take a look here. Excuse me. Zionsville, Indiana, which is north of Indianapolis. You guys are starting to get towards the latter stages of this event now. You guys are starting to get to the latter stages of this event. So I can't really say you guys are going to be anticipating, a significant amount.
Tower 64 Command. We've closed the gates for the facility. Attendants have been accounted for. Command is terminated. Ladder 65 back in service.
Command terminated.
Convective available potential energy is now starting to really shrinking in some areas. I'm looking at about, at maximum, 500 joules per kilogram near that storm up near Birmingham. At least according to GR Earth. Let's go back over to that over in GR2. We still do have a little bit of rotation. Still have a little bit of cape as well. But, I mean, if I were to watch out for where there could potentially be tornadic rotation, if I were watching for it, it would definitely be right within there. Right within that general vicinity.
Companies stand by. Engine 60. Generator call. 5520.
There's a little bit of turbulence there too. Hold up. This thing might try.
Map page 130.
It's what? A level 3. Maybe a hint of level 4 in that as well. Yeah, a little bit of a level 4 in there as well in the spectrum width. But it's not really all too organized in my opinion. Not really all too organized. If you guys find anything on Twitter, feel free to send it my way, whether you send it in messages or you at me or whatever. Greatly appreciated. Is this one down at the moment?
Companies stand by. Rescue 66, Unit 60. Cardiac arrest, patient not breathing.
Interesting.
4785, Hunters Glen, Cove. Cross of West Hunters Glen. Map page 109, Charlie.
Yeah, that is really interesting there. I think what's happening here is this band right here of snow, I think, is starting to decay. That band of snow right there is starting to decay. If we take a look at the correlation coefficient, you can see how it becomes very widespread. you take a look at the ZDR is relatively high, contrary to what it would be before. So I think that portion of the snow is starting to decay as you get towards Evansville. There's a band of snow right within that area. According to the reflectivity, there is quite a bit of snow within that area, so you could be seeing some heavy amounts of snow, but probably not in regards to visibility. So we're just going to have to continue to watch out for how that continues to move on through. But Farmer Matt, thank you so much for becoming a member for 9 months. The 9 months of being a sponsor. I really do appreciate that. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And you already know that's the best way to support my channel. So I really do appreciate you becoming a channel member. Basically a sponsor. Hale County, Alabama EMS is assisting people trapped in the tornado damage. Interesting.
Companies stand by. Engine 60. Cardiac arrest. Patient not breathing. 4785 Hunters Glen Cove. Cross of West Hunters Glen. Map page 109. Charlie.
I didn't think I missed it, Jasmine. I didn't think I did. Here's something interesting, all right? So this right here is the observed wind profile for Birmingham. And this is a good way to determine as to what all is exactly happening right now. And this is the reason why the storm is doing as well as it is. Basically, what's happening here is this is a look at the wind shear with height. So if you can imagine as if you go further up to the top, this is northbound winds, this is eastbound winds, southbound winds, westbound winds, all right? Now what you have here is these circles as well. So this is how fast it is in knots. So if you want to convert it to miles per hour, it's like the basic conversion is you add about 5 miles per hour, give or take, once you get towards 20 or 25. But here you go. You can see the 1s, the 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All this represents the heights in the atmosphere. So 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, 3 kilometer, 4 kilometer, 5 kilometers, so on, so for so on and so forth. And so what you have here is you have a lot of backing, a lot of southerly winds that's coming up from the bottom at about the 0 to half kilometer height right within here. And then once it goes from 500 meters to 1 kilometer, 500 meters to 1 kilometer, it starts to shift from southerly winds to southwesterly winds. So you have winds coming from the south and west, and then it continues to elongate further into westerly winds. So winds coming from the west moving towards the east. And when you have this curling of the hodograph right within here, when you have this curling just like that, that's favorable for tornadoes. And you'll actually see, if we go back, all right, you can even, attach the tail kind of like this too. If we go back to the actual, supercell in question that we were just looking at, the supercell looks very similar to how that looks. So let's go backwards. Let's keep going backwards. Keep going backwards. And here it was. Close enough, honestly. Is it close enough? Now it is. Now it is. So, God, I keep hitting the same thing over and over again. I need to stop moving my mouse. There you go. All right, so you can see how in the upper levels, you can see how it starts to curl off kind of like this. And that's the reason why we look for those hooks. Because the photographs represent how the rain is falling in the atmosphere and the potential for supercells to form. It's not one of those things where, you know, it's looking for tornadoes, although supercells cause tornadoes. So, I mean, you can say that if you want to. But this looks for more for supercells that could produce tornadoes more than anything. So, the better shaped the photograph, the more significant the wind shear with it as well, the higher probability of you seeing tornadoes within that area. So that's the reason why this tornado has been doing what it has been doing for quite a while. And that observed wind profile, which was taken from a weather balloon over in Birmingham, that is the reason why you have as much activity as you do now. And you have another one right here. Look at this. Another hook, and we have another hook right within there. All right, 2 hooks. So that's the same thing that we're looking at. If we take a look at those hooks and we compare it to our wind profile, looks very similar, doesn't it? Very similar, doesn't it? This is actually when it starts at the surface right here. So technically this is when it starts, but you also have it a little bit closer to the bottom as well. So look at that, man. That is as classic as you can get, as textbook as you can get, and that's the reason why you have as much activity as you do right now. If I didn't, then thank you, Jasmine, for, what was it? I thought it was the 9 months. That's the reason why I was saying. Yep, thank you for the 9 months if that's the case. Really do appreciate it. I really do. But yeah, that's what I'm looking for right here. Ooh. Good call, Slippy, if that's the case. That's tough. That's a tough call. That could be a tornado. Could be a brief tornado. That is a tough call. But that could be a brief tornado. Latest scan just came in. Deteriorated, but you have the new storm that's right over here. West Blockton. All right. We said before, West Blockton, you're probably going to get impacted. Here you go. I mean, this is as clear cut as you can get. As clear cut as you can get for this area. And it's been building a lot of rotation here too. It's been building and building and building. We got our greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. When it starts to consolidate a little bit more, all right? So when you have your greens that are like this, and then you have your reds that are like this, that's when you know you start to have a strong tornado. Or even a tornado in general. So...
One's gonna be delayed, tree blocking the road on Macon Road at Macon and Simpson Trail.
I just heard something. It was interesting. Yeah, West Blockton, Marvel. All right, if you're north of Marvel, somewhere over here to the north and east of West Blockton. All right, let's actually see. Do we have shape files for this area? We do. Old Woodstock Road and Bibb County 21. That's Gray Hill Road over there. All right, so let's put our map over here to the side. So there's West Blockton. And it's going to be north of West Blockton just by a little bit. Over here. So this is near the country store. The cremation center of Birmingham. South of the Woodstock ballpark. So the Woodstock ballpark and south of that. South of the Mercedes-Benz plant. Alright, the battery assembly plant. It's south of that. And it's going to be really close to State Highway 5. Really close, if not on the majority of it. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Tuscaloosa County in west central Alabama, northwestern Shelby County in central Alabama, northeastern Bibb County in central Alabama, southern Jefferson County in central Alabama.
Yeah, it's the new tornado warning now, and it's heading into Birmingham. Heading into Birmingham now. I mean, here's the rotation right within here. And all the way up there is Birmingham. So we need to get this information out to as many people as possible now. Because this is about to head into a major populous area. Major populous area. I mean, my goodness. This is pretty concerning if something does drop within here. It may not be super strong. It may not be super strong. But tornadoes are impactful. Tornadoes are impactful. That's the reason why we need to share this information. My goodness, it's still going. It just doesn't end at this point. So yeah, Caffey Junction, Pelham, the intersection of I-20 and I-459. All right, that area over there, Hoover, Bessemer. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. All right, because that's where these storms are heading off towards right now. Let's actually get the updated storm track here. There we go. And it's actually going to be a bit further to the east of the intersection of I-20 and I-459. But this is heading off into southern Birmingham, more than likely. So guys, as I said, we need to share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link of the stream and share it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, friends and family, whether it's a text message. And also by liking the live stream right now. By liking the live stream, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. Because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. If you like the live stream more in a consecutive period, even with videos in general, if you see my videos, that's the reason why I asked for people to like, is so that we can get the information out. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. So, if you hit the like button more, the video and the live stream gets recommended to more and more people. So we have another storm here, another tornado warning that has been issued by the National Weather Service, and this does include portions of Birmingham. And just for reference here, guys, real quickly. Just for reference here. Take a look at this. Population. Here, let's actually change the color of the thing here. Population, about 500,000. 500,000 people in this tornado warning. Much of them is over here into Birmingham. Alright, so if you are over here into places like Birmingham, like Bessemer, Hueytown, alright, West Blockton, of course, you guys are getting impacted right now. You need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. You can also see how it includes the interstates here. Here's 459. Well, actually, there's 20. There's 459 right there. And then there's 65 right within here. 65 goes all the way up through Birmingham. All right. So this storm is more than likely going to head up along this area and down towards the southern side of Birmingham. More than likely. And this is heading, as I said, to the Birmingham Metro. So we need to get this information out to as many people as possible about this storm. Velocities, I mean, it's still pretty strong. There is a bit of a spectrum width drop right within there. It is in a level 3 right now, so a level 3 out of 5. It's a high level 3 out of 5, actually. You can see those bright reds within there. Velocities, I mean, they speak for itself, don't they? Let's go to the regular velocities here instead of storm relative. Although they just deteriorated here within the recent scan. It might be too close to the radar, so I'm going to go up a tilt. I'm going to go up to 0.9. So it still has decent rotation. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle, of course, is where the rotation would be. No correlation coefficient drop, meaning that there is no debris signature from this storm. So that is the good news here. But regardless, I mean, this is a pretty significant storm that has produced significant tornadoes in the past. And it could very well impact people's livelihoods. So we need to take this very seriously. Very seriously, guys.
Blue Spruce Command, MLGW is already on scene, already been notified of a downed tree on a transformer. There is no fire currently.
Just heard reports of downed trees on a transformer in Memphis, so the damage is still ongoing in that area. And speaking of which, there is now 126,000 people without power in Shelby County, which is where Memphis is. 126,000 people without power over there. And then, of course, 142,000 people without power in the state of Tennessee in general. I mean, this winter storm just absolutely curb stomped some areas. CC drop. Might be in my next scan, but I don't see it right now. Familian Love, hello, hello, welcome to the stream. I'm trying to see. I don't think there's a debris signature. I don't see it. There was with the Caffey Junction cell. So that definitely could have been a brief tornado over there in Lakeview. So we definitely did see something that was possible. Maybe a brief tornado in Woodstock, maybe. But it doesn't look like it. My verification methods aren't really sounding off, so. The good news here, guys, rotation is weakening significantly. Alright, the spectrum width here, our turbulence indicator, is really shrinking. It's only about 2 to 3 pixels wide. And so, it's not as strong as it once was before compared to, you know, let's go back a few frames. You can see how large the pixels were at that point when it was up a little bit further south and how wide that was. But yeah, I mean, this storm has stayed alive. This storm has stayed alive for an extremely long duration. but it's still heading off into Birmingham. All right, that's the thing here, is that in Birmingham, there's a lot of people. And if there is any sort of reformation in the cell, it's going to be very hard to tell for the most part. But if this reforms at all, it's going to be right in a general populous area. So that's the reason why I'm pretty concerned here so far. What we've got, and especially with the storm that continues to seem to not want to die. Still has decent amounts of energy, but it's losing traction here. What's happening as well, right? The other thing that I want to mention too is that it had quite a large swath of open air in front of it for it to continue to ingest moisture. And now, since it has more and more showers and thunderstorms that has developed out in front of it, the actual signature of this storm has seeded a bit. So that is the good news there. However, it's not officially dead yet. It's not officially out yet. It's still pretty severe. So we're going to continue to watch as to how this continues to unfold. But I do not see anything worth noting based off of the rotation of the lower levels. And the tornado warning has been canceled. Tornado warning has been canceled. So that is the good news here. It looks like the city of Birmingham is out of immediate danger. And that's very consistent too. If we take a look back at GR Earth, you can see that right over Birmingham, there's barely any sort of, energy whatsoever. If we take a look back at the convective available potential energy, there's barely anything. But what I also want to do is I want to go to Mobile. And I saw something interesting here. There's a couple of these cells down here on the southern end of the risk. All right, now these storms, these are the ones that we need to watch out for the most. Okay, so the ones that are out in front of the cold front, let's change our pen color to white again. So this one out here, this one out here, these are the ones to watch out for the most. Specifically the one over here near Bruton. All right, Bruton is the one that probably has the best shot of producing a tornado right now. And that is because of how much energy is around the storm right now. So if we go back over to GR Earth, you can see, let's actually put the radar on. There we go. You can see here is the line of showers and thunderstorms, and here is our cell that's over in Bruton. Now you also have quite a bit of cape. Let's take the radar off just for a second. You have quite a bit of cape that it's surrounded by, although the cape is a little bit further off to the west, meaning that more than likely it's not going to have the highest amount of energy to work with. However, it's still going to have enough energy to work with to the point where if it wants to develop into a mature thunderstorm and or supercell, then it definitely could. So that's the main reason as to why I'm so concerned about that cell, is that one probably has the best shot to actually produce a tornado compared to all the other areas because of how much energy is out in front of it. So let's go back over to that radar over there in Mobile, Alabama. And that cell is a really small cell, but you can see a little bit of rotation with this too. Let's go over to storm relative velocities. All right, and here's the interesting thing with this cell. All right, this is really interesting. We have a lot of strong outbound winds here, so a lot of the strong reds moving away, but we barely have any greens and grays moving towards. So it's very lackluster for the most part, meaning that we have a lot of strong outbound winds or strong outflow that's surging on through with this. So we got, decent rotation. By any stretch of the imagination, it's not like it's terrible, but it's still not the best looking either. So we're gonna have to watch out for that if we can. On the other hand, let's go take a look at some of the wintry precipitation up here into portions of Ohio. And man, oh man, that is some heavy amounts of snow. Very heavy snow that's surging on through. Look at that right within there. Very heavy snow band. Very heavy. And then these areas that are not circled, so the areas that are south of this, it isn't snow right here. So all that blue area that's in Columbus, you're still not completely getting snow yet. I mean, you are getting snow, but you're also getting sleet as well. And it's pretty consistent with a couple other products as well. Specifically if you're north and east of Wilmington. If you're north and east of Wilmington, you guys are definitely getting some heavy amounts of ice from this entire thing. So injuries have been reported from that tornado? Yeah. There's the storm has done so much.
Dispatch, unit 61, you can disregard the engine 61 from the call.
Unit 61 disregarding the engine 61.
Let's go full screen now. Let's go full screen now. And we'll sit on it like that. By the way, we're 3 subscribers away from 25,600. So I really do appreciate everyone who's helped me get up this far. I really do. Thank you so much. How common is it for a cell to reform? Very common if it has the environment to do so. Right now, it doesn't exactly have the best environment, though, so. Yeah, I really do appreciate everyone who has helped spread the information to as many people as possible. Was Birmingham hit? No, it was not. It's about to be hit, though, by a bunch of scattered showers and thunderstorms, but by the tornadoes itself, doesn't look like to be the case here. There might be one area that has rotation, but it's not strong enough, so. I can't say that they're gonna get a whole lot. Anymore, at least. Yeah, that cell near Castleberry, Evergreen, and Bruton. That is definitely the next one. That is definitely the next one. We've been live streaming for 6.5 hours, people. 6.5 hours. Man, oh man. Is Michigan done getting snow? more than likely you guys are pretty much done getting snow. Just depends upon where in Michigan, though. So, like, if you're in, you know, if you're, like, north of, you know, Kalamazoo and Ann Arbor, I mean, you guys could still get, like, flurries, but not significant amounts of snow. But, like, Sturgis, and Adrian, Coldwater, Hillsdale. Actually, I have a friend from Hillsdale. You guys could get still get some snow. I'm gonna zoom out here and allow this to play on through. We're gonna go back to Mobile, Alabama's radar. We got a couple of storms, as I said, the Bruton cell, and then we have the one that's over near Chrysler and Tensall. Could potentially be some rotation in that general area as well.
Brimfield Drive and Macon Road. Map page 176.
I'm gonna turn that off. Where is that at? There we go. That's done. Southern Grace and Beauty with the 1. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate. Really do appreciate the support to the channel. Is that it for New Orleans today? You guys are getting stuff right now. I don't want to say it's like that's it for you all. Here. There we go. Yeah, it doesn't look like you guys are done. You're gonna get another band that's right in behind this. So here is New Orleans right here. And here's the second band that's gonna surge on through. South of Beeham, they usually always break up on the path by the time they reach 459. Too many mountains in that area. Need to be northwest of Beeham or south of Hoover. Yeah, and especially with how much energy was lacking within that area. So the energy in the atmosphere for thunderstorms to form or sustain. I mean, there was barely any. Yeah, there's barely any in some of those areas. So it was definitely running out of real estate. Excuse me. So they did extend the watch. From what it appears, they extended the watch a lot further to the east. So notice how they kind of looped this entire area right here. Big loop right within there. So they did extend the watch. Any severe weather potential for Dothan, Alabama? I would say yes, but not significant potential. I'd say it's relatively small potential for you all. Hoping everything is okay for Irondale, Alabama. For the most part, everything is relatively fine. Even in Alabama in general. But yeah, Birmingham, that Birmingham area, it's relatively clear. And Tuscaloosa might actually be on the rear end of this cell again. So hold up. Let's go over Birmingham. Yeah, so Tuscaloosa might start might start to be a part of the cold front here soon. And they might be officially out of the tornado risk as well. But yeah, Birmingham, you know, Warrior, Fultondale, Center Point. I don't want to say Bessemer quite yet. There's still a storm that has a little bit of rotation right there. But it's a little small cell, so I can't say that this thing is going to produce a tornado. It's super small. Wadley, Alabama. You guys are a bit further to the south and east. You're actually more towards the, almost towards the border, actually. But Wadley, you guys are expected to get some severe weather as it moves on through. So you're like over here. Yep, there you are. And I can anticipate some severe weather heading off into your area. Probably some strong damaging winds. Maybe a chance for a tornado, but yeah. Do you like the new graphics program being used? Dude, and this is a work in progress as well. It's not even done yet. And the thing of it is that all the graphics around me here, all right? So all the lightning stuff, all the you know, bottom stuff there at the bottom, all that's getting renovated. Everything, you know, all the stuff was done by hand before. Now someone's customizing it all for me. So now, by the time we get into severe weather season, so March and April, all right, when severe weather occurs and tornadoes happen, this channel right here will have a new look and it'll be a lot more efficient. You know, you guys know me for the people who've been on my channel for quite some time. Severe weather is my forte. I've referred to myself even before, you know, multiple YouTubers have came on into the fray. It doesn't matter about how many people watch your stuff because it takes into account, you know, as to what type of social media platforms you had before you came on to the screen. I've referred to myself as the king of severe weather coverage. I know it's, you know, a bit arrogant and a bit bullish, but that's kind of the confidence that I hold as a chip on my shoulder. And I believe that if you stay tuned to the channel, you watch me during severe weather coverages, not only will I dissect the cell for you, not only will I be able to tell you where exactly it's going, I'll tell you what exactly it's going to do, too. I've shown you guys the storms that I've dissected here today. I haven't lost my touch. I forecasted the severe weather event multiple days out. A lot of people said it was just going to be just regular thunderstorms. I'm telling you, if you want the best severe weather coverage, it's right here on this channel. Winter weather, maybe not. I'm still trying to learn. Hurricanes, I'm still trying to learn. Severe weather, it's right here. And you know I'm going to be live streaming it too. What does Macon, Georgia area look for tonight? Strong damaging winds for the most part. I would say you guys are probably going to get some strong damaging winds. I don't anticipate anything to be too tornadic for you all. Are we going to get any ice storm down here in New Jersey? Well, it depends upon where you are in New Jersey. If you're in central to northern New Jersey, specifically northern New Jersey, you guys could. And my friend Morgan J. Fold actually made a good video talking about that too. His channel name is Royal NYR54, but he's going to change that more than likely to his name here relatively soon. And actually, let's see if I can find that too. We might be able to raid him. Royal NYR54. No, his name is now Morgan J. Fold. His name is now Morgan J. Fold. And he's not live streaming anymore from the looks of it. But he made a pretty good video on the event and what to expect as it heads off to the Northeast. Because he's a New Jerseyan as well. St. Louis, Missouri is in the clear. Should you start shoveling now? You can if you want to. Over here down in Belmore, New Jersey. Belmore, New Jersey. Or Belmar. No, Belmore. So there's Belmar. Belmore. I cannot find a Belmore, New Jersey on Google Maps. For whatever reason, I don't know. Is that near Belmar? Are you near like Atlantic City, Wildwood, Trenton, Camden, Newark, Patterson? You know, you up there, you over near Stroudsburg. Was the peak debris height from the earlier cell at least 9 to 15,000 feet? Yeah, I'd say about 12,000 feet. That's from what I could tell. There's also a spotter casually off the coast in a boat. That sounds about right. Let's bring this back up here. Let's keep the loop on here for a bit. Belmar. Ashbury Park, New Jersey. All right, where is that? Yeah, that's north of Belmar and Lake Como. Okay, so yeah. You guys could potentially see some freezing rain. Just trying to figure out if that's possible here. Let's see if I can pull up something here with Weather Bell. Make something out of this. Let's go to the NAM 3 kilometer. Let's go to states. New Jersey apparently is not up here. That's fun. Let's go to regions then. Go to New England. There we go. In regards to your wintry precipitation, all right, let's start off with the freezing rain. And it says here that according to the NAM 3 kilometer model, you guys probably aren't. This is where you guys are at about, and this model is really one of those really one of those models to where it kind of favors the heat a little bit, so it might recede a little bit further down the bottom, but I don't think so. I think you guys will probably stick to rain for the most part, in my honest opinion. Let's see if there's any other models that say it though, because it's good to have a second opinion. HRRR says no dice, and let's take a look at the most insane model out of all of them, the FB3. Yeah, I can't say that you guys are expected to get any sort of freezing rain, honestly. I mean, you might get a little bit, but I'd say not really. Was that cell earlier PDS or Tor-E? PDS. PDS is what it was. Let's go back over to Mobile's radar. And there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of activity right now. A lot of the thunderstorms has kind of deteriorated a bit. It's kind of out of that environment, honestly. But I did say I'd be live streaming for quite some time. We're not ending it here. We're going to continue all the way through until it passes about. So let's go do some dissection here of the snow and sleet and freezing rain and stuff. Now, I know it might be boring to some, but I'm having fun here. So, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right. No, if you guys pay attention here, you guys can actually see a couple things in regards to significant amounts of snow and sleet that is ongoing here. So we have, if we can zoom in here, yes we can, some significant amounts of snow and sleet over here in the portions of Cincinnati, significant amounts of snow and sleet over here south and west of Columbus, north and east of Wilmington, and it's just basically that entire area along Interstate 71. Basically 71 from Cincinnati up through Wilmington into Columbus. There is a huge band of sleet and freezing rain. And that just appeared out of nowhere. What in the world are you? That looks like a decaying, decaying storm right within there. So whenever you have correlation coefficient that's relatively high and ZDR that's relatively high, that tells you, if I remember correctly, and from what I've seen so far, that is a decaying aspect of the storm. So we got a lot of decay here for the most part. And then, of course, you have your freezing line right within here. So this is your massive Arctic front. Your massive Arctic front that is surging on further to the east. So areas near Wilmington might see a little bit of a break of precipitation for about 10 to 15 minutes. I mean, you still get like consistent precipitation, but not like heavy precipitation. It'll be lagging a little bit. What about Albany, New York? Yeah, you guys are expected to get a lot of snow and a lot of freezing rain. So be mindful of that. Here, let me show you. Pull this. Let's go to the NAM 3-kilometer model. And the timings of this, as this is supposed to move on through, you guys are getting rain right now, of course. But as this moves on through, Albany can now start to see freezing rain and sleet sometime around 7 p.m. All right, 7 p.m. Eastern time. That's the official conversion from rain to freezing rain and sleet. And that'll continue to be the case for a significant amount of time. I mean, this is 7 a.m. Friday, and it's still going. 11 a.m., 12 p.m., 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m. Friday afternoon, and you guys start to get snow. So you guys are going to get an absorbent amount of freezing precipitation. Significant amounts of freezing rain. And according to the NAM model, there are some areas that could get in upwards of almost 3 inches of freezing rain. Almost 3 inches. That's not legit. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for Autauga County in central Alabama, northwestern Lowndes County in south central Alabama, southeastern Dallas County in south central Alabama.
Where is that? Oh, that's near Montgomery. Okay. Yeah, there it is. We might be able to see this from the Birmingham radar, and there it is. There's your new tornado warning. And wow, that has some significant rotation. Big rotation here. This might be another tornado here soon. This might be another tornado. Yeah, this is probably another tornado. Oh yeah. Ball game. Yeah, spectrum width is gone. Yeah, that's the turbulence indicator right there. Level 5 turbulence. According to spectrum width, above 28 knots. Guys, we need to share this information. Tyler, Benton, Whitehall, Otaugaville, Burnsville, Booth, Prattville, areas west of Montgomery. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, there's probably going to be a tornado on the ground here relatively soon. Probably going to be a tornado on the ground here relatively soon. This is the environment to which this could potentially produce a tornado, and it's right there. So we need to share this information with as many people as possible. We got to share it. Take a link of the stream and put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, whatever. And by hitting that like button down below, you actually help me get this live stream out to more and more people on YouTube. Here's the dissection of the storm here real quickly. Greens are moving towards the radar. Reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Just to the east of Sardis, just to the south and west of Tyler, and just due west of Benton, Alabama. And this is currently located in central Alabama, just to the west of Montgomery. All right, if you know where Montgomery, Alabama is, it is just to the west of that. It is just to the south of Birmingham. All right, it's well south of Birmingham, actually. Here's Montgomery, Alabama. All the way down here. Let's actually change our pen color to the whites here. And here is Montgomery, Alabama. Here is Birmingham. And this is the tornado warning outlined in this red polygon right within there. And we do have indeed a tornado warning that has been issued for those areas of Alabama. Let's see what these counties are exactly here. This is for Loudoun, Autauga, and Dallas counties. And that'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you guys live over there, specifically Prattville, Selmont, West Selmont, Deatsville, Otaugaville, Whitehall, Billingsley, Benton, Booth, Mulberry, Marbury, Vita Junction, Gardner Island, Tyler, Burnsville, Robert F. Henry Lock and Dam, New Prospect, Craigfield Airport, Selma, Drag Strip, and Dawson Mill. If you live over there in Alabama, you have a tornado warning that'll be in effect until 4:30 this afternoon. Still have pretty strong rotation. I do not see a debris signature quite yet from the correlation coefficient, but we do have quite a bit of a turbulence drop right within that area near Sardis and Benton. About a level 4 now. It was a level 5 on the turbulence scale. Now here it is as a level 4. And it is more than likely going to head off right next to the Benton area, heading towards the Otaugaville general vicinity. So if I pull up here real quickly as to where this is on Google Maps and try and give you guys a reference as to what is around this general vicinity, the Alabama River is right within there. That's pretty interesting. You can see the general terrain from this general area right within here as well. But we do have an airport. That's the Craig Airfield right within that general vicinity, north of Sardis. You also have the Selma State Park, International Paper. So I think that appears to be a paper mill. There's a paper mill right over here. This is the paper mill right within there. Let's see if this tornadic rotation is actually heading off towards the paper mill. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit far to the south. So I think the paper mill will actually be spared. But the National Trail, there's a Selma to Montgomery National Historic Trail that is down here. Let's see where I can find it specifically. It's right there, so that's well far out of the way. It's near Benton and Tyler as to where the rotation could actually reside, and that's going to continue to reside within those areas for quite some time. This will eventually, as I said, head off towards the Otaugaville vicinity, towards State Highway 14. All right, so you can see right now, it's crossed over this orange road right here. This is the orange road, and that is US Highway 80. All right, so that's where it's currently at. As this heads off towards the north and east, however, this is eventually going to cross over the State Highway 14 general vicinity right here. So that's that road that we're talking about right then and there. And then we also have US Highway 82 over here that connects Prattville to Billingsley. So if you live within any of these areas near Benton, Whitehall, Otaugaville, Booth, and Prattville, you need to be in your safe space now. Let's actually get some timings here for you all to see when these storms are specifically going to move on through over into your general vicinity. And it is actually going to move on through right over the Benton areas right about now. In the Otaugaville areas, if you take a look at these little tick marks, you can see how they extend kind of like that. They're in increments of 15 minutes. So this right here is in 15 minutes. This right here is in 30 minutes. So around the Booth general vicinity, maybe just to the west of that in about 30 minutes. And then just south of the Mountain Creek areas near the U.S., or not the U.S., the Interstate 65 areas in about 45 minutes. That's when you guys can start to get your activity here in a bit. But Benton, Whitehall, you guys are about to be impacted almost immediately. So almost within that same span of this storm actually hitting your general vicinity, you should be getting into your safe space. Otaugaville, in about 20 minutes is when you guys could probably get this activity, maybe even a little bit less than that. I'd give it about 15 minutes as to when you guys could actually get your activity. And then it'll be moving over the US Highway 82 areas in about 30 minutes. So I would definitely watch out for that. I'm going to take a look and see if there's any sort of debris signature with this. I do not see it here so far. I can't really see that here at the moment. So no debris signature from what I can tell. And that is relatively consistent there still. But we do have a bit of rotation here still. Green's still going towards the radar. Red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be in this instance. And so we're going to have to continue to watch out for that, as it's not gone. It's not away. There also might be forming a new area of rotation just to the south of that as well. That's another thing to consider too. Maybe two possible areas of rotation that's possible. And if that rotation actually does organize just to the south and east of Sardis, well to the south of the first rotation that's right over Tyler and Benton, this could potentially head off towards the Otaugaville areas as well, and eventually towards Prattville as well. So this is definitely something that's going to be very much so something to watch. Tyler and Benton, as soon as you get hit by the storm, stay in your safe space as well, because you might get another area of tornadic rotation that would pull up even behind this. And then the Whitehall areas, Otaugaville, Booth, Prattville, maybe even Loudonsboro, you guys could potentially be impacted by the outskirts of the strong damaging winds from that system as well. But this is definitely quite the storm that is cycling on through here. Not as strong as the storm that was far up to the north, but still has a relatively organized rotation, at least for the most part from what I can tell. But yeah, here's the main area of rotation. Big boundary that is developing, a bit of an outflow boundary that's developing with this. And yeah, this is expected to move off towards the north and east. So some strong damaging winds, even if you're not even attributed with the actual main tornadic rotation, is possible from this storm. Let me take a look and see if there's any other areas that could potentially get some activity here. I don't see really a whole lot. I'm looking at the enhanced echo tops to tell as to whether or not there's actually some strong thunderstorms here, to tell as to whether or not there's actually tall thunderstorms. And we actually do have that here. The enhanced echo tops indicate that there is a storm above 40,000 feet in height over Whitehall. That's the one that's currently tornado warned. And with that being the case, there definitely is a reason as to why the storm has survived for as long as it has. We do have reports here in Jackson, Alabama, of trees and power lines down. That was reported about 20 minutes ago, give or take. But yeah, this does have quite the signature here, and it might be trying to start to organize a little bit more. Why I'm why I'm saying that now is because notice how it's a lot fuller with its greens right within here. It's a lot fuller. And so the inflow is being streamed right into the storm. And I think that might be a cause for concern if this thing does end up intensifying further. So, as I said, please share this information with as many people as possible. We have seen tornadoes earlier on today, so it would not be surprising if we found another tornado based off of radar here. We need to continue to share this with as many people as possible. As I said, by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. That's how YouTube's algorithm works, everyone. You know, even when I upload videos and stuff like that, which I do frequently, you know, I ask people to like the video so that we can get the information out to as many people as possible. This is the same thing here. It's the same thought process behind this. So I would really appreciate it if you guys would continue to help spread this information. We're at about 840 likes, which is amazing. Thank you guys, as I said, so much for the support. What's the dew point in this area? From this weather station here, that is right north of Sardis in that airport that we were talking to earlier, the dew point is 68 degrees, so relatively high dew points, very high dew points actually, within some of these areas. But out in front of this, 66 and 68 is what I see the most consistently from. So we do still have some relatively high moisture content within some of this. But yeah, I mean, look at that. This is relatively broad rotation for the most part. Relatively broad. Let's actually move my camera over a little bit so you guys can actually see me lean over here. In my experimental product here. Because as I said, we are going to be doing renovations sooner rather than later. And that's going to be fun when we do that. There you go. That's a little bit better. All right, so as I said, a little bit of rotation right within that area. And we need to continue to spread the information. I mean, that's just the main thing that I have to say from this. I mean, we saw significant tornado and or tornadoes within the same time period. And it did damage. It did quite a lot of damage, actually. If we pull up the damage here, you look at this. All right, this was some of the flooding earlier in Hale County, Alabama. And then this is what was a structure. What was a structure. But it is now just rubble. And so, you know, that's the reason why I say we need to spread the information with as many people as possible. Because these storms are going to continue to just surge about every single time. If you have anything that you want to send to me on Twitter or at my email, feel free to do so. Because I will be sharing this information that you do send to me on the live stream right now. This is a video over here in Dover, Ohio. It's a little bit tilted. That's fine. You can see some of the freezing rain over here too. Might be hard to tell, but you can see freezing rain on the side of the bars. And you can see the freezing rain on the car, too. Look at that. If you didn't know any better, that could have been glass. But nope, that's ice right there. There's definitely ice. And there's so much ice on the ground, too, as well. So, my goodness. Did I see what you tweeted me? Maybe. If it's from the live storm chasing, under it says not for broadcast, so I probably did, but I just didn't show it. Man. Looks like Timmer's taking a break. Looks like Timmer's taking a break. So that makes sense. Still have some pretty strong rotation near Benton and Whitehall. Alright, this storm is not going anywhere whatsoever. Right in there seems to be pretty consistent. House got de-roofed by a tornado? Yeah. If it's the one that has a picture of live storm chasing at the top right-hand corner, you'll see below it, it says not for broadcast. It says not for broadcast. I would rather not get sued by those people. Those people actually go to town on you. Like, they will actually rip you to shreds. What's the delta on this? That's a good question. I'm actually curious myself. I was thinking about it. I was like, you know what? This thing doesn't look half bad. 50 on top of 30. It's an 80 mile per hour delta velocity. So it actually is pretty decent. It's just pretty broad. So if you see a lot of these bright greens start to consolidate themselves, and these bright reds start to consolidate themselves, that's when you know things are going to start to really push on through. But for right now, I see this as a massive boundary. And I just hit my pet. I see this as a massive gust front right now. So sheesh. Earthquakes in Peru? We have an earthquake in Peru? What? New tornado warning. Is this
tornado warning for north central Monroe County in south central Alabama?
Is this the Wetumpka cell? No, it's this one. It's the one that we were looking at earlier. Why did we move away from that? Oh, we didn't. We're fine, I think. Oh, we are fine. Oh yeah, there's definitely quite a lot of rotation here. Yeah, this one does deserve to be tornado warned. Yeah. And that has some decent rotation on it for quite some time too. We were looking at it when it was over at Chrysler earlier. We were looking at the other cell that was over near Bruton, but then we also mentioned a cell that was over near Chrysler, and this is that same cell. And now, of course, it's near Claiborne and Monroeville. And you can see the rotation here. The reds are moving away from the radar. Your greens and grays moving towards. Do have some relatively weak but noticeable rotation within this area. So if you live near Tunnel Springs, Beatrice, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. A 6.5 earthquake in Peru. I might look at that a little bit later on, because I am interested in earthquakes as well. 145,000 people are without power in Tennessee. 55,000 people are without power in Ohio, specifically from Morgan counties to Perry and Hocking, as well as Fairfield. Even Ross, Highland, and Brown. There's quite a lot of people without power over there. How many tours have there been today? Actual tornadoes, 3. After actual tornado warnings, probably 7, 8, probably 8. But yeah, there is definitely quite a cell over here that is surging on through here in Claiborne. And we need to get this information out. Get this information out to as many people as possible. Because this is heading off towards a relatively populous, right next to a relatively populous area in Monroeville. I'll take the radar off here for a second. You can see Monroeville is quite populous. And there's even some residential areas out in front of the actual tornadic rotation too. So we need to get this information out to as many people as possible if we can. As I said, by leaving a like on the live stream, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. By sharing the content, like copying the link of the live stream, you actually help me spread it onto other social media sites besides YouTube. But the areas that we need to focus on to where there could potentially be something tornadic: Tunnel Springs, Beatrice, Vredenburg, and McWilliams. Those are the areas to watch out for the most from the storm. Columbus, Ohio mayor issues a city emergency for ice and snow. As he should, honestly, because this is a very significant storm. Very significant. But man, oh man. That's a hot take and a half. I just saw on Twitter someone said, I'd rather people overstate the tornadic dangers than understanding. Huh? Oh. Huh? That is a hot take and a half. NATOcast still thinks that there is something potentially tornadic later on. Is it GR Tuanos that plays the sound for the warnings on stream? Nope, that is GR Earth, my friend. Went off the grid a year ago, stand alone on batteries now. Well, there you go. Do solar energy if you can too. That's all, that stuff's not tracked either if you want to go down that road. Man, yeah, this thing still has a little bit of rotation with it. I'm going to turn on storm motion for morning. So here's storm relative velocities. Again, red's moving away, green's moving towards. Zoom into where the rotation is because I keep pressing the button. Jeez. Right within there is where the tornadic rotation is. All right, so that's the consistency here. We have something here. We have something here. Alright, I want to show you guys something here real quickly. Taking a pause in the tornadic coverage. You guys remember Olive Branch. So the Olive Branch sky camera. The Olive Branch sky camera. or just the regular town camera in general. Look at this. Look at this. It is iced over, everyone. It is iced over. This is, you can't see anything. Can't see anything over there. What if we go to some of the other cameras here? Jackson, Tennessee. Woo! Look at the ice on those trees right there. Don't see any trees down, though. So that's the good news. Don't see much over here in Dexter, Missouri. Advance, Missouri, not really too much. Bell City, Missouri. There's some activity. I don't know what that is. Is that what, a shingle? You see that at the bottom left-hand side, chat? The thing keeps flapping about. That might be a shingle. Sheesh. Dudley, Missouri. Pretty nice open area. I don't see a whole lot. That's Dexter. Bloomfield, Missouri. I don't see really much from that either. And then Puxico. You can definitely see some of the freezing rain on the roof there as well. So, wanted to show that real quickly, keep you guys up to date with what our cameras are looking like. But let's keep you up to date with what our tornado warnings are looking like. Yeah, ice, ice, baby. Yeah, I mean, you can take a look at this. The rotation, clear as day. Reds are the winds moving away, and the greens are the winds moving towards, right in the middle. That is where the tornadic rotation is. It looks like it's intensifying. It looks like it is intensifying as it heads off towards the Tunnel Springs area, the Beatrice area, as well as the Vredenburg area and the McWilliams area. So if you are over there along U.S. Highway, or not actually U.S. Highway, State Highway 41 and 21, north of U.S. Highway 84, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But yeah, this thing is starting to kind of consolidate a little bit. Let's start taking a look at our other products here to try and determine as to what else there could potentially be here. There's a little bit of turbulence here. We're really far away from the radar. So what happens here, just a general explanation for everyone, is here's our radar down here. Messed it up already. There we go. Alright, so here is our radar that is down here. Looks just like that. No joke. If you look up what a weather radar looks like, it kind of looks like that. Alright? What it does is it sends these beams out into the sky, and they're tilted. Alright, so if you have our ground right here, it doesn't go straight. That's not how the tilt beams actually work with weather radars. They actually are angled upwards. Alright, so every single time they have a new beam that looks up higher and higher up into the sky. So as you get further and further away from the radar, you can see how it goes higher and higher up into the sky. And because we are relatively further away from the radar that we need to be, we're looking up pretty high up in the sky, about 7,000 feet up. So the one thing that is consistent, though, is that we're looking for the same exact thing that we typically would look for, and that is how the strongest velocities are relatively consistent in a very narrow manner. So when they're very narrow, pixel to pixel, right next to each other, we call that gate-to-gate shear. And if we have a lot of significant gate-to-gate shear that are pixel to pixel right next to each other, then we can anticipate more than likely a tornado in progress within some of those areas. And in my opinion, this probably is producing a tornado right now. If we take a look at the spectrum width, there is a little bit of turbulence, a 3 out of 5 on the turbulence scale right within there. We take a look at the normalized rotation. We are at a 2 out of a 5 here. So a 2 out of 5 on the turbulence or the normalized rotation scale. And if we take a look at the correlation coefficient, it's not really going to be that easy to tell as to whether or not there's debris. But there is definitely some activity that is residing within the storm that is interacting with this line. And yeah, it is starting to amplify rather quickly. I think that pixel might be contaminated, so we're not going to use that pixel to determine as to what the gate-to-gate shear is throughout much of these areas. But it looks to be, based off of what I'm seeing, about a 95-ish mile per hour delta velocity, which is how fast the winds are actually swirling within this storm, all right? That's how fast the winds are within that general area of rotation. So once again, just to go over it again, the tornadic rotation, in order to determine as to what it is, if you have winds that are moving away from the radar that are pretty significant, other known as your reds, and then your winds that are moving towards the radar, your greens that are moving towards, you get counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere, and your counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere can sometimes create tornadoes, and in this instance, I do believe that is what we are currently getting as of right now. I'm trying to see in other programs, other products, as to whether or not there's other things. I don't see all too much. But yeah, basically our gate-to-gate shear here, which is a lot of these significant wind values that are touching right next to each other, and they have to be of opposite directions. So if you have these pixels right here that are in the reds, and then these pixels right here that are in the greens, this band of pixel right within here, that's your gate-to-gate shear. And we have a lot of very strong gate-to-gate shear right within this area. It looks like the velocities, visually, you can see there is not as many strong greens and reds, and we can attribute that to meaning that there is relatively weaker rotation in these areas. So the rotation still is there, but it's relatively weak, and therefore meaning that the storm in itself, the actual tornadic aspect of the storm, has diminished a bit. How hard is it hitting Little Rock? Well, you guys, for the most part, are already done with much of your activity. Let's go over to Memphis. You guys are seeing a little bit of snow here. Just a little bit. Here is Little Rock. And you can see all the whites and stuff like that right within here. Even some of the blues in areas, that's some of your snow. And then your oranges is your sleet as well. So we do have some decent amounts of snow and sleet, but it's not very significant. And I think this will be your last shot of winter weather before the storm system officially starts to move on through your area. So let me back it out here and show you the wide view of what all is happening here. All right, this is our massive winter storm that is creating severe weather down here in the south. And then why is this doing the jumpy thing? I was about to say, I don't know why it's jumping around. All right, well, that's cool enough. We have our severe weather down in the south, and then we have our winter weather, which is up here in the north. Let's actually... highlight that again. Our winter weather in the north. So that is basically what we're watching out for the most. And you guys can notice here, just visually, significant amounts of snow are more than likely unfolding here across portions of central Ohio and central to eastern portions of Indiana. And then you also have some significant amounts of freezing rain that is ongoing right now across portions of Louisville into Cincinnati, Covington, as well as into Columbus, and even into portions of Wheeling. Wheeling is going to start getting into the action here. I mean, they've been in the action for quite some time, but they're getting some of that now as this pushes on through. Now, I want to make a note of something here real quickly. All right? There is one thing that I'm pretty sure all of us is not looking at right now, except for myself. And it's really weird, so trust me, it's okay. It's really weird. What about down here? What about down here in Houston? There is a band of freezing rain and sleet. Freezing rain and sleet heading towards Houston. This winter system has done it all at this point. Significant amounts of ice for practically much of areas over here along the Mississippi-Ohio River Valley. That's basically the areas that's impacted the most so far. And it's creating snow, ice, and sleet into portions of Texas. It's also created tornadoes down here towards the south. This is a, when I was telling you guys in my videos that I uploaded, all right, that this is going to be a significant storm that's going to move on through. This is what I meant. This is what I meant right here. Can you give me a possible time frame for when Madison County, Kentucky could get hit by the ice storm so you can prepare? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Give me 2 seconds. Madison County, Kentucky. That's south of Lexington. All right, let's go over to Louisville's radar. Let's bring that over here. Freebird G with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. All the people that have came to the stream today, all right? There's been so much support from you guys, and I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much. Even if you didn't, financially support, all right? It doesn't really matter all too much to me, okay? Because I would still do this without the money. The money is just to help me upgrade my equipment. So you'll see in March, April, May when we do significant severe weather coverages, because there will be tornado outbreaks during those times. There will be tornado outbreaks during those times. I'm going to have a new renovation, new room and stuff like that. No more bed behind me. No more beds. We'll have an actual weather studio that will all be really interesting, actually. I'm already showing you guys what one of the aspects of the money that you guys have given me goes to. This new program that I have with the pen tool here, all of which that I can draw, and I can even update all that and stuff. I can tell you right now, no one here on YouTube has the same thing here. The only weather service that I can think of that has a similar device to me is the Weather Channel. Especially with Dr. Greg Forbes. Dr. Greg Forbes, he's the main inspiration as to why I got this stuff. So all that money is being put right into the stream. And I appreciate you guys helping me out with that. So thank you so much for the support. I really do mean it. What radar is this? This is GR2 Analyst. I also have a couple of custom color tables as well. My pen is not called Sean Penn. I'm not going to name it Sean Penn. Houston does have a problem. They do. Someone call it in at NASA. Someone calling in at NASA. take a look at the ZDR. Ooh. So it looks to me as if all these storms over here in Evansville and Princeton. Do I actually have a radar over here in Evansville? I do. Let's pull this up. And as my computer tries to figure out how to function, we'll hopefully figure it out. Not bragging, but no ice at Lexington at the moment. Yeah, you guys aren't getting a whole lot of ice right now. A lot of this stuff is a little bit further to your west. A little bit further to your west. Wow. So yeah, you do have a couple of bands moving through Evansville. It does look like there is some banding of snow here. Decent banding of snow. But it's not deep snow. It's not the snow to where it can lower visibility. So probably not super significant here. Just figured out how to chat about a month ago. Well, I mean, it's still one of those things to where even if you don't chat, I mean, still the support for you, from you guys is amazing. How's Prattville? That's a good question. Prattville, Alabama, if I remember correctly, is getting some severe weather here relatively soon. If I pull this up, yeah, you guys are about to get some severe weather. You're no longer in a tornado warning, though. All right, you're no longer in a tornado warning. But here you are, Prattville, Alabama, and you got this massive boundary that is surging on through. Now, originally there was a little bit of some tornadic rotation a bit further to the south near Whitehall, so somewhere down here. Now that is now officially caught up with the cold front, or whatever line that's moving on through here. So we have this massive line that was back here, and then you had this small little cell that developed right here. And you'll actually see that as we backtrack here a bit, you can see how that line actually developed, and how that cell that was over here near portions of Camden and Pineapple, you can see how that pushed on through, and then the line all of a sudden just enveloped it entirely. So this was your cell right here, and then this line just basically caught up with it and kind of killed it off. So you guys, I am anticipating, well, you guys should probably anticipate some strong damaging winds for the most part with that. That's what I'm saying, at least. Could you give me a forecast for Morgantown, West Virginia? I know some people there, and I want to make sure they are safe. I actually just drove by Morgantown on Sunday. So, I actually drove by there on Saturday and Sunday. So I left Saturday morning to go and pass by there to go to Charleston. And then I drove by there again on Sunday afternoon. So for Morgantown, it's really interesting to say. Really interesting to say. And the reason being is because the Allegheny Mountains and or the Appalachian Mountains, however way you want to flip it, is really weird. Really weird. What I mean by that is that the elevation here, because of these mountains, let's actually change this to black, actually. Let's change this to black. The elevation here, because of the mountains, is pretty crazy. All right, and they can actually make it do weird things. And for instance, you can see a lot of this freezing rain that is residing here along portions of the Appalachian Mountains here in West Virginia. So for Morgantown here, all right, as of the latest NAM 3 kilometer run, you guys If you're more towards Cheat Lake, so if you're more towards Cheat Lake, you guys are anticipated to get, I'd say about 1/4 of an inch of freezing rain to maybe even about 1/2 inch of rain in some spots, although that's more towards the Washington, Pennsylvania general vicinity. But if you're more towards like Fairmont, so Fairmont down here, you guys might not even get a whole lot. You can see that there's some areas to where they don't even get a whole lot of freezing rain. So it just really depends upon where you are in Morgantown. I think Morgantown could see 1/10 of an inch of freezing rain possible. 1/10 of an inch to maybe even 2/10 of an inch. And that could definitely cause issues, especially with how mountainous it is over there. I mean, you know, West Virginia did not just name their university the Mountaineers for nothing, you know? So, their terrain over there is pretty mountainous. And because of that, it makes things really hazardous to travel through. So, I would say watch out for that. There could be some freezing rain. As for the snow, not really expected a whole lot. If you're in the higher elevations, once again, Cheat Lake, you guys could get some activity. Now, as for the timings of this event, Cheat Lake is northern Morgantown. That is more eastern. It's eastern Morgantown to northeastern Morgantown, something like that. Now, as for the timings, they're getting rain right now, of course, but they're probably going to get more rain here overnight hours of tonight, so 10 p.m. all the way into about 2 a.m. tomorrow, and that's when things can start to shift over towards the freezing precipitation. Now, it's not going to immediately, stay consistent like that until probably the 6 to 7 o'clock in the morning hours for you all on a Friday morning. And then you'll see some sleet. You'll probably see some snow that'll come after that. Not anticipating some significant amounts of snow for you all. Maybe some heavier bands that'll move on through. And the thing of it is, too, with that as well, is that with Interstate 68 that's riding along that, travel's going to be really hazardous over here in Cumberland, Maryland. Cumberland, Maryland, the Allegheny Mountains in that general area is typically terrible to travel through. They have so many snow squalls, so much activity. It's just, it's terrible. I've drove through it so many times, it's not legit, so. Just came on here, how about Southeastern Ohio, Athens, Ohio specifically, home of Ohio University. Yeah, let me take a look at that here real quickly. So Athens, Ohio, if we go over to Ohio here specifically, we'll do a forecast about what is expected to move on through, because if we take a look at the radar, if I remember correctly, yeah, Athens is right along the border here of the freezing rain and the rain. So, according to the local weather stations, they're saying that the temperature is about 32 degrees, which means the precipitation around you should be freezing up. So I would say you guys are safely in, well, not exactly safely, but you're definitely in the freezing rain potential for your general area. But as for the models and what could potentially happen here in the future for you all, this is expected to surge on through and continue to be the case to where you guys are going to get freezing rain for quite some time. You guys might not even shift into the actual the sleet department until probably about 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning is when you guys could probably officially shift into that sleet. And then even snow afterwards, sometime at around 5 to 6 in the morning. So travel, if you're trying to do your morning commute on Friday, is not exactly going to be the greatest due to the fact that you have some heavy snowbounding that's going to move on through in that general area. And that'll continue to be the case all the way through until I'd say about midday, sometime around 11 to 12 o'clock, sometime around noon. So I hope that answers your question for the most part. In regards to how much you can actually get left over, not a whole lot of snow accumulation. Maybe about 1 to 3 inches of snow is left for your total area. And as for the freezing rain, I mean, that's going to be the main concern for you, in my honest opinion, especially since those temperatures are going to continue to stay cold as it heads into tomorrow morning. So you're going to have relatively icy conditions all the way throughout, and probably get about a ½ inch to maybe even 3/4 of an inch of freezing rain as well. Which, by the way, for people who didn't know, it only takes about 3/4 of an inch of freezing rain, well, not freezing rain, 3/4 of an inch of ice in order for an NHL ice rink to be playable. And so some of these areas, you know, are going to get more than an NHL ice rink's worth of freezing rain. That right there, in my opinion, is pretty crazy. So just be aware. Anywhere here from the Ohio River, from Wheeling all the way down towards Cincinnati, Parkersburg, that general vicinity, Huntington, you need to watch out for some significant amounts of freezing rain. Especially, probably in upwards of a ½ inch of freezing rain is, I'm going to say possible. The further north you get along the Ohio River, the more likely it is. But, of course, you guys have already been getting some activity as well. You've had over a ½ inch of ice on your trees in the past, so yeah, there you go. There you go. And you're expected to continue to get some activity there as well, so wow. Any advice for a kid that's wanting to be a meteorologist and his dream school is A&M? A&M's a good school. Just continue to drive through, all right? College is definitely easier than high school. I will say that. Now, I'm still trying to work through college, of course. You know, it was hard enough for me to get through high school, although I had good grades, so I could. But, you know, college, it's not only time-consuming, but it's a constant battle of will. So, you just got to keep pushing on forward. You got to keep pushing on through. And you got to continue to have the dream in mind of, hey, this is what I want to do. And if it is something that you want to do, you're going to be perfectly fine. How about Youngstown? So Youngstown is pretty interesting here, all right? If we take a look, you can already see you guys are expected to get not a whole lot of freezing rain. But if we shift over to snow, it seems to be the opposite case here. Snow, you can get at minimum of 1 to 3 inches. I know that's pretty low, but you know, if you're a little bit further north, like say I'd say probably towards Warren. I'm looking over at the map over to the side to try and get an idea, a realistic idea actually. Let's actually go to Pivotal Weather. Pivotal Weather is a good source for models here. And that goes for anyone who wants to do their own forecast as well. If you want to do something, Pivotal Weather is free. Go do it. It's a good way of getting your stuff. All right, so we're going to talk about the timings here first and then shift over to the stuff. Pamela with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, Nate, I really appreciate your amazing in-depth coverage and knowledge of weather. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for tuning into the channel. As I said, I really do appreciate it. Really do. Check on the tornado warning. There aren't any tornado warnings at this moment right now. So that is the good news. We checked on it a little bit earlier, and it is canceled. So there you go. Youngstown's expected to continue to get some freezing rain all the way through until about 7 to 8. 7 to 8 is when you guys can be on the border of getting freezing rain and snow. And you can see the timing up here at the top. About 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's when you guys start to transition a bit more into those blues, which is indeed snow. And that'll continue to be the case. 10, 11, 12, 1 a.m. You guys might get into the freezing rain again, but then 2, 3, 4, 5. Here you go at the 6 a.m. hours. And you don't actually start to get a break until 8 a.m. before you get another band of snow. So you get a break for an hour, and then you get another band of snow that'll move on through, and things will finally be out of your hair with the exception of a couple, you know, snow squalls that'll move on through by sometime in the early afternoon hours of Friday. Now, as for your totals, as I said, this is a good place for you to get your stuff. Youngstown is expected to get, according to this model, 5.8 inches of snow. But you guys are right along the border, all right? So, you know, if you're in southern Youngstown, you could probably get like 2 inches. If you're in northern Youngstown, you could probably get like 6, 7 inches, maybe even 8 inches, 9 inches, almost 10 inches in some spots. So it just really depends upon where you live and how far that line actually recedes down. And you can even see Youngstown gets a decent amounts of ice as well within your general vicinity too. So I'd watch out for that. On the other hand, you know, if I zoom down here a little bit further, conveniently to where my circle ends up, look at Wheeling. Wheeling with almost an inch of ice possible in that area. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. He's got all sorts of activity there. Let's see what you guys have been sending to me on Twitter. As I said, I appreciate you guys sending stuff to me on Twitter. I'm going to continue to show you as much as possible from what you guys have sent in. Let's see. This is some storm damage in Sawyerville. So this is from the tornado that occurred earlier. And look at that. You can definitely see how the home kind of caved in a little bit right within there. Let's actually see if we can change the color of our pen here. There you go. So definitely caved in a bit. I feel very sorry for the lady there who's sitting there. I actually would rather that she's not under that roof, because the roof looks like it's about to collapse, honestly. So, man, oh man. Ooh. Yeah, quite a lot of snow there. I don't know where that is, but that's pretty cool. Here's some tornado damage along Highway 14 near Sawyerville as well. And you can see trees down across the road there as well. We've seen a bunch of trees down here today, whether it's from ice, whether it's from tornadoes, snow. It's been all over the place. You're 20 miles west of Youngstown, so you probably are going to get more snow than freezing rain, honestly. You probably are. But yeah, it's quite a lot of stuff here that's surging about. A lot of flash flood warnings here as well. A lot of flash flood warnings. Take a look at all of these green boxes here. It, for some reason, is doing the jitterbug again. I don't know why it's doing the jitterbug, but it needs to stop. So there you go. That is where the flash flood warnings are at. All within those green boxes inside the flashing circle. And there's quite a lot of them. Let's actually go over to the radar. Let's go over to the radar and see how much rain has actually fallen over this time period. And oh my. That is a lot of rain. 5 inches of rain has fallen over here in some of these red areas. This is near Hattiesburg and Hammond. And then we also have some heavy amounts of rain that's fallen over here towards places like Waynesboro and Jackson, Chatham, right in there. Quite a lot of rain that has fallen in upwards of about 3 inches. So quite a lot here across the board. And there's definitely a reason why it all should be, you know, should be flash flood warnings. Average Houston rain event. Don't sleep now. You guys might get some freezing rain. Look at the video from James Spann on Twitter. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, here's the video that you guys want, or the picture that you guys wanted me to... No, it's a video. Where is this at? This is in Sawyerville. And that's a mobile home right there. So I told you guys when the severe weather was occurring in Sawyerville, when the tornado was ongoing, I said a mobile home will not do it for you. And you can see one of the reasons as to why a mobile home will not do it for you. Not only did it get lifted off of its foundation a little bit, even though with a mobile home there really isn't as much of a foundation, the roof got ripped off as well. And, you know, with a roof that gets ripped off, if a tornado moves on through and shoots debris in it, you can get impaled. It's not safe. So you need to get into a sturdy structure whenever there is a tornado warning. That is the name of the game right there. But man, oh man. This was sent in from Malcolm Ritchie in my DMs. He said this is the only thing to do in Ohio right now, and even the cat knows. Alright, well, let's do some detailed analysis of this fire now, shall we? We've got the fire that is raging on through. We got the hotter cores, the hotter embers that are towards the bottom of the log. And then we have the residual smoke that is kind of plastered itself on the walls a little bit more in the black. A little bit of the ash that's sitting in there. And then, of course, we got the beautiful cat that's right in front of the fire here that is considering the following, looking at the fire, staying warm for the most part. And that's something that I would do. As this person, this cat, is a good representation of what most people would be doing, and probably should be doing, whenever there's a snowstorm going about. So that's amazing. Don't forget the Sparkologist. Yep. Oh, there's a new tornado warning. We're not done yet.
Tornado warning for East Central Autauga County in central Alabama, northwestern Elmore County in east central Alabama.
So yeah, there's your tornado warning. New tornado warning right here. This is for Deatsville. So yeah, this is looking like this could probably produce a tornado. This is a really interesting one to try and figure out on radar. But look at this. Here in the reflectivity, you can see the bands that are swirling in, kind of curlicues, and then you have another band that swirls in and curlicues right there. So we got a bit of a bookend vortex down at the bottom near Beatsville. We do have a bit of rotation right within that area. So if you're near, not Beatsville, Deatsville, if you're near Deatsville, if you're near the state highway of 111, near the U.S. highway of 231, right within there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So we're not done yet. We got to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. You know, we've been messing around for a little bit, but when there is rotation, tornadic rotation possible, even a tornado possible, this is when things get serious, and we need to share this information with as many people as possible. So if you live within these areas, or if you know anyone who lives within these areas, you need to share this information with them. Or either you take the link to the stream, you send it via text message, or if you take a link to the stream and you send it on Facebook and Twitter, you spread it with friends and family over there. We need to get this information out to as many people as possible. And I'm looking right now at the spectrum width. We do have a bit of turbulence right within there. Let's actually change the pen color to black here so that it's a little bit easier to see. There it is right there. A lot of turbulence that is centralized on where the main area of rotation is. And once again, if we take a look at the rotation, we have a lot of greens and blues moving towards the radar, a lot of reds and grays moving away. So you have a lot of this huge counterclockwise spin right within this general area, and right where it's consolidated, this gate-to-gate shear right over Deatsville is where the tornado actually will more than likely lie. And if we take a look at the correlation coefficient to see if there is a debris signature, I do not see anything as of this time. In order for us to see a debris signature, we would need to see something other than more than likely red and orange. We would need to see some yellows, some greens, and at worst some blues. And I don't see anything from that here so far, so that is the good news here at this time. But otherwise, on the other hand, this thing could definitely produce a tornado later on. So that's the reason why I say, State Highway 111, US Highway 231, you need to get into your safe space right now, because there is more than likely a storm that could potentially produce a tornado that is going to surge on through in those general vicinities. I think I'm going to want to share... I think I'm going to actually want to change my radar over to KMXX. Maggie Kelly, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate it. It is the best way to support my channel. $5 a month. And thank you so much for becoming a sponsor of the channel. I really do appreciate that. I really do. That's wow. Yeah, that's amazing. So thank you so much for becoming a member to the channel, for becoming a sponsor of the channel. I really do appreciate it. I really do. But yeah, here is Deatsville. And there's the rotation in question. Got some very strong gate-to-gate shear. Shear meaning wind. So wind shear. We even got some blues in these areas. Look at that. Got some blues, indicating some very heavy inbound winds. So the winds, as I said, are moving towards the radar. They're moving inbound towards the radar. So very strong inbound winds. Not very strong outbound winds, but you still have the general rotation there. So there is definitely something tornadic that is possible within this general vicinity. It looks like there still is a ball of turbulence here. It's about a 3 out of 5 on the turbulence scale. About a 3 out of 5. And we do have a 2 out of 5 on the rotation scale. We do have a 2 out of 5 on the rotation scale here, the normalized rotation. Let's see what's over in this area here. I'm going to pull up Google Maps here. This is along Interstate 65. And this is off near Deatsville. There's Deatsville. So this is going to pass near the Coosa River area. St. James Baptist Church. The Shoal Creek Baptist Church and the Coosa River Church. This is actually right next to the Jordan Lake. So the Coosa River and the Jordan Lake, that general vicinity, that's where it's going to go right over. So county, I think this is what? No, this is State Highway 111, and this is State Highway 143. It's actually further north of State Highway 143, actually. So now it's more towards the Coosa River areas. And this is eventually going to head off towards possibly the Sewell Memorial Junior High School. So I hope people around there take their proper precautions if they can. I hope they can. Greetings from freezing Austin, Texas. Well, hope you're safe over there. Because this is, you guys are definitely not used to that type of weather. Yeah, rotation just updated. And yeah, it is definitely trying, guys. It is definitely trying to produce a tornado here. And that's the reason why I'm saying we need to spread this information with as many people as possible. So you can see here, if we take this off, there is the Jordan Lake. There is the Coosa River right within there. Here's the other end of the Coosa River. And that's where the rotation currently is at right now. It's heading off towards US Highway 231. And if I remember correctly, somewhere over here, somewhere in this general vicinity right here is the junior high school. So we're going to have to continue to monitor this very, very closely. Very, very closely. There is quite a few houses within this general vicinity. You can see there is a residential area right here. That's right next to the lake, right next to where the rotation actually is. There it is. So, just for reference, I'm going to place a marker right there as to where the rotation actually is. Turn it off. And yeah, this is going right over residential areas. And is heading off towards the area near 231. Which is near the New Home Road areas. And the Buck areas. That's probably how it's pronounced. The Buck areas. So yeah, the Sewell Memorial Junior High School is actually right about here. That's where the junior high school is actually located. And it's more than likely that this stuff is going to be heading off into that area. So if you live near the Sewell Memorial Junior High School or the Holtville Middle School, north of Holtville, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now. All right, because this is passing right next to Holtville. The storm has actually moved a little bit further north, and that's a debris signature right there. There is a correlation coefficient drop. That is indeed debris, and we have a ongoing tornado in progress. Big debris signature, big spectrum width drop as well. Heavy turbulence on the high end of a 4 out of 5. On the high end of a 4 out of 5. We do indeed have a tornado in progress right now. So I'm hoping that the people in these areas near Holtville has taken their proper precautions, because this is more than likely on the ground as of this time. We do indeed have the indication that a debris signature of a tornado in progress is evident. And so we just hope that areas out in front of this, near the Sewell Memorial Junior High School and US Highway 231. US Highway 231 is this road right here. And so we're just hoping that the areas, the people who live along those areas, go ahead and take their proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Yep, that's a larger debris signature there. Much larger debris signature. Big time rotation right within there. Let's take a storm motion from warning. And let's see if there's any other areas. Yet now this is confirmed. You just saw the polygon change from red to pink. There it is. Further ahead of time. This is going to start heading towards the Rockford areas, the Nicksburg areas, the Equality areas. All right, so if you live near Titus, Nicksburg, Equality, or Rockford, and even towards Alexander City. So Alexander City, you can actually see that right there. But this is Rockford right here. This, I can find it here. No, that's not Rockford. Rockford is right here. This is Nicksburg. This is Nicksburg. This is Equality down here. So Rockford, Nicksburg, Equality, Alexander City, you need to watch out. And even our town, as funny of a name as that is, could potentially be impacted by this storm too. So you need to watch out for this system, because this could more than likely produce another tornado or stay on the ground. I mean, there's your tornado right there in progress. So this is in Alabama. This is a confirmed tornado in progress that is moving on through. And that's the reason why we're trying to get people to share this information. We're trying to get as much information out as possible to these people, because this is more than likely going to happen again at this rate. There could potentially could be more tornadoes later on. It looks like the rotation has deteriorated a bit, but still is evident right within there. The debris is starting to fan out in all sorts of different directions. That's the reason why the lower correlation coefficient amounts are around this area, and you have a little bit of red in between those two general vicinities. So the debris is actually being slung around. And this is definitely one of those things to where this is not the situation that you want to be a part of. Yeah, there's some strong general rotation here. I don't see this thing deteriorating anytime soon. It's just whether or not it actually keeps up with the main line. So you have this main line right here, and then the bookend vortex out behind it, or the actually embedded supercell at this point. Does the supercell continue to, stay alive? That is the main question here. Looks like the debris signature is fanning out. That means the tornado definitely is. But I think the actual supercell in itself, that's what I was trying to mention earlier. The supercell, does it sustain? Does the rotation sustain? Can it produce another tornado? We'll have to see. But this is the general area in question here. All right, so this is right about where the tornadic rotation is right now. Somewhere near Titus, Equality, Nicksburg, Rockford, Alexander City. All those areas right there need to watch out. That is where the tornadic rotation could potentially go. And if it continues to stay as it is, it won't produce a tornado. But if it intensifies, like much of the storms that we've seen today, you probably will see some activity right within your area as well. So more than likely will be tornadic too. But that is the good news right now, is that the tornadic rotation has deteriorated a bit, and the debris signature has deteriorated a bit. You can see it's now starting to turn a lot more into the orange, and it's starting to fade out into the red, whereas before we had our blues and greens that indicated that we had irregular shapes that are not rain. And usually when it's under a tornado, it can either be one of two things. Either A, it's a lot of air, because, tornadoes swirl and they create a lot of air. Or B, if it's hitting stuff, debris. And in this instance, if we take the radar off, well, you can see there's a lot of trees around. So it is more than likely debris at this time. Yeah, there's the correlation coefficient drop. Very small now. So still the remnants of what was a tornado. It is now starting to deteriorate further. So it doesn't seem to be doing all too much tornadic-wise now. Definitely could later on if that supercell continues to hold shape. I think I'm going to move my radar from Mobile, Alabama to Dothan, Alabama. Because those showers and thunderstorms are starting to come into view into this general area. Getting a lot of stuff sent in here on Twitter. People are definitely sending stuff in. Sheesh. So quite a lot of stuff. I appreciate everyone for sending stuff in. I really do. As I said, if you want to send stuff in here so that I can show it here on stream, either at me at Nate_Snyder or send it to me at my email, which is located in the bio of my YouTube channel. It's hockeyboynate@gmail.com. Do I think there will be an EF5 next year? Too difficult to tell. You can't even predict tornadoes, so who knows? Mayfield could have even been in an EF5. They're still doing research and stuff like that, which is the reason why it's preliminary. So we'll just have to wait. The more EF5 tornado in 2013 wasn't given its EF5 status until months afterwards. So we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. But what I do know is that the people that were impacted by that Mayfield Dawson Springs tornado is getting impacted by the significant amount of freezing rain. Now, not anymore. Not anymore. All right, they're starting to get out of the risk here. But before, they were getting absolutely hammered with freezing rain. Absolutely hammered. Crippling ice. Infrastructure was just... could easily have collapsed with the amount of freezing rain and ice there was over there. So, my oh my. And then, of course, you can see the heavy amounts of freezing rain and sleet that's over portions of extreme northern Kentucky, central to southern portions of Ohio, and it's also now starting to get in towards the places north of Pittsburgh as well. So, well north of the Turnpike, well north of 70, of course. So, a lot of activity. So we still have quite a lot of stuff here from the severe weather department. Let's go back over to the tornado warning here. We're just going to continue to look at this until it actually deteriorates. Officially. Officially. Let's put it on 3. Let's do modified 3, actually. There you go. So now it looks similar to radar scope. Yeah, I really do appreciate everyone's support. We're at 25,611 subscribers. All right, I really do appreciate that. You know, I built my YouTube channel from scratch, all the way down at the bottom. All right, and you know, every single subscriber matters to me, which is the reason why I try to answer as many questions as possible. I'm not just zooming on through and just constantly showing content and all sorts of stuff like that. I want to try and get information out to as many people as possible. So, now of course, you know, if there's active stuff that is ongoing, then I'll prioritize that over anything. Like, you know, a tornado warning, I'll talk about that over things, unless if it's, you know, not that significant. You know, if it's not doing anything at the moment, then, you know, I'll talk about other things. But if there's like an ongoing tornado, I'm going to prioritize that over anything else. But I want to try and help as many people as possible. And if I can try and get the areas and stuff like that, boom. That sucks. And if you guys have been on this channel, you guys knew that we were talking about the potential for severe weather for this event. We talked about it. I think we were the first ones to talk about severe weather, even mention the threat for tornadoes for this event. As a matter of fact, we were the first ones. We were the first ones to talk about it. And now everyone, you know, I guarantee you, everyone else, whether it's a YouTube channel or whether it's a, you know, news station, they're gonna say, "Oh, it's, you know, this was unexpected. We didn't see this coming." People paid attention to the right news sources. You would have known it's coming. Is it cool if you make me a meme? Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. New rotation forming south of the old rotation. Yeah, I just saw that too. And there's even stuff that's further south of that as well. What time is it? It's 23:21. So that's fun. We've been live streaming for what, 8.5 hours? Sheesh. I have no clue what's for dinner, but I kind of want to know because I haven't ate lunch. I've been live streaming since what, 10 o'clock in the morning? Just got a video here from Alex in Dayton. And he's got 4.5 inches of snow, give or take. I see about 4 inches there. Could get about 4.5 inches there on top of that, because they could still get some activity here. So they're still getting some snow. So thanks for sending that in. I appreciate that. Is this live? It is indeed live. The reason why I said 23:22 is because that is the universal time zone. But in Eastern time, it is 6:22 p.m. or 18:22 military. But yeah, we were looking at a tornado warning that was earlier confirmed as a confirmed tornado warning. Now it's kind of moved off of the original warning box, and there might be a new area developing of rotation here pretty soon. Right about here, just to the south of Rockford. So now this is a new thing to watch out for. This is something new to watch out for. Tornado warning has been canceled. So that's good. But if this thing does develop into a new tornado, alright, it's not, it's not ready to be a tornado warning yet. But if this thing does redevelop into a tornado, this could head straight for Alexander City. So I won't say anything quite yet. If you have friends and family that live in Alexander City, Alabama, then feel free to tell them that they got a strong storm that has the potential to produce a tornado heading towards them, but it's not a high chance as of right now. All right, I don't see any sort of defining characteristics based off of radar that tells me that this is, 100% going to form a tornado right over them. But on the other hand, it definitely could get towards the Alexander City areas. You guys can see these little tick marks here that are surging about. These are increments of 15 minutes. So for every tick mark, that's 15 minutes. So in 15 minutes, this is going to be heading just to the south of State Highway 22. In about 5 minutes, it's going to cross over State Highway 9. And then in about, I'd say give or take 20 to 25 minutes, it's going to start to get towards the southern side of Alexander City. And then, that's 33, not 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, it'll pass Alexander City and parallel State Highway 22. So, it's going to be interesting to find out. Can we choose what you eat? Probably not today. Ryan Hall y'all's better? I wonder why. Could it be because he has a bunch of chasers? No, I love Ryan Hall y'all. He's a good weather enthusiast. Good weather analyst. Should you be worried in Atlanta? I'd say no. You guys are probably going to get some strong damaging winds that are moving on through. Let's go back over here to analyzing the stuff over here in Ohio. The winter weather is finally moving on through, and we're starting to see our freezing line here. So our freezing line to where north of this line here. All right, like areas near Hamilton, Dayton here in Ohio, Connorsville, Richmond. You guys are seeing snow. But south of that, over into here, you guys are either seeing rain, freezing rain, or sleet. And specifically areas over here within this band right here, this band right here, and this band right here. You guys are probably seeing significant amounts of your sleet or freezing rain. So watch out for that. And then there's also some significant flooding over here. That is over into portions of southern Ohio. This is more towards areas near the Ohio River. We mentioned that the Ohio River is more than likely going to be a hot spot. More than likely going to be a hot spot for all sorts of activity, whether it's flash flooding, whether it's freezing rain, icing over, you're going to get that right there. Trying to see, the KDP values aren't exactly significant, except for the stuff over at Chillicothe. That is, yeah, significant amounts of freezing rain and sleet that's ongoing over there. But, yeah, heavy amounts of rain causing flooding. Parkersburg, Point Pleasant. You need to seek higher ground They need to seek a sturdy structure as well. Not yet, SPC, not yet. I'd like for it that to not happen, though. Trying to look to see if there's anything else over here that I missed. Yeah, huge bands of sleet that's still over Cincinnati. Where is the tornado? There is not a tornado in southern Illinois, first off, because that's what you mentioned as to where you're looking for specifically. However, the chances for tornadoes more than likely are going to be over here in... All right, Alexander City. Call it now. This is probably a tornado in progress right here. This is exactly what I just called. Exactly what I just called. All right, I just said that the potential for a tornado is possible in some of these areas. Huge drop of spectrum width. Huge drop of spectrum width right there. Massive turbulence drop right there. Of course, the classic hook echo right within here. The inflow coming in unimpeded. There you go. More than likely another tornado. Probably a brief one from what I can see. If you go back a frame here, you can see right there is where the tornado was. And I was eyeing State Highway 9 right there. New tornado warning just got issued for the same cell.
Tornado warning for northern Tallapoosa County in east central Alabama, southeastern Coosa County in east central Alabama.
This is, I'm assuming this is the cell that I'm talking about. It is. It is. It is the same storm. We have talked about this. It has been called. That is a tornado. More than likely in progress, in my honest opinion. But there is not a correlation coefficient drop to match with it, however. So we can't quite confirm it just yet. But, you know, based off of the spectrum width and the turbulence right within there, I'm not surprised. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for northeastern Elmore County in east central Alabama, central Tallapoosa County in east central Alabama.
Where is that at? Oh, that's further south along the line. So that's another tornado warning there. Just a little bit further south. So probably two areas to where there could potentially be a rotation. Let's go to one here. Let's actually go to two. Oh yeah, there definitely is two areas of rotation right within here. So you have one, oh yeah, that one over there, Red Hill, Kent. Need to get in your safe space now. If you're over there in Red Hill and Kent, immediately. Especially if you're along areas, what is this road? What is this road? Reverend James Arthur Smith Highway. Alright, that's basically areas in between US Highway 229 and State Highway 229 and State Highway 449, right within here. Alright, we've got a tornado over there that's moving on through, more than likely in progress right now. Because that's really close to the ground. And it probably will be kicking up debris here soon. Very strong gate-to-gate shear. Pixel to pixel right next to each other. Heavy amounts of reds. So reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. Right in the middle, there does indeed seem to be a tornado that is possible right within the area. I would say to be more inclined in progress. Maybe a little bit of a weaker tornado, but still a tornado regardless. And if we take a look at Google Maps, where is Google Maps? Red Hill. It's due south of Alexander City. Due south of Alexander City. So there's Alexander City. There's our town. Nicksburg. Lake Martin. So we're right in the Lake Martin areas. There's Dadeville. And yeah, we have quite a lot of stuff happening here. I don't see all too much. It looks to be south of the main lake. Looks to be south of the main lake. So down here near Kent and Burlington. So if you live near Kent, Burlington, areas near Lake Martin in Alabama, near the Tallapoosa River. The Tallapoosa River in Alabama. This is where the tornado most likely is at right now. More than likely, there is a tornado that is in progress around your area. So you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now. And it still has some pretty interesting rotation right there. Kent and Red Hill. This is now heading towards the Lake Martin area. So if you live near Lake Martin in Alabama, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now. Now is the time to do so. There might be a debris signature here. Might be a debris signature. If that's the case, there probably is a tornado on the ground right now. But this formed really quick, really fast. Now, from what I'm looking at, I'm anticipating this to deteriorate within the next 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes at maximum. But when these type of tornado warnings fire up, they're very quick, they're very unpredictable, because they just spin up very quickly, very rapidly. Have a lot of strong gate-to-gate shear within it. Yeah, verification method looks like there could potentially be some debris in there. But yeah, there is definitely some rotation right within that area. And that's at minimum. That's at minimum, guys. So Red Hill, if you're along the Centerport Road areas, near the Reverend James Arthur Smith Highway. Is that actually what it's named? Yeah, it is. County Road, or no, State Highway 50. State Highway 50, I think is what it is. If you live along State Highway 50, you need to go ahead, start taking your proper precautions now. All right, the Reverend James Arthur Smith Highway, that is where it's going to go on through, and it's going to head towards the Lake Martin areas. So this is near Chimney Rock Island, Camp Alamisco, Harbor Point Marina, Stillwater Golf Course. All right, that's one thing to note. This is going near the Stillwater's Golf Course. All right, if you know anyone who lives near the Stillwater's Golf Course, it's heading right off into your area over there. So you need to go ahead and start taking your proper precautions. Let's go back to our radar here. I don't see a debris signature. I still see the rotation ongoing, though, right in there. And I do see still a 3 out of 5 on the turbulence scale right within that general vicinity. But the reds are the winds moving away from the radar. Greens are winds moving towards. Latest scan just took that rotation a little bit and kind of curb stomped it. So that is the good news. Rotation has indeed weakened a bit. And it might have actually sped out at the speed shear here of the strong bow echo that's surging on through. As I would assume gusted out the actual rotation. And that is pretty frequent for the most part. Now, what about the cell that's over near Alexander City? Well, this thing is trying to redevelop again. Keyword trying. There's a little bit of contamination there, too. That's interesting. But I don't see any major things here indicating a tornadic updraft. So we might, if we're going to see something, it's probably going to be relatively weak. So... but I haven't seen any official debris signatures quite yet. I've seen just a couple of signatures of weak tornadoes that could have formed. More than likely, they were weak tornadoes. Confirmed fatality in Hale County, Alabama. Sheesh. I saw that from the Twitter report too. If you guys could, please pray for them. I want to show you guys here an amazing video here from Radar Omega. All right. I know this is off topic from the actual tornadoes, but we did have an ice storm that moved on through. And I mean, look at that. Man, oh man. I'm not sure about you guys, but that's amazing to look at. I mean, it's terrible that, you know, there was too much ice for some areas to the point where trees fell down and it impacted livelihoods, but man. Look at that. That's amazing. That is amazing right there. Holy. Debris signature is gone now. Yeah, I kind of assume so. It looks like there's a new rotation developing on the back end of this too. So we have two new rotations once again developing. One right here that's south and west of Dadeville. And another one that's very broad. We have a massive boundary here that's along Alexander City. If it can jut its rear flank downdraft a little bit more, you might be able to see a little bit of rotation. But otherwise, the main area for concern for right now is this area north and east of Red Hill, and just to the south and west of Dadeville. So it looks like the tornado warning got updated now. And if this tornado does form, it's heading straight for Dadeville. If this tornado does form, it's heading straight for Dadeville. I agree, Blue. I'm actually really interested about that. But yeah, if this does form, it's heading straight for Dadeville. And Dadeville's a relatively populous area, too. I mean, not as populous as Alexander City, but you can see it has quite a few residential areas within it. Does look like an interesting town. So if you know anyone who lives in Dadeville, please share this information with them. Please share this information with them if you can. And as I said, by liking the video, or liking the live stream, I should say, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. Essentially helping me spread the information with as many people as possible. And I really do appreciate that. We're at 920 likes. We're so close to 1,000 likes, guys. We're so close. I don't think we're going to get to 1,000 likes, within the next 30 minutes. But, if we get up there, it'd be such a huge confidence booster for the channel. That many people help support it. So I really do appreciate that. I really do. If you become a meteorologist, what news station would you sign for? I probably wouldn't sign for a news station, honestly. I'd go for the National Weather Service. And then continue my YouTube channel. That's probably what I'd do. Man, oh man. Yeah, it looks like the rotation started to fan out a little bit. Alexander City, however. Alexander City. Alright? It's now trying to jut out its rear flank downdraft. So what's happening here is you can see the arcing characteristic right within this area. It's starting to arc. And we got these classic bird wings that are kind of being pushed into the general area of rotation. Don't be surprised if you got a new rotation area that heads off towards New Site and Goldville here in a second. I would not be surprised if we could potentially see something tornadic right within there. Which NWS area, though? Whichever ones I can get. My preferred areas, of course, would be somewhere in Tornado Alley, but some sleeper areas like Springfield, Missouri, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Yeah. Wichita. Specifically Springfield, Missouri. I think Springfield, Missouri could be really interesting. But man, oh man. Yeah, we still have a little bit of that rotation there. National Weather Service Houston, so I could issue 500 flash flood warnings every year. I know, right? It was 50 degrees and rainy in Connecticut today. Yeah, you guys are expected to get some of that to turn over to freezing rain overnight, tonight into tomorrow. And let's actually take a look at that here. If we can. There you go. So notice how the snow is relatively far north of you. But the freezing rain, however, well, it seeps all the way through into much of Connecticut. And of course, because Hartford's right about there, per se. Maybe a little bit further at the bottom part of the circle. But right around there, you guys could potentially get 1/10 of an inch of ice. And that'll make the morning commute tomorrow pretty hazardous. Very hazardous. It looks like the freezing rain receded a little bit further north, though, so the NAM might be a little bit bullish as to how far south that freezing rain actually gets. There's another model that says that it could probably be a little bit further to the north. You guys probably won't have a whole lot, but... yeah, I'm pretty sure you'd rather have snow as well. How many confirmed tornadoes have we had today? 4? 5? I think it's 4. If it's 4, we're 2 tornadoes away from an officially classified tornado outbreak. Throwback to when Nate caught a tornado on camera. I caught it twice that day, actually. We caught a tornado in Jackson, and then we caught a tornado in Tupelo. That day was that was an insane stream. I'm not gonna lie. Sheesh. The Wolfman, what's up? Hello, hello. Let's take a look back at that radar here. Let's see if Alexander City is starting to congeal again. I'm kind of seeing it. I'm seeing it a little bit, but not really all too much. There was a little bit of radar of not radar, a little bit of rotation that was over near Dadeville. It still kind of is there, actually. If we go down to the south and east, you can see that there is a little pocket of rotation right within here. Your red's moving away, grays and greens moving towards a little small area of rotation, just a little teeny one. But it is tornadic regardless. Throw back to when Nate could have had me stream 317. I know, right? Well, actually, 325. That's 325. 317 I did stream. How many tornadoes hit during the tornado outbreak on December 10th? What, 40 something? 40 something reports? I'd say about probably 20 tornadoes, if I remember it correctly. There's like a bunch of reports, like a lot of which were from the same tornado. Is there still tornado juice? Kind of. There's still a decent environment. It's just the energy levels have gone down, but the wind shear has not. It's actually increased. Wind shear has gotten stronger. You have this huge cold front that's moving on through. Just basically this massive line of storms now at this point. So. What should we expect on the Rhode Island coast? Good question, good question. Let's take a look again. From the HRRR, according to you, probably not a whole, according to it, I should say, probably not a whole lot. For you guys, however, I would expect rain regardless, but it could start to turn into freezing rain at a certain time period. Let me pull up here as to when you guys can get that. So you guys are going to get rain, all right? You guys have been getting rain for quite some time. You're probably going to continue to get rain for quite some time. It won't start to transition until about 4 p.m. Friday afternoon. So 3 p.m., 4 p.m., in the afternoon hours for you all. That's when that can start to really push on through. So once it does, that's when freezing rain, the evening commute can be really hazardous. But afterwards, probably not a whole lot. Still on here, bless you. Yeah, I mean, I like doing this stuff. All right, I love live streaming. I'm gonna probably live stream more winter storms in the future because I just learned that you can actually dissect short-term winter weather with radar. So I'm gonna study up on that a lot with dual pol. Because it's just something that is would be really interesting to know. And if I do future weather stuff with winter storms, then my knowledge could separate myself from other YouTubers, and that is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to gain an advantage so that you guys will stay with me. I'm just kidding. I know some of you like this channel, some of you don't, but I appreciate the people who do, and I appreciate the people who stay. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you much. Thank you much. But yeah, that's I'm gonna be doing some studying up on that later on. Dual pol winter weather. Excuse me. I'm a little tired though. Yeah, we've been live streaming for about 9 hours straight. 9 hours straight. We also have 25,621 subscribers. That's amazing. So thank you all so much for that. Looks like the tornado warnings have now expired. Here you go. I'm still watching that over there near Alexander City. Could potentially be something that could move on through. So I'm gonna watch out for that. The time does fly, honestly. Time does indeed fly. So while we are sitting here looking for tornadoes and stuff, I want to talk about something that I discovered the other day. It is a new potential area to watch. It's relatively close range, actually. And it's down in the southeast. So what we're going to be using the Euro model for this. Timing is up here in the corner, even though you probably cannot see it. But I'll just try and walk you through this. Sunday into Monday. All right. The beginning of next week, there's this new low pressure system that forms off the coast of the Carolinas, Georgia, and Florida. All right. It's pretty much set in stone that this is going to happen. It's just where that low pressure is going to form. That is a bit, a bit questionable at this time. However, on the northern side of this in the Appalachian Mountains, there could be some snow. And this low pressure system, if it moves on through, where's the east? All right. Could potentially bring a lot of cold air behind this. So some of these areas here, within, the deep south to the northeast, could continue to see that cold air surge on through for quite some time. We're going to see a lot of cold temperatures here for a hot minute. But as this continues to play out, all right, as this plays out, we're probably going to see another Alberta Clipper system here. We're going to actually see two Alberta Clipper systems more than likely. So we have one, it's over here in Ontario, and then we're going to have another one that races on through into the Great Lakes. And the main reason because of that is because of our high pressure that then sets up. So it resets up, I should say, right here. So whenever you have a high pressure system off the coast, off the west coast, what it typically does is it creates a lot of clockwise wind shear. So opposite to a low pressure system, which creates counterclockwise wind shear, high pressure systems create clockwise wind shear. And so what happens here is when low pressure systems come over here and then they go into Canada, they get pulled by that shear from the clockwise high pressure system and they get slung down. They get slung down just like that. So what's probably going to happen here for the next, I'd say, week or two, more than likely week or two, because I don't anticipate this high pressure system to move anytime soon, is for there to be more Alberta Clippers across much of the northern United States, northern half, and a lot of warm weather down for the south for the most part. Now, could there be some severe weather? Maybe, possibly, but you've got a lot of consistency here with most of the models as to what could potentially happen. And what I want to do as well is I want to take a look at the GFS model. And the GFS model is very similar as to what could potentially happen. So here we go. There's the ice storm that moves on through as we get towards Monday. There's your developing low pressure system. You also have your next Alberta Clipper that's going to move on through. So let's play this out here and let's see if it's very similar to the Euro. Also, to note, you also have your high pressure system here as well. So let's play this through. And the interesting thing is that it actually has the low pressure system hugging a lot closer to the coast. So for people who are watching this in like Maine and New England, by Tuesday evening or Tuesday afternoon and Tuesday evening, you could have some wintry precipitation that'll move on through there, but that's not really going to matter all too much because you're going to have an Alberta Clipper that's going to bring a lot of snow into that general vicinity, a lot of cold air that's going to dig deep down through into the mid parts of next week. But the big thing here to look at is that high pressure system is still there. High pressure system is still there after the end of next week. So let's play it on through even past that. Well, you have another Clipper that moves on through right there. And then what happens afterwards? Oh. So this is another favorable pattern for nor'easters, all right? If a Clipper has enough significant wind shear that is being pushed down, it can potentially curl upwards and, well, nor'easter time. Nor'easter time. So we're going to have to watch out for how this current pattern is going to unfold. But if we are going to watch for any sort of wintry precipitation, our next winter storm, our next big winter storm, it may not happen until probably a week from now. Because I don't see anything happening over the next week besides more cold shots of air that's going to push and plunge on through into portions of the Ozarks, the Deep South, the Ohio River Valley, and the Northeast. Yep, I saw, Lynn. It is unfortunate, CH. It is unfortunate. So, there isn't really a whole lot to talk about right now, but I'm going to continue to live stream for a bit until these severe storms right here, until these severe storms and this blinking black circle leave the tornado watch. So until they do, we're gonna still stay on. How many high risks do I think this year? Seems how we only had 2 high risks last year, and the year before we should have had 1 high risk. It's honestly hard to say. All right, I can't say specifically. This is from USA and Ohio weather. Watching me there. That's amazing. These type of pictures and videos, they make me pretty happy. Whenever I see stuff like that, to where, you know, people upload pictures of watching, you know, whether it's me, you know, other people, that right there, I'm just like, you know, that's pretty cool. That's pretty funny too. Right, you're back. What did you miss? A couple more tornado warnings with maybe 1 or 2 confirmed ones. That was just to the north of Montgomery. So. We got 1,828 followers on Twitter too, so that's pretty amazing as well. We're slowly growing our community together, chat. Slowly growing our community together. I think we could potentially see 1 high risk in March or April. We could, but I mean it's way too far out. All right, just based off of what's happening with you know, future long-range models, consistency with how the La Nina stays. March and April is always going to be chaotic. So. Should have said heyo. Heyo. Oh boy. I need to start clearing some of my tabs. I've got so many. This tab, don't care about this tab. I need to exit. Boom. Don't need that tab anymore. "30-mile-per-hour wind gusts blowing sleet against the windows here in Dover, Ohio, making a heck of a racket." Wow. So you're still getting a lot of stuff. "You will reach mega church following status soon." Dude, honestly, whenever I get, hopefully if I do, alright, if I get taken down before then, well then, that's unfortunate. But if I ever get to 100,000 subscribers and get a silver play button, I am going to absolutely lose my mind. It's gonna happen. Yeah, Rose. Approaching 1.5 feet of snow here in Wadsworth, Ohio. Wow. That's insane. Looking for those 6-figure YouTube paychecks? Not really, honestly. Man, I couldn't really care less all too much about the money. Although, you know, probably would need some in order to make a decent living. But we got another one. Jasmine. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. You see, all right, let's do some expert analysis on this man right here. So it looks like right here that he seems to be considering the following, because not only does he have, you know, another person behind that looks like an imposter. I mean, look at this. Probably imposter Nate right there. And then we have this guy right here who thinks he's Nate, and he's like, oh, what is going on here? He's definitely losing his mind about something. And he sees the word yo at the bottom, and he's like, should I say it? Should I say yo? Probably not. And now, this is a weird looking yo that looks like a 70, but it's still here, and it's still alive. And you're in the bookmark, you need to consider the following. We also got a picture here from Kelly, too. That windshield right there. You're gonna be able to see out of that one, Kelly. Are you gonna be able to see out of that windshield right there? I mean, there's definitely something on the back side of this. You can see it's. You do my expert analysis on every single picture ever, especially when we're in these lighter moments right now. That's hilarious. But yeah, you sure you're gonna be able to see out of that windshield? You sure you're gonna be able to see out of that windshield? Regardless, though, pretty interesting bands along that as well. Pretty mesmerizing, not gonna lie. Oh boy. I was gonna say, send in your pictures for the greatest expert analysis ever. True facts. Throw the toothpick. There's the toothpick. Yeet. Yeah, this is the pen here that I now have. I can draw on the stuff. You can draw across the board. Speaking of drawing, let's go draw what's happening over here in Ohio. Sleet has finally transitioned to snow in Milford, Ohio, just east of Cincinnati, after 15 hours of non-stop coming down. Yeah. And the thing of it is there's actually been some reports here of 3 inches in total of sleet. Over here in Hamilton, Ohio, actually. That's over to the west of it. So Cincinnati and that general vicinity is getting quite a lot of stuff. Over here in Kentucky, this is near Interstate 71. Trees are down. Slick. It's covered in ice, and the roads are very slick. So there's a lot of activity here that's moving about. Now it looks like, from what I can tell, so far, there's a band that is probably moving off towards Columbus here. And it has mainly a lot of snow. But there is some freezing rain with it too. And how I can tell is correlation coefficient value that is dropped right within here. And if we take a look at the reflectivity, you can see the freezing line right within this area. You can also see that in correlation coefficient too, by connecting the dots this way. But still something interesting. Discovered me and watched the entire 13-hour stream during the Kentucky tornado outbreak last year. Watch until you finally ended it in your city of Nashville. Well, thank you so much for watching it all the way through, Russell. I really do appreciate that. I really do. And I've been trying to get information out to as many people as possible, of course. Whether it's winter weather, severe weather, tropical weather, eventually when hurricanes come on through, that's going to be really interesting. So, yeah. Where am I from? I'm from southern Pennsylvania. I cover weather for the United States and Canada. What is this? Ice storm? .8 inches of snowfall. Snow depth is 3 inches. So there is about an inch of freezing rain, or almost an inch of freezing rain, and then you have 3 inches of snowfall afterwards. Jeez. Half inch of freezing rain over in Hopkins County, Kentucky, near Morton's Gap. Roads quickly become slick. And that's the main consistency here. Once you get to about a half an inch of freezing rain, that's when roads start to ice over. And that's when, roads really become a problem. Anything after that, it's the same thing as a half an inch of freezing rain, except for, trees will start to fly over. When I mean fly over, I mean like kind of fall over. I don't know why I said fly over. Don't quote that. Don't quote that. The Wolfman with the 2 says, "Evening, Nate. Thought I'd drop by and hang out. Well, nice to see you, my friend, and thanks so much for the $2 super chat." Thank you so much. Russell Hudgens, same here. Better. I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys saying that. I really do. Reed is reporting a rain wrap NATO. What? Yeah, across the board. That is quite classic. Yeah, classic catchphrase that is said by yours truly. Ooh, hold up. Let's go to 1. Woohoo! There might be something there near Wadley. It's very weak, though. Very weak. So I can't say for certain that that's probably going to be tornadic. Can't say for certain. Thank you, Judy. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Rose, thank you for the $20 super chat. Oh my goodness. Wow, thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, Rose. Everybody say thank you to Rose. Everybody say thank you to Rose. My, oh my. Yeah, thank you, Rose. Thank you, Pamela. Thank you, Judith. Judith with a 50 earlier on, 6 hours ago. Nisha. Smashville. Sandra. Gloria. Vivian. Diane. All these people. I really do appreciate it. All right, and even the people who, donated little amounts. Now, even the little stuff, that helps me upgrade my equipment so that I can make your guys' experience here on the channel better. And if I'm making the experience for you guys better, imagine the new people who will come in as well. So we can grow our community together, and that's the big thing that I'm trying to do. I'm trying to grow a community while trying to get information out to as many people as possible. So I appreciate every single one of you. Whether you do donate, whether you don't donate. Whether you like the video, whether you don't like the video. Whether you watch, whether you don't watch. Whether you subscribe, whether you don't subscribe. I do appreciate every single person. We're at 973 likes. We're almost to 1,000 likes. And, even though this live stream isn't, as large as our typical ones that we have during severe weather season. Where usually we have like thousands of viewers. We only got to about, 700, 800 viewers today. And yet we still got that many likes. So, I really do appreciate it. Dude, that would be insane if Mr. Beast, funded the channel. That would be amazing. He gave the entire U.S. federal budget to Nate Snyder. Dude, I'd be probably set for life, but I'd also probably give a bit to charity, honestly. I don't know what charity I'd give it to, but I'd probably give some to charity. And then put the rest in, I don't know, savings, something like that. Ha, 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 ha. Marilyn with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 10. That is amazing. Everybody say thank you to Marilyn. Thank you so much. Wow. People are wanting me to change the 19-year-old idiot. All right, I'm going to say, what should I put in? I'm about to turn 20, actually. That's the funny thing. In April, I'm going to turn 20. End of April. And that's going to be really surprising. Yeah, 9.5 hours for real. What should I change it to? I don't know. I'm gonna put the radar over here on Ohio and keep it on there. "19-year-old Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm 19, does it? Looks like I might be a lot older than I look. A lot of people have, I don't want to say mistakenly, say that, because I actually kind of, embrace those comments. I embrace those comments completely, because it knows that, tells me that I'm growing as a person. Marathon weather reporting is your superpower. Oh, that is the truth, isn't it? High-level weathermans. 9-year-old fortune teller. Fortune teller. I'm gonna put in 19-year-old fortune teller. I'm gonna give you a fortune cookie and maybe predict your weather for you. Yeah, high level weatherman. You're 24th, I'm 23rd. Glad to see you're doing this instead of a gaming YouTube channel. So the thing of it is that for fun, when the game comes out, all right, first off, I'm going to be doing this more often than not, all right? There's going to be another channel that I'm going to run with Morgan, and it's the storm chasing game. It's really realistic or whatever, and we're just going to have fun and stuff like that. Oh, I don't put it in on YouTube. Believe me. No one. I really don't put that on there. My age on YouTube. You know, if anything, I'll put in professional radar analyst. Something like that. Let's try and do this. Yeah, I think I'm going with the, you know, even though it's hard to kind of call myself a professional, because I really don't like doing that. But, I mean, I do think that I'm pretty good at radar and radar analysis, so we're going to go with it. Professional weather radar analyst. Boom. That is now our bio. Duke of the Doppler. Oh my goodness. That is amazing. That is amazing. All right. Please talk about upper middle TO. Do you mean Tennessee? Duke of the Doppler. That is amazing. All right, I'm sorry. That is amazing. I don't know where I'm going to fit that in, but I want to put that in somewhere. Duke of the Doppler. Upper Middle Tennessee. Yep, I sure can. So Upper Middle Tennessee is, as of right now, getting a lot of precipitation. All right, so you can see here a lot of these greens, these yellows, and these reds. Where this flashing white circle is, that is where your mainly rain is located. So let's go ahead and time it out here on the models. Pull that up here real quickly. Go to Ohio Valley. Put that right there. And Upper Middle Tennessee. All right, you guys don't officially transition from rain into freezing rain until about midnight tonight. So midnight tonight is when you guys can start getting your freezing rain, sleet, maybe even snow. And then you won't actually start seeing snow, it transition from sleet into snow, at about 8. I'd say around 8 or 9 in the morning, and then it will really fizz out afterwards. So you guys probably won't get a whole lot after that. And that's pretty much it. You guys get a lot of rain. You're pretty far south, so your actual temperatures aren't going to be as high as, say, some other areas. What's my favorite meme? I don't know. I have a lot of them. Consider the following as one of them. Yeah, I'm using the Duke of the Doppler. That is now my thing. Boom. Mine. Maggie, you're amazing. Let's loop this here for a little bit. Show you all the thing. You know what I honestly should do? I should honestly have like little GIFs of like a radar loop. And the timing and stuff like that. That'd be pretty amazing, I'm not gonna lie. Cape Cod, Massachusetts weather? Yeah, let's take a look at that real quickly. So Cape Cod, you guys, as you know, are already getting a lot of, just rain in general. But what's interesting here is the actual Arctic boundary starts to kind of descend off into your area. And you guys could probably see some freezing rain and or sleet sometime around the midday to early afternoon hours of tomorrow. All right, so on Friday, that's when you guys could probably see your activity there. And in regards to how much wintry precipitation you could get, well, according to the NAM, you guys could see about 1/10 of an inch of freezing rain possible. But on the other hand, if we take a look at another model here, like the HRRR, I mean, some areas here, as far north as Plymouth, they barely get any freezing rain. So, it's a tale of a couple models here. It really depends upon how far south that cold air actually extends. And then once we kind of figure that out, then we'll have an idea as to what probably will happen here soon. But I would say, as a safe bet, obviously you're going to get rain. Obviously you're going to get rain. Does it turn into freezing rain? That is the big issue. Look at how much sleet is anticipated across some of these areas. Look at that. Let's see. Actually, close that, make that black. There you go. Look at how much sleet is within this area here. Very dark colors of sleet. I mean, man, oh man. That's pretty crazy right there. And that's all mainly along the coastline here of Maine, too. Look at that. And the main reason there, from what I can tell, is at this point, you're really close to the Atlantic Ocean here, of course. So what's going to happen is with this boundary, all right, your boundary that sets up, that's right about here. So you have your stationary boundary right within here. Weird looking stationary boundary, but you guys gotta get the point. And the general flow of the warm air that's south of the boundary is going to kind of rise up into the general areas. And so what essentially happens here, if I can erase all of this here real quickly, is that if you can imagine the atmosphere in different levels, you can actually kind of get a grasp as to how freezing rain and sleet works. Basically is, if you have cold air that is sitting up at the top level, right up here, right? So this is cold air, and the precipitation starts to form as snow. All right? Now, in some areas, all right, it's going to be really interesting to where cold air ends up extending all the way down to the ground. So here's the ground right here. And this is, let's say someone here just chilling out for the most part. Well, depending upon where that cold air actually goes, all right, so if it's over here, whether it's at the surface or it's in the atmosphere, it can determine as to how your precipitation is depicted once it hits the ground. So if your snowflake falls down to the ground, it hits that warm air that's now below that. So warm air that is right here at the bottom triangle, and it turns into raindrops. All right, so it turns into raindrops, rains on this dude right here who's having a whale of a time. But if it's over here at this part of the triangle, right in there, it could probably form into either sleet or freezing rain. Now, for whatever reason, my computer is bottlenecking right now. So you're going to have to bear with me in regards to me erasing this, because it's going to take a little bit. Let's kind of hope this, this changes here in a second. Do I see toxic metals and geoengineering on your radar? Not toxic ones, but I can see stuff that flies through the air. I can see all sorts of cool stuff on there. What kind of music do I listen to? All kind, except for a lot of country. I don't really listen to too much country. Talk about Southern Indiana soon? Yep, I will. So this is either my internet or bottlenecking. If it is my internet, then I'm gonna try and get a server to stream towards. Cape Cod is a state of its own, getting a lot of fog right now. Yeah, so rain or fog, something like that. You guys are getting something over there. All right. So now, after my computer's being, my computer has been freed from any sort of bottlenecking. What happens here sometimes, all right, is, so let's imagine this right here is it's separated into layers to where the top is cold, bottom is warm, or middle is warm, bottom is cold again. All right, cold. So you have your snow, then it melts into rain, and then it melts into ice. So now you have ice falling from the sky, not in the shape of ice cubes, of course, but that's basically how freezing rain and sleet works. So what's basically happening is, instead of there always being cold air here in this, general vicinity, the warm air is actually being slung up above the surface and is creating your sleet and freezing rain. So, long story short, while my computer was freezing up, that is how that basically works. So someone asked about Indiana. Let's talk about that entire area here, actually. First things first. All right, let's go over to the radar right now. It's not really going to do that right now, is it? Do I think this was a natural storm, or was there a hand to make it worse? I think this was mainly natural, for the most part. I mean, there could be some instances, maybe. I won't deny the possibility of that, but from the most part, from what I can see, it's plausible if, this is a plausible situation if it happened natural. Earlier asked about Macon, Georgia. It looks like the earlier Bruton area storm has formed into a new line, currently 70 degrees here. Should you stay up and monitor the possible for tornadoes, or are you looking at strong frontline winds? I would say it's more strong damaging winds, honestly. All right, so this is just not going to work. My radar is not really going to do a whole lot, and I have no clue why I cannot show that. So we're going to try our best here. Try and show you all as to the timings of what all is happening. So after what appears to be 7 p.m. Central, looks like much of Illinois is out of the risk. Maybe extreme southern portions of Illinois, they can get some snow. But they're pretty much out of the risk. And then by midnight, most of everyone in Indiana is out of the risk, except for areas along the Ohio River. So Evansville, all the way up towards areas, not exactly, way further west of Cincinnati. North of Louisville. You guys will start to be out of the risk. And then you guys could see another band that could possibly push on through, maybe at like 3 o'clock, but it's not heavy. It's not too much. And then Ohio, Kentucky, you guys are practically out of the risk by, 4 in the morning. But you guys could still see some residual snow, honestly. Just like some general snow squalls. So visibility might be kind of hazardous a little, based off of from what I'm seeing. But otherwise, what state am I from? Southern Pennsylvania. Q&A stream. I'm probably going to make that into a video, honestly. I, for one, blame Captain Planet for this. You're from Ontario. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm, as I said, Southern Pennsylvania. North of Hagerstown, south of Chambersburg. And I also cover stuff for Ontario, too. That's pretty cool. Now, the real question is Brantford, Ontario too far north? For whatever reason, you know what? I'm going to start closing stuff here. Ending Omega. Ending GR3. Do that. Boom. Holy. Alrighty. Brantford, Ontario, Canada. Oh, so you're like near Hamilton. Okay. Yeah, I've driven. Sheesh. That English though. Drove by that area before. So yeah, I cover you guys too. So if you want to stick around with the channel, feel free. No, Evansville definitely can still get a lot of ice. Evansville can still definitely get a lot of ice. Maybe not anymore though. Well, actually not still, but they probably have had a lot of ice already. Because they had significant amounts within a short period of time. Owensboro, Louisville now, Shepherdsville. I actually want to see what this band is doing in Louisville right now. Ooh. Possibly some sleet over here in the portions of Madison and Scottsburg. This probably isn't rain here. This is probably, well, no, they're saying it's heavy snow here according to what's happening at the bottom. So yeah, probably, but I mean it looks like according to correlation coefficient that the values are pretty corrupt. So it might be a decaying Might be a decaying part of a storm. Could be, could be. When was the last time I had a drink? 6 hours ago, I think it was. Something like that. Bathroom, I always go before and after. Now, I don't have to go right now, but I went before. You guys know the drill. It's kind of how I roll. Let's see. Power outage map. All right, how many power outages are we dealing with in total? Well, Tennessee, about 150,000 people are without power, and 133,000 of them are from Shelby County, which is in Memphis. That's pretty insane. My goodness. That's really crazy. I'm fine, I'm fine. There you go. Water, done. Yeah, sure I wear an adult diaper. Sure I do. Sure I do. Whatever makes you sleep at night. Woo! We've been going on for about 10 hours now. Holy. Holy smokes. Hmm. Oh, cool. Yeah, I think sooner rather than later, we're probably going to call it quits. Probably. But I do want to live stream for over 10 hours, though. That's the one true fact here. Just to say that I went the distance. And then, of course, I'm going to, do the things that normal humans do, like eat, drink, go to the bathroom, consider the following, probably sleep. Do I support the trucker convoy here in Ottawa? I actually don't know what that's about. I've heard about it once or twice, but I actually don't know what it's about. Love to be enlightened, though. But tell me in, like, personal DMs. Tell me in, like, personal DMs. A few times in my life, particularly when a storm is approaching or near the cloud, takes a pattern that seems to be almost scaly, like snakeskin. What are those clouds called? I think I know what you're talking about. Are you, my friend, talking about these? Are you talking about these? These right here are amazing. Love these clouds. Let's go full screen on that. Boom. Look at him. It's like little bubbles. These right here are some amazing clouds. This is what you get in severe weather too. What are these? These are mammatus. So basically what's happening here is it's an inversion of the atmosphere. So above the clouds, it's really moist. Really moist. And then below it, it's really dry. And so it just looks like an upside down cloud. Well, I mean, it basically is still a cloud, but you know, if you look at the tops of clouds, usually they're like really fluffy. Well, now it's at the bottom now. It's got that in it too. So the air around you is dry because moisture's been all sucked up. And above it is pretty moist because you got a lot of moisture being sucked into much of the storm. There you go. Mammatus clouds. These are really, love these clouds. You know, they come in all different shapes, sizes, colors. You know, like look at this here. All right, I'm not sure if this is edited or not, but that looks pretty cool. The green. But yeah, they commonly occur on supercells. So here is a big thunderstorm or supercell right here. That is marching about. You can see a lot of the precipitation down towards the bottom. But then you can also see the little mammatus clouds here. And if you take a look at the tops of the supercell here, you can even see that there's a little bit of bubbling over here. Now, I want to take a look. I want to show you all what's actually happening on the top of the supercell here. All right, so what's happening at the top of the supercell? This is actually a good example of this. Good example. It's this picture right here. All right. You see how these are really fluffy up here at the top as well? Really fluffy. So that's the reason why I told you, guys, that it's almost like an upside down cloud, because that's basically what's happening. Is that what's happening up here is now happening at the bottom side, and that's very uncommon in some instances as well. Green clouds are actually really interesting. So green basically is when you get rain. Rain naturally appears as kind of a bluish color. When you look at a storm, you know, the clouds typically tend to look kind of bluish. But if you have a lot of hail and stuff like that, a lot of hail, a lot of rain, and then you have a lot of sun, so, you know, clear skies above it, similar to this one right here, that, and if it's like right above it, like the sun is directly above it, like it can't be sunset, you know, even though that's an amazing wall cloud right there, it's got to be directly above the cloud. And whenever it's directly above, the sun naturally emits kind of this like yellowish light. So when you have the blue tint and the yellow tint come together, they make green. So that's the reason why when you have significant storms like that at specific times of day, you get green colored rain and clouds and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. But it's also an indication that you have a very strong storm moving about. So that's the other thing to consider. Go study at Millersville University. I'll see what the program is like over there. I'll look into it. Just woke up from a nap? Ooh, fun. Yeah, we're continuing to kind of float about here for the most part. 5 minutes until we live stream for 10 hours. Officially, I want to keep live streaming until this tornado watch is done and over with. But it's already been past 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. So that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, does it? But excuse me. Are we looking all right in near the area of Columbus, Georgia? Well, let's go ahead and take a look near your area. Fort Rucker might be the best radar for this. Yep. So you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. You guys are probably going to get some strong damaging winds more than likely. You know what? I'm going to live stream until this actually pushes on through because it's going to be really interesting. But yeah, it's currently moving past Auburn. You know, the university over there. It's moving right through that general vicinity. Interstate 85 as well. It's moving right through there, and it is heading towards Columbus, Georgia. So I would watch out. Let's see what your timings are for this storm. About 45 minutes. 45 minutes. Is it cool if you can interview me about the Quad State tornado in my school newspaper? Yes, you sure can. Just make sure you DM me in Twitter and stuff like that, or Discord. Specifically Discord. That's usually when I'm on. Can I tell you about southwestern Georgia overnight, the threat? Yeah, this is starting to actually bear down into your general vicinity. Strong damaging winds is more than likely the case here for much of the area. If I take a look at the Storm Prediction Center, there might be what? Is there a small? No, there isn't. It's going to be more of a strong damaging wind threat. I thought maybe there could have potentially been something there, but no. It's going to be more of a damaging wind threat as this moves on through. And even then, it may not be super severe. So we'll just have to continue to see, honestly. But yeah, there's an area here that I'm watching, maybe for potential something tornadic. Maybe something tornadic right within here. So I'd have to watch out for that. But it'll be interesting to say the least. Because I do see, you know, so we have the radar on the backside. Radar is down here. We have greens moving towards, reds moving away. So we do have a little bit of something right within there. Maybe a little bit of something. So that'll be moving on near the Tuskegee areas. And eventually, maybe even towards Columbus, Phoenix City. So I'll have to continue to be mindful of what exactly happens here. I want to see something here real quickly. I'm watching it just on the side. Interesting. Severe thunderstorm staying south of Atlanta, right? Yep, that is more than likely going to be the case, although you are near the threat for severe weather. So I would watch out for that, but yeah, I'd say it's staying south of Atlanta. I think that's pretty safe to say. You the Duke now? The Duke of the Doppler is here. That is, yeah, that is going to be my, that is going to be my nickname from now on. The Duke of the Doppler. Classic. Classic. Very classic. But yeah. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm really excited for March, April, and May. Not because of the severe weather that could potentially boost my channel, but the actual renovations that I'm gonna do. As I said, I'm gonna get a whole new look with all the stuff around me, you know, all the graphics and stuff. All that's gonna change. By then I'll have this fixed. I won't be in this room anymore doing the severe weather or whatever live stream that I'll do here for weather. I'll be in the far room. So I'm really excited. I'm really excited, honestly. It'll be a new experience. It'll be something that I can expand upon. And couldn't have done this without you all. So thank you so much. Rose Barnhill, yep, thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. You ever read about the upper atmosphere lightning transient luminous events? Stuff like red sprites, blue jets, and delightful named ELVE type lightning. Yeah, I have maybe once or twice. Actually, there was a video that Pecos Hank did about them. I remember watching it a little bit further back. But apparently they actually send like frequencies. So they emit like different frequencies that you can see on what's its face? I can't remember. I'd have to look at it again. But they emit like different frequencies when they occur. And it's pretty cool. Now, it's not something that I would, you know, particularly chase because it's almost impossible to do so. But, you know, if you ever do see him, it's like really rare. And that's amazing. So, I took a look at Denham Springs, Louisiana. Louisiana is out of the risk here for the most part. They should be fine. They're just getting some general showers and thunderstorms here. Here, let's just put up, you know, Louisiana in general. There you go. Look at that. So yeah, you can see Louisiana just has some general showers and thunderstorms at the moment. There's a little bit of freezing rain over in Monroe. Look at that. Look at that. When am I going to debut the new setup? Do I have a specific date in mind? Whenever the beginning of severe weather season starts. So I was hoping on starting to renovate that room sometime within the next week or two, where I can start painting it all and stuff like that. Then I can start moving my stuff into that room towards the end of February. And hopefully by the end of February is when severe weather season actually starts. And when that happens, by the start of the severe weather season, which is in the beginning of March, it will all be relatively new, which is pretty insane. Didn't they confirm the Quad State tornado lifted for 10 miles and then landed again, causing it not to set the record? Yes, that is true. However, both tornadoes were EF4s, and one of them, I believe, is in consideration of being a 5, but it still needs more research done. They said our local news for New Orleans says we might get sleet tomorrow or freezing rain. Is that possible? Well, let's take a look at it a little bit. I do want to investigate that a little bit further. Because I am genuinely curious as well. If there could be freezing rain and or sleet within your area. So let's take a look. The cold air actually gets really far down. So that's interesting according to the HRRR. The NAM 3 kilometer. Yeah, said there's like a small chance. But the only chance it would be in the morning. In the morning is really when you guys can get it. Once it starts to get to the afternoon, that's when your shot's, over. Pretty much over for that. Yeah, early morning hours, you guys might have a small shot. But I don't really see it happening all too much. I really don't. Just based off of how close you guys are to the Gulf of Mexico. You guys could get to temperatures about freezing. But I don't see it. I don't see it. These are some cold temperatures, man. No problem, Harvey. That's what I try to do with my channel the most. I try to answer most, if not everyone's questions. Because as much as I want to be relatable, I also want to try and get information out to people too. So, I don't want to just keep showing content over and over again, because it's not a show, all right? This is not, I don't want to at least be the show. I want the weather to be the show, all right? So, now, of course, I can be the show whenever I'm messing around. That's fine, because that's when time needs to be killed. But when there's a tornado warning, it's all about the tornado. It's not about me. It shouldn't be about me. It should be about the people being impacted. Harvey with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Man, oh man, thank you so much. Everybody say thank you to Harvey. Thank you so much. I don't think you guys realize how much these, little donations mean towards my channel. You guys are the ones that are helping me renovate this area anyways. I have enough money to do that. So, without you guys, this channel wouldn't be as far as it is. Even if we take a look at how many subscribers we have 25,623. Almost 26,000 of you has helped my channel get as far as it has so far, and I really do appreciate it. See ya, Jonathan. Thanks for coming out. What are you running all your radars and stream on? You're interested in starting your own streams and stuff? So the program that I'm using is Streamlabs. Streamlabs is a really good one to use. All the overlays and stuff like that, custom created. Well, not custom created. You can steal stuff if you have Streamlabs Prime, and you can put borders and stuff or whatever. But all this stuff down here below me, that's all custom. All custom. So the words, the slideshow, of course, the logo all the way on the side with the time, that's all custom created. All this I had to put together and slap together and stuff like that. What are some colleges I'm interested in looking into? Penn State's definitely the main one. But if I can't get into Penn State, I'll look. Always a good college to go into for meteorology. Oh, boy. Excuse me. Also, I want to just say something in general right now. All right, so I'm not really like revealing this to a whole lot of people, but I will give you guys a sneak peek to a future project that I have in mind. All right, so I'm sure a lot of you have seen a bunch of documentaries and videos on tornadoes and stuff like that, and you know, where they hit, you know, then people talk to the people that were impacted and stuff like that. All right, what I'm gonna do, all right, is I'm gonna do that, but on a smaller scale, but on a larger scale at the same time. So what's gonna happen here is instead of me talking to survivors and stuff like that, which I would love to do, but I don't think that's the direction in which I want to go with the style of content. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make videos about a specific tornado. So I'm gonna make a video about a tornado every now and then. It may not be a significant tornado, although it probably is gonna be a significant tornado, actually. I'm sorry, so my apologies. It'll be like EF3s and above as to what tornadoes I'm gonna be making the videos off of. And it's gonna be the lead up to the day. So what the model said, the day of the event. So what happened leading up to it from the morning all the way into the actual tornado, the radar analysis, as well as videos of the tornado actually moving on through, so actual chaser footage, and then what happened afterwards and stuff like that. And it's just all gonna be, it's gonna be scientific, but it's also gonna be kind of fun too, and it's also gonna be serious when it has to as well. So it's gonna be a really interesting series that I'm gonna do. And it's not gonna be all about, you know, EF5s and stuff like that, or EF4s that you guys know. You know, I have an EF3 tornado that's probably one of the weirdest tornadoes I've ever seen in my entire life. And it was a 165 mile per hour EF3. It was 1 mile per hour away from an EF4. And it did, you know, significant damage to an area. So, you know, it's not all going to be about the tornadoes that you guys know. It's going to be about some weird ones too. But, you know, it's a really cool idea. And I honestly want to do it. I've been thinking about it for months now. I really haven't had the motivation to do it. But I've been watching more videos of just like historical videos. So like, you know, for gaming, there's like the history of speed running, or the historical influence of, you know, games or whatever, or, you know, history in general of like, you know, social studies and stuff like that. All sorts of different stuff. I've been looking at that type of stuff, specifically with speedrunning though, as of late. There's been a YouTuber that I've been following very closely, and that's been pretty nice. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And it's going to be pretty cool. So, yeah, that's my plan in the future. I revealed it to 180 people watching here. Glad you guys have been watching so far. I'm really excited with what all has been moving on through here. Carrie Cowherd, thank you so much for becoming a member to the channel. That means so much to my channel. I really do appreciate it. I really do. It's the best way to fund my channel, and man, oh man, thank you so much. We've had a couple of those today, remember, so thank you so much, Carrie. I really do appreciate it. Will these be aired on my YouTube channel? Yes, they will. They will be aired on my YouTube channel. And they will be available for everyone to see. It won't, I might reveal it early to my members just as like a perk, because those are actually stuff that I can control compared to videos that are, you know, my forecasts, to where I need to get them as soon as possible. But yeah, they will be available to my entire channel. So everyone will be able to see it. It'll be all edited. It'll be all cool and stuff. And it'll have, you know, my typical me breakdown. You know, I'll literally break down the entire event and try to make it as easy for you guys to understand as possible. But at the same time, I'm also going to make it fun. I'm also going to make it really interesting. Or at least I'd like to think it's going to be fun. I'm going to make it really interesting. And, of course, I'm going to draw light to these situations that probably have been forgotten by most of the general public. And that right there, I think, is the biggest thing, is that drawing light to historical events that have been forgotten. So, you're half mile away from the Noonan tour? Wow. I've got a friend that was like, you know, the same distance as well. That tornado was pretty insane earlier on this year. So, man, oh man. Air Force Meteorological Program. You can go to Kessler Air Force Base in Biloxi and fly on the Hurricane Hunters. I honestly could, Clifford. That might not be a bad idea if I decide to go to the tropical weather route. Let's get some radar on here. I know I've been boring you guys with whatever's on the screen. I've just been kind of socializing. Ah, my neck. Just pop my neck a little bit. Yeah, pretty soon I'm gonna actually head off here because we have been live streaming. We've now been live streaming for 10 hours and 15 minutes. We've been going on strong here for quite some time. Could you cover the 1953 Warner Robins tornado? Interesting footage there. I might, maybe, but the only issue with that is there isn't any radar for me to really interpret as to where specifically things are happening. And that's kind of the route that I want to go towards, especially since my channel's more built off of my radar coverage. So, but I'll definitely take a look and see what I can do with that. Mayfield, Kentucky tornado. Eventually, I'll do one on Mayfield. All right, I plan to do it on much of the significant tornadoes across the board. But some of the forgotten ones, too. I plan to do that as well. What do I use for the emergency radio that says tornado warning and then tells us the warning? It is GR2 Analyst, or not GR2 Analyst. The other program, GR Earth. GR2 Analyst is the radar program that you see in front of you. GR Earth pairs well with GR2 Analyst. And you can put sound stuff in there, and it'll tell you. Alright, so we have some good news here for everyone. The tornado watch is more than likely going to expire here relatively soon. So that is the good news. On the other hand, if we take the radar off, you can see there's no more yellow area on the stuff. It's a little concerning shape, but yeah, there is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale now, with a just a 2% chance for tornadoes. So yeah, there is definitely not as significant of severe weather as it once was, and that is the good news here. That is very good news. Be interested in the build up to the Joplin tornado. I lived there and lost cable, So no TV after it happened. Never got to see the radar and such. That's definitely a tornado I'm gonna do. Definitely a tornado I'm gonna do. But yeah. Check Twitter. It's a bit concerning. Significant flash flooding in Monroeville. Multiple cars are getting stuck in ditches. Some with entrapment. Wow. Monroeville, Alabama. That's the reason why they issued that second flash flood warning. I wonder if they're going to turn that into a flash flood emergency, honestly. Have I hit the 10-hour mark yet? Yes, we have live streamed for 10 hours and 20 minutes. 10 hours and 20 minutes. I'm gonna go to bed. Mom's calling on in a second. That's fine. Hey, if you guys need to go to bed, that's fine too, alright? I'm just gonna stay up so that if there's anybody who lives in these areas that are on my live stream right now, I'm gonna stay up so that I can continue to cover for them. And, I mean, we still might see something. We still might see something, still. But you have GR2 analysts. I watch every stream, forecast. Before chase and severe weather happens, post your coverage to Facebook. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, I love me some severe weather. You know me. I won't, SPC. I won't. As long as you're trying not to make substantial amounts of money from it. And stuff. And saying that it's your content and not mine. There are no issues. Speaking of no issues, there's the severe thunderstorm warning, and it's only one. Now, of course, that is until the top of the hour. Over in Georgia, like towards Thomaston. That's going to be eventually heading off further to the north and east towards like McDonough and Griffin, as well as Barnesville. So I'd watch out for the potential severe weather over there, but honestly, there's not really all too much. Still some strong damaging winds. There might be something down there. I'll have to continue to watch out for that. But yeah, there is a lot of reports of flooding, not just in Ohio and West Virginia and Kentucky, but now there's flooding over here in Alabama, southern Alabama, significant amounts of flooding over there. So I'm gonna have to watch out for that. A lot of questions that just popped up here, so let's look on through. Thank you, Gloria. I really do appreciate it. Ha, there you go, Clifford. Seems legit. West of Athens, Georgia. What about you guys? Well, that's a good question here. The real question is, can I find where Athens, Georgia is? And don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Actually, I'm not even going to use the map. Somewhere along... Wait a second. I knew someone from Athens. Hold up. I still know them. They're over here. I knew it. 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 Bogart, you guys are probably going to get some strong damaging winds that'll move on through. Not anticipated to be super significant. Not anticipated to be super significant by any stretch of the imagination. But I'd like to think that it's going to probably move on through in about, this storm is probably going to be the one that's going to move on through. In about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes. Sometime over there. So, I would watch out for that. Extremely foggy here in Connecticut. See ya. Yep, thank you, Rose, for joining back into the stream. I really do appreciate it. Is it headed towards South Carolina? Yes, the severe weather threat is, I should say. As I keep stuttering over my words because I don't know how to speak correctly. Yeah, it is going to eventually head off towards the Carolinas, so I would watch out for the potential of some damaging winds within that area. What about Albany? What about their snow and ice totals? That is a good question. Let's go take a look. That is a great question. Let us go take a look. It's in a book, The Reading Rainbow. So Albany, it's pretty interesting here, first off, because you guys are like teetering on heavy amounts of snow, either heavy amounts of snow or heavy amounts of ice. So I think the thing that's pretty safe to say is that you guys are going to get some significant amounts of wintry precipitation. What type of wintry precipitation is a little bit more difficult to say. Mainly because it honestly depends upon how far to the south and east. Let me change that to black here. It really depends upon how far to the south and east that cold air really plows on through. So we're going to have to continue to watch out for that as this moves about. Max loves Twisters with the 2. Thank you so much. Says, how's it looking for Columbus, Georgia? Good question. Let's take a look. You guys are about to get hit by some strong damaging winds here in a second. But it's not as severe as it once was. It's not as severe as it once was, so that is the good news. Yeah, I don't see anything significant along the lines here. I do not. So you should be fine for the most part. That south and southwest Georgia area has had it with severe weather this year. Yeah, I know, right? Thank you for your coverage. Right to all the areas affected by the storm. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I tried to cover as much as possible, honestly. Not just sticking to one area. Georgia University, I figured as much. Thanks for all the great coverage. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sleep better tonight? Yep. I hope you guys sleep better tonight. Hope you guys sleep well. Yeah, I think actually now's a good time probably to end the stream. I'm not gonna lie. I don't foresee a whole lot happening now. I really don't. Energy levels are extraordinarily low. Eastbound shear is terrible, so can't really foresee a whole lot of stuff to happen later on. There might be a severe thunderstorm warning or two, and then maybe a very, very rare tornado warning if it happens. But I don't see a whole lot of stuff, honestly. So I think we're all right here for the most part. Now for the people who are still here, all right, I will upload a video tomorrow night. Tomorrow night there will be a video that I will upload. Okay, so please be sure to not miss it. Do not miss it. I'm thinking sometime around 6 to 9 Eastern. So 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock Eastern. That means 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock Central for people who are in Central Time, for those who don't know. Now make sure that you turn on notifications if you haven't already. It's that bell button that's right next to the subscribe button that hopefully you all have pressed, although I'm assuming most of you have done so, and I really do appreciate that. I also really do appreciate that we have over 1,000 likes on our live stream that we had today. Thank you guys so much. Give yourselves a pat on the back. Pat on the back. I really do, as I said, I really do appreciate all the support that you guys have provided for my channel. So thank you so much. But yeah, turn off notifications and turn off notifications. That's when you know I'm really tired. That's when I say stuff that I don't mean to. Time for me to consider the following. Turn on notifications, and by the time you get to the video, as I said, I usually ask people to like the video on my live streams because I want people to share it with as many people as possible. That's the same thing with my video. So as soon as you get on my video, if you could from now on, if you guys could, all right, I'm not saying you guys have to, but if you could, try and find that thumbs up button and just give it a like. Give it a like, maybe even say hi in the comments. I'll try and reply. I try to reply for the most part. As of recently, I've been really replying a lot. So, yeah, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button. Maybe give a little comment. And then we should be good to go, because then my videos will be spreading to people who probably will need the information. Probably will need the information. But otherwise, yeah, I think we're pretty good for the most part. How's Wichita Falls looking tonight and tomorrow? You guys might get some residual snow, but otherwise it's going to be pretty cold for you all. So yeah, that's going to be it for me, guys. If you did enjoy the live stream, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family, and on social media. Also follow me on social media. The link will be in the description down below. If you have any questions, at all, please feel free to reach out to me. As the Duke of Radar officially signs off, my name is Nate. I will catch you guys in the next content upload, or video, or live stream, or whatever. Probably video. So see y'all. See y'all next time. Peace out.